p.m. today.
Happy birthday, Lasbon.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Lasbon.
I was going to sing.
I must bring cake.
I was going to sing
for the cake.
I was going to sing for you, but then I'll spoil your day. So sorry.
No, it's also fine. We can record it and use it for comedic effect at a later stage, you know.
Comrade Fasia, can you send the cake via Uber Eats, please?
Yeah, I think I should package it in little slices, 73 of them, and then send them off.
Happy birthday, Fasia. Happy birthday, girl.
Thank you so much, MEC. How are you today?
I'm good at you.
Good, good. I'm just glad the weather is not so bad, you know?
Yeah. I can see you're ready to go out tonight.
Yeah, I'm ready, yeah? I'm ready. I'm ready for the shooting. I did my hair and everything.
Okay, thank you. Stay blessed.
So is the invitation open for some of us?
It's open. It's open, but you have to come with something, you know? You have to bring something with you.
A typical ladies' invitation. There's always something expected.
You know what's important here is that we know what we want, you know? Because then if we don't say these things and you say women don't know what they want, so at least we know what we want.
Yeah, not true. So what do you
Happy
want?
birthday, Member Fasan. Hope you enjoy your day, hey?
Thank you, Adriana. Appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Fasia.
Thanks, Mamru.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine. You must enjoy your day greatly, ne?
Thank you, I will. I appreciate it.
Yeah, yeah.
Good morning, colleagues. We are starting with our meeting this morning. Can I request that we all stand up to observe a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. We may all be seated. Thank you. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties, the Chief Whip, members of the Provincial Legislature, citizens of Gauteng, ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome in our sixth sitting for this term, and thank you very much for joining us. We have received the following apologies. Honorable Shabalala will be late. Honorable Masemula, family commitments. Honorable Mukheti would like to be recused at some stage as she has another engagement. Honorable Mpisi, who's having a doctor's appointment. I hope he gets better quickly as we want him to join us in our meeting. In terms of announcement, let me first wish our last born, Honorable Hassan, a happy birthday today. I hope we are growing older and growing wiser each day, and we wish you all the best in life. Another announcement, tomorrow, in our tomorrow sit, immediately after our sitting tomorrow, we will have the Revenue Services of South Africa joining us to make a presentation regarding the issues of benefits and the implications thereof. And I'm sure as a country, we can also join everybody else in passing our condolences to the people of Argentina for the passing on, and the sports fraternity in general for the passing on of Maradona. Some of us don't play soccer, but we used to like him when he plays. We'll always be glued on our screen and favor the club. In as much as I'm only a fan of Bafana, irrespective of whether we win or we lose. But when Maradona plays, we'll all be there. May the people of Argentina and the sporting fraternity find solace in the Lord. Thank you very much. Those were my announcements.
So, Madam Speaker, we are not going to congratulate Swallows for beating Chiefs, Madam Speaker.
Well, at least my father was a Morocco Swallows fan, but I don't want to get angry with Socks. Socks is my friend.
You should have started saying congratulations.
We've done that before you joined.
Socks, you can see the people that want us to fight. Yeah. But can I
we would have done that before you joined.
Thank you, members. Can I therefore allow members who wants to make announcement? Any members? No announcement. Thank you very much. In terms of
no, Madam Speaker, I've got an announcement to make. I'm sorry, I was struggling.
Oh, okay. Chief Whip?
Madam Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to wish Honorable Member Fasia Hassan a happy birthday. She is the last born of our caucus, but as she grows up, she is slowly losing the status of being the last born. So we want to wish her a very happy birthday. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I think in terms of age, Chief Whip, she's still our last born, but she might be losing the status of being a youth, but not now. It is still going to take some time for her to lose that, but she's still the last born, not only of the caucus, but of the legislature. Thank you. Any other announcement? Okay, in terms of Rule 79 sub 1, we don't have the MEC statements. Therefore, I'll move over to member statement in terms of Rule 81 subsection 1, starting with Honorable Hoffman. Honorable Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Geachte Speaker, Madam Speaker, the attacks on trucks and truck drivers and the rise of xenophobia nationally are a direct reflection of the ANC's intolerance to diversity. In the last 72 hours, over 30 trucks have been torched in a series of well-orchestrated arson attacks in the Free State, KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng. Drivers have been badly assaulted, shot at, and in some cases murdered. This violence is a declaration of war on the South African economy and its citizens. The destroyed livelihoods, the numbers of families set back, and the employment opportunities lost forever are only the tip of the iceberg. The economic repercussions will be immeasurable, with far-reaching implications for the entire South African region. The cause of this distress is xenophobia, which is just a fancy terminology for black-on-black racism. Xenophobia is the direct result of the ANC's corruption at all levels of government. Transparency International, which monitors global corruption, recently described the levels in South Africa as unashamedly.
Are you saying the ANC is racist?
But Speaker, how is that?
You're out of order, Wayne. Don't abuse your platform of member statements.
Colleagues, please. Please, colleagues.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Who's speaking now?
This Hoffman guy, farmers are killing our people and he never says anything.
Honorable Chair of Committees, please. Honorable Chair of Committees, I have not recognized you.
Calling me racist. I'm not racist.
Can you please recognize me?
Who's speaking now? Oh, Honorable Sikasa.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I just want to check, Madam Speaker, will Member Hoffman take a question after his statement?
I think that rule is not applicable now for this section. It's not applicable. Honorable Hoffman.
Madam Speaker, please
can you switch off your mic? Honorable Hoffman, can you continue?
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Speaker.
Three points summarize how corruption creates xenophobia. South African borders are non-existent and there is no effort by the government to fix, maintain and patrol.
Colleagues, Honorable Hoffman, can you hold a bit? Who is actually doing this? Who's actually meeting off? Members, you're not even allowed to touch that screen, please. It's only officials that have a right to switch off, and myself as the presiding officer, please. Honorable Hoffman, can you unmute yourself and continue speaking?
3 points summarize how corruption creates xenophobia. South African borders are non-existent and there is no effort by the government to fix, maintain and patrol high illegal immigration transit points.
So where is racism there?
Where is racism reform, Home Affairs has never clamped down on the normalization of bribery for ID documents. The claim that foreign national truck drivers are on the road without the required documents is a result of the culture of cold drinks within the traffic department sector. The above 3 points contribute to the absolute lawlessness we are witnessing. The FF Plus supports the idea that South Africans, no matter their race, must be given first priority for jobs. The FF Plus further supports the various trucking associations, trucking units, and trucking forums in their urgent request for the President Ramaphosa to physically intervene in the matter instead of just noting his concern. The FF Plus further calls upon the police to bring the criminal factions responsible to the wanton destruction to justice. No efforts to choke the free market and bully the private sector should be tolerated in South Africa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Tilange.
Out of order, you. Your organization is the most racist organization.
Honorable Tilange.
Out of order.
Honorable Chief Whip, thank you. Honorable Tilange. Honorable Tilange, are you in the house? At some stage you wanted to speak. Now I'm allowing you to speak and I can't hear you. Okay, if she's not here.
Madam
Yes.
Speaker, Honorable De Lange is coming online now. She's just had trouble getting online. Thank you.
She's getting some racist notes from somewhere to come and tell us that the ANC is racist.
Kindly refrain from talking.
Let me allow Honorable Tagile. Honorable Tagile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday on the 25th of November 2020, we conducted an unannounced visit on installation of the tracking devices which have been installed to track and monitor the PADCO buses in Soweto by the supervisory monitoring firm. The process affirmed the critical role that artificial intelligence could play in improving the service delivery of our people within the transport sector. The move by the Gauteng Department of Transport to use the smart mobility concept confirmed the strategic agility within the leadership of the department. When we speak about strategic agility, Madam Speaker, we are referring to the action taken to innovate and adopt new methods of doing things to meet the needs of the society. It is commonly accepted by scholars, critics, and entrepreneurs across the globe.
Are you done, Honorable Tagile? I see you muted yourself.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't see. Can I start afresh?
Not afresh. Finish off where you left off.
Thanks. We want to encourage the department to fast-track the utilization of ubiquitous technologies such as AI, data science, machine learning, chatbots, the Internet of Things, and the big data to facilitate decision-making by providing accurate data, predicting consumer demands, and being able to respond accurately to the needs of the commuters. The installation of these devices, of this device tracking, enables the department to be able now to pay accurate kilometers to service providers, and also to be able to track which buses have managed to ferry commuters and which buses have broken down in the process, and also at what time did such buses arrive at various bus stops. In our view, Madam Speaker, the devices could be utilized to track several other aspects which could improve and enhance customer service within the bus sector. We are saying, Madam Speaker, long live to the concept of smart mobility in Gauteng, long live. Thank you.
Honorable Tilange. Honorable Tilange.
But Madam Speaker, save our airtime. Let's pass. She's not there. She's not there. Just save our airtime.
Please keep quiet.
Honorable Kanyile. Honorable Kanyile.
Oh yes, Mr. I'm sorry, my mic was off. Next Monday, the 30th of November 2020, would have been the last day of Mr. Thembekile Kimi Makwetu in office as the Auditor General of South Africa. Unfortunately, this is not going to be, as 15 days ago, on the 11th of November 2020, South Africa received with shock and devastation the news that its beloved son had passed on. Mr. Makwetu had begun to revolutionize the public financial management and accountability fraternity. His approach to ex post facto principle was that it will be failing if it did not ensure effective consequence management in instances of financial mismanagement and fraud. Thus, his championing of the amendment to the Public Audit Act. Mr. Makwetu was already challenging the fraternity to focus on ensuring effective preventative measures. Public accounts committees in South Africa have subsequently committed to strengthening their responsibility by extending their role on preventative and preemptive oversight. It is Mr. Makwetu's vision of getting the ordinary person involved in matters of public financial management and accountability that made him determined to simplify the audit reports through the citizens' reports he had begun to produce. A week before his death, the Department of International Relations had announced that Mr. Makwetu had been appointed to the United Nations Independent Audit Advisory Committee. We are confident that he was going to succeed in this international role because he had exceptionally served some of the international supreme audit institutions before, and they had hailed his contributions and innovative ideas. We should be consoled and can be comforted knowing that Mr. Makwetu leaves a very capable successor in Mr. Kane Maluleke, who has been appointed by President Cyril Ramaphosa to be the Auditor General of South Africa from the 1st of December 2020. At the memorial service held last Tuesday in honor of Mr. Makwetu, Ms. Maluleke committed to upholding the legacy of Mr. Makwetu. As Parliament, provincial legislatures, and municipalities, we are therefore assured that our mandate on oversight will still be ably supported, thus strengthening our work with the executive authorities to deal with corruption and instill an ethical, capable, and developmental state. May the soul of our beloved Auditor General, Mr. Thembekile Makwetu, rest in eternal peace and rise in glory. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah. Well done, Socks.
I see Honorable Tilange has not joined in. I will therefore pass that section.
Please.
Can I therefore call upon the Honorable Chief Whip to present a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120? Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to just warn those who want to fuel race relation in this country to be careful of what they are trying to do. I think Honorable Hoffman must think very careful of what he's trying to do in this country.
Must not forget to forgive them. Must not play with our forgiveness.
Yeah,
reconciliation does not mean we are weak or we are cowards.
Yeah. I, Member M. Kumalo, NC Chief Whip, hereby tables the following motion in terms of Rule 121, read together with Rule 122 as follows. Noting that the following forecast intervention study reports were not tabled for today's sitting of Thursday, 26 November 2020. Education Portfolio Committee Forecast Intervention Study, Report on Assessment of Provision of Adequate Water and Sanitation to Schools, and Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on Assessment of Support Provided to Public Special Schools in the Province, Report on the Final Voting Mandate on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill. Therefore, request that the House resolve to add Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study, FIS, Report on Assessment of Provision of Adequate Water and Sanitation to Schools, and Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study, Report on Assessment of Support Provided to Public Special Schools in the Province, Report on the Final Voting Mandate on the Division of the Second Amendment Bill. I so move, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any seconder to the motion?
I second.
Second that, Speaker.
Honorable Ramulifo. Okay. Honorable Ramulifo seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we?
Chief Justice, it's okay.
Honorable Ketane, can you switch off? Thank you. We're now going to move over to a notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121. Can I request any member who wants to present a motion? There is none. Can I request the Secretary to read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The first order is report on the final voting mandate of the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill, B24 2020, Section 676. Thank you.
Speaking list is not in line with yours. Can I check what's happening? Okay, can we pass that one, Ishmael, for now, because I don't have an updated one.
Good morning, Speaker. I think the first order should be the report on the final mandate of Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill by the chairperson, acting chairperson of Finance Committee, Honorable Majek.
I'm saying, can we pass that one, because I'm sitting with another presiding officer. We don't have that at the moment. Can you go to the order on the, while we're sorting out that one, cooperative governance, the oversight report. Can you go to that one while we're sorting ourselves out? And Jenny, please, can you sort that?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Women Settlement Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Kekana, Honourable Diale, sorry. Honourable Diale.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me first take this opportunity to acknowledge and greet all of you in the name of Mama Winnie Mandela, who inspired us to continue the fight against white male supremacists, who despite efforts to ensure their inclusion in our democratic agenda, they continue to urinate on the graves of our forebearers who dedicated themselves to reconciliation and to ensure that they participate in us building a non-racist and non-sexist South Africa. Madam Speaker, I'm going to request the House to allow me to switch off my camera due to connectivity challenges that I have as I go through the report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of COGTA and Human Settlement. Madam Speaker, I, Kidiboni Diale, Chairperson of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, hereby and Human Settlement, hereby table the committee's oversight report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2020-2021. I also request the House to allow me and consider the parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. As a portfolio committee in our assessment on the second quarter performance report of the Gauteng Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs for 2020-2021 financial year, the following are the things as the portfolio committee that we noted, that in terms of oversight on budget expenditure, the department indicated that the expenditure is at 39% against the allocated budget of 135 million plus during the quarter under review. The department, we are happy to report to this House that the department has managed to pay 100% of its invoices received within the stipulated 15 days for the second quarter of 2020-2021 financial year. The Portfolio Committee hereby commends the department for continuous meeting the commitment of paying invoices within the stipulated period. This is in line with ensuring economic transformation of Gauteng's economy, Madam Speaker. In terms of participatory democracy, the portfolio committee noted that the activities of the community development workers has resumed and therefore managed to support 9 municipalities. As reported during the previous quarter, the department reported that 2 municipalities, that is City of Ekurhuleni and Midvaal, are functional according to the tracking tool of Back to Basics. On gender, youth, and people living with disability, the department indicated that it recruited 15 women, 9 males on expanded public works, something that needs improvement, Madam Speaker, and a total of 22 were considered amongst the youth in terms of risk assessment. The department cited that 1 disaster risk assessment was conducted in City of Johannesburg. The Gauteng Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs is tasked to support local government by ensuring good governance, financial accountability, capacity building, and institutional stability. This sphere of government is governed by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act number 108 of 1996, and legislation meaning therefrom. In other words, the second quarterly performance report analysis is part of executing one of the aspects of the portfolio committee's mandate of oversight and scrutiny, wherein it examines micro progress by the department. This report will focus on the 4 programs as outlined in the report. Please allow me to move swiftly to committee concerns as per the report, Madam Speaker, just for us to be able to save time. Okay. On program 1, sorry about it. Forgot to highlight my things. Okay, on the technical performance of the department, it has been the norm that this report is informed and guided by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature adopted a sector oversight model, committee oversight for accountability, and the program evaluation budget analysis on all quarterly report as enablers of monitoring the portfolios committee's effective oversight. According to the BCM, the consideration of second quarter performance report should reveal the 50% to completion progress of project as the BCM stipulated. I'll go to the programs. Program 1. This program is critical towards the realization of outcome 12, that is efficient, effective, and development-oriented public service and empowered, fair, and inclusive citizenship. During the second quarter of the financial year, the department only reported 4 sub-programs under administration. These are Back to Basics, which is new, corporate services, finance management, governance, and risk management. And the portfolio committee noted that the department paid 100% of invoices, like I said in my executive summary, within 15 days. The portfolio committee comments this achievement by the department. On local government, this program strives to consolidate the developmental stage to enhance participatory governance and institutional stability, capacity building, as well as local government capability to achieve its constitutional mandate. Essentially, the key objectives of this program is to pursue and facilitate enabling and sustainable local governance. On community development workers, members will know that this is a critical program that is closest to the people of Gauteng. The department reported that they have supported 9 municipalities with initiatives in maintaining functional ward-based war rooms in the quarter under review. Madam Speaker, I will move swiftly to the committee concerns. And recommendations. Sorry about that. I'm using the same laptop that okay. On findings, recommendations, and implications on lawmaking, the following are the portfolio committee concerns and recommendations. The service provider still not appointed for the implementation of voter education, one of the programs that the department committed to do. As a result, the stakeholder engagement campaigns were not implemented across Gauteng. The portfolio committee views this with serious concern, noting that local government elections will be conducted in 2021. Failure to submit to EXCO Technical Committee the Gauteng District Model approach for approval, despite having committed to deliver progress in the quarter under review. The committee's concerns on whether there is improvement in ensuring effective and functional ward-based war rooms in the 9 municipalities. One of our concerns is on Imfuleni municipality with legal services, which includes due diligence assessment in existing 50 labor relations cases conducted and opinions. However, the department did not disclose the expenditure incurred. The department also did not provide a breakdown expenditure amounting to 381 million, 381 million plus that was allocated to 5 municipalities, namely Mirafo, Midval, Lesedi, Efleni, and Rand West.
We have a minute left.
Thank you very much. The failure of Mogale City to utilize an amount of 123 million, whether the department has provided. Let me swiftly, the recommendation, Madam Speaker, are as follows. We recommend that the department should respond by the 31st of January 2020 on the following recommendation as outlined. As the chair of the portfolio committee, I wish to thank Honorable Member MEC Maile and the HOD and their team of Gauteng Corporate Governance.
As I move for adoption,
in terms of Rule 117, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement recommends that the report on COGTA second quarterly oversight report for 2020-2021 financial year be adopted, considering the committee concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any seconder to the report?
I so move this.
Honorable Malima seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can you go back to the first report on the final voting mandate? Secretary, can you read that order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The first order is report on the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill, B24 of 2020, Section 76. Thank you.
Honorable Matseke, on behalf of Honorable Mbisi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and good morning to the Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all presiding officers. On behalf of Chairperson PC, Madam Speaker, I'll be presenting the final voting mandate of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, B24 of 2020, which is a Section 76 bill. Madam Speaker, may I request the part of the report that I will not be reading be considered as read by the House. I will therefore focus on introduction, on the principle of the bill, the outcome of the negotiating mandate, and the position of the committee in terms of the final mandate. In terms of introduction, Madam Speaker, the bill is introduced in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996, and it is widely referred to as Section 76 bill. The bill proposes to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2020 Act number 3 of 2020 as amended in accordance with section 12, subsection 4 of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act of 2019, Act number 9 of 2019. Since the National Adjustment Budget for the 2020-2021 financial year necessitates changes to the Division of Revenue Act 2020, the bill is to be introduced together with the tabling of the adjusted estimates of the national expenditure and revised fiscal framework for the 2020 financial year. On the principle of the bill and the legislative framework, the bill seeks to amend the Division of Revenue Act 2020 as amended by the Division of Revenue Amendment Act 2020 in accordance with the Money Bills Amended Procedure and Related Matters Act 2019 and to provide for further connected therewith. Outcomes of the negotiating process, the committee mandated Honorable Ryder to table the negotiating in favor of the bill with the following recommendations: that National Treasury should ensure that there is available for money in the utilization of funds earmarked for the SAA business recapitalization plan. 2, in light of the further downgrades of South Africa's credit ratings by Fitch and Moody's, National Treasury should put measures in place to ensure that the country's sovereign ratings are not further negatively impacted upon, that National Treasury should ensure that the rate at which the country is borrowing should be moderated without compromising pertinent service delivery issues, that National Treasury should reconsider the local government funding model in view of the diminishing revenue and the ever-increasing requirement for service delivery, that National Treasury should consider assisting SABC financially to avert retrenchments like it has been assisting state-owned enterprises like SAA, that National Treasury should provide clarity to how the matter regarding the wage bill will be dealt with should the court outcome not be favorable to government, that National Treasury should continuously revise equitable share formula in terms of demographics to ensure that provinces receive what is due to them, that National Treasury should reconsider not reducing the local government grants in view of local government being at a cold phase of service delivery, that National Treasury should reconsider feasibility of implementing costed norms approach in allocation framework for social services, as lack of norms and standards leads to variations in allocations and service quality across provinces and caucuses intergovernmental fiscal disputes, and that National Treasury should consider not reducing grants earmarked for housing in view of the housing backlog according to the National Housing Needs Register standing at 1.2 million. 6 provinces voted in favor of the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill as referred, and 1 did not support the bill. The National Treasury provided summarized responses to the recommendations by provinces. The committee noted that the Free State and Limpopo could not submit negotiating mandates due to their respective committees not reaching a quorum. On final position adopted by the committee after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee, in accordance with Rule 163, adopted the report in support of the Division of Revenue Second Amendment Bill, B24 of 2020, Section 76, as referred, and therefore recommends to the House for its adoption. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Seke. Any seconder to the report?
Madam Speaker, as a non-racist member of this caucus house, I second the report. Thank you.
Honorable Lima, thank you for seconding. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can we have the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The third order of the day is Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs and Women Settlement Portfolio Committees Oversight Report on the second quarterly report on the Department of Human Settlement for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Diane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me also greet the Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, and honorable members in this House. Madam Speaker, I'm going to request the House to also allow me and consider the parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I hereby table the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement second quarter performance report for the 2020-2021 financial year as follows. On the executive summary, Madam Speaker, the committee comprehensively assessed outputs and outcomes against predetermined targets of the department for the period under review. It also assessed the expenditure trends to determine whether the department's spending was aligned to its target in accordance with relevant legislation. The committee assessment is summarized as follows. The department received an annual appropriation of 5.1 billion. The department spent almost 37% of its allocation. As per the PFMA guidelines, the department was supposed to have spent 50% of its annual allocation in second quarter. The department allocated a total of 1.385 to the second quarter, and as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1,319, which translates to an overall expenditure of 95%, and the department was supposed to spend 100% by the end of the quarter. The budget was spread across the 4 key programs as outlined in the report, and the department has spent 96% of the budget. This shows that the program underspent by 4%. On program 2, the department managed to spend an under expenditure of 58%. And on program 3, the department spent almost 99% of the allocated budget, which shows an underspending of 1%. And on the 4th program, the department registered a 18% expenditure, which means the program has underspent by 82%. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee noted that during the quarter under review, the department partially achieved its target on percentage of invoices paid within 30 days of receipt. It is reported that 62% of the invoices received were paid within 30 days of receipt. Out of 634 invoices paid, 390 were paid within 30 days. In terms of the percentage of procurement budget that targets business owned by women, the department partially achieved its target by 30% and managed to achieve 18.04%. And in addition, the department achieved its target on procurement budget that targets local suppliers at 87.4%, and 84.7% was achieved. And that money was spent on local suppliers. With regards to 20% of procurement budgets that targets business owned by youth, 1.92% were paid to businesses owned by young people. And on the percentage of procurement budgets that targets businesses owned by people with disability, only 2.3% was achieved against a planned target of 5%. And I will swiftly move to committee concerns. Please hold. On committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee expressed the following concerns during the consideration of this report. While acknowledging the improvements on financial performance by the department, the committee is concerned with a non-alignment on expenditure and targets achieved. The Portfolio Committee also noted with serious concerns on the following programs. On Program 4, The portfolio committee noted that the department was allocated 61.570 million and have spent only 11 million, registering an under expenditure of 18%. On goods and services, the department was allocated 51.448 million, and at the end of the second quarter, the department had spent only 60 million of its budget, registering an overall expenditure of 118%. On service delivery, the portfolio committee noted with concerns that no departmental employees at senior management level and middle management were trained on infrastructure delivery management services. On program 2, we noted with concern the inability of the department and municipalities to convene virtual meetings during COVID-19, despite having tools of trade to ensure service delivery to people of Gauteng. On program 3, the portfolio committee noted with concern that funds have been spent on the wastewater treatment plant on housing projects in Dr. Sifularo and Dr. Motlana projects, with no provision of progress report on financial expenditure, while noting work done by the department in Winterveld, Everton, and Beckersdal on upgrading its outfall sewer, stormwater sidewalks, roads, and the removal of waste from stormwater channels. The portfolio committee is concerned with the slow pace of delivery in this regard. On program 4, the portfolio committee noted the work done by the department in servicing the communities of Ratanda and Tshepiso in Lesedi, as well as in Lesedi and in Emfuleni. However, the following remains committee concerns: lack of provision of basic quality services and ablution facilities in these communities, provision of adequate temporary portable toilets and the cost related to it, lack of clarity from the department in ensuring the permanent infrastructure is developed. The department planned to deliver 2,000 housing units for the quarter under review and reported to have managed to deliver 1.716 housing units. However, the portfolio committee is concerned that the department has not provided information about project sites and the allocated beneficiaries. The committee therefore recommend the following: the department should provide responses by the 31st of January 2021, that the department should provide reasons for poor expenditure under program 4, and the department should also provide a detailed report on what kind of goods and services contributed to an overspending of 18%. On service delivery, the department should state reasons why this target on departmental employees training on infrastructure delivery management system was not achieved. The department should also provide a recovery plan on how they will remedy the lost time and the non-functionality of the department and the municipalities during COVID. The department should provide a progress report regarding wastewater treatment plan in Dr. Sifularo and Dr. Motlana housing projects. The department should provide the portfolio committee with project timelines in Everton, Beckersdal, and Winterveld for oversight purposes. On program 4, the portfolio committee requests the department to provide a report on current services taking place in Ratanda and Tshepiso on the following: provide a report to the portfolio committee on services provided to these communities, provide a detailed financial report on work done in Tshepiso and Ratanda, as well as funds spent on the temporary toilets that are there, clarify the portfolio committee on long-term plan on installing permanent infrastructure in Ratanda and Tshepiso. The department must specify the names of the projects where this 1,716 beneficiaries were allocated, as well as the list of the beneficiaries. I therefore would like to acknowledge and thank the MEC and the team, and also further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honorable members of the portfolio committee, that is Member Busisiwe Ncube, Member Paul Mashina, Member Schneeman, Member Adams,
Honorable
Member
Diale,
Long, and
as-
Member Ledwaba and others.
Honorable
In
Diale,
terms
as
of
I
Rule
move for adoption,
117, subsection 2, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Cocta and Human Settlement present the Committee Oversight Report on the second quarter performance report of the Department of Human Settlement for 2020-2021 financial year for adoption, taking into account the proposed recommendations made in this report. I thank you, Madam Speaker. I didn't get time to.
Any seconder to the report?
Yes, Speaker, I wish to second the adoption of the report.
Honorable Malima seconding. Thank you very much. I now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted by the House. Can the Secretary read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The fourth order of the day is Health Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Health for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable De Khamela.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me greet all the Pan-Africanists, which are majority in this group, including the Premier of Gauteng and the team that he is working with. I, the chairperson of the Health Portfolio Committee, Dr. Rebecca Paladi-Dikhamela, tables the committee report on the Gauteng Department of Health second quarter report for 2020-2021 financial years. Honorable Speaker, let me state up front that I request that parts of the report that I will not be reading be considered as read in the interest of time. The objective of the second quarter report is to monitor progress in terms of budget appropriation. The Health Portfolio Committee has a responsibility to conduct oversight and scrutinize the Health Department's quarter performance. The total budget of the department for the 2020-2021 financial year is 60,276,588,000 rand. It is expected that by the end of the second quarter, the department should have spent 50% of the allocated budget. However, at the end of the second quarter, the department spent 27 billion, which amounts to 46% of its budget for 2020-2021 financial year. There are 8 programs that are funded under Vote for. 84 targets were planned to address service delivery for the quarter under review. Only 48 targets were achieved. Overspending is observed on administration at 104%, and also on healthcare support services at 57%. Underspending is observed on the following programs: district health services 41%, emergency medical services at 48%, provincial hospital services by 46%, central hospital services by 46%, health sciences and training 33%, and health facility management by 43%. On achievement, in the quarter under review, Madam Speaker, achievements are observed on the following: severity assessment code, incident reports within 24 hours, maternal mortality reduction in district facilities, child under 5 years pneumonia and severe acute malnutrition death under 5 years in district hospitals, patients tested for HIV positive. On challenges, some of the key challenges highlighted by the department in the quarter under review include the following: primary healthcare facilities with functional clinic committees, complaint resolution rate in primary healthcare facilities, primary healthcare facilities implementing quality improvement initiatives, ART patients remaining on ART, couple year protection rate, immunization under 1 coverage. Request for intervention in addressing the challenges. The committee observed measures to be implemented in the next quarter as follows. Identified district hospital schedule for an assessment in the quarter under review because there is lack of reporting on ideal hospital status. Percentage of budget spent on township enterprises against identified commodities. Consequently, information lacking in the quarter under review. The department reported that this is due to data from GPT not being displayed. To mitigate this, a meeting will be arranged to address these discrepancies. Lack of achieving the clients remaining on ART. Antenatal first visit before 20 weeks. This was due to the slow return to healthcare facilities after hard lockdown. Department will implement key interventions to address identified poor indicators, review data to identify poor performance. Oversight performance verification, Madam Speaker, the committee is satisfied that the department maintains portfolios of evidence to verify its reported performance information. On findings, recommendations, and implications on lawmaking, the committee is concerned with the exhausted overall budget under the administration program. Non-reporting and availability of data on township enterprises against the identified commodities. The laws to follow up on ART and TB patients, unachieved targets on child under 5 years diarrhea case fatality rate. Proposed committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the department should provide detailed strategies on the following, at least by the 30th of January 2021. Detailed breakdown report as to where the 104% of the budget under administration was utilized. Report detailing the mitigation plan to improve data and utilize the budget for the township enterprises against the identified commodities. Detailed reporting on measures to be implemented in order to address and improve under child 5 years diarrhea case fatality rate. On acknowledgements, Madam Speaker, the chairperson wishes to thank the Honorable Acting MEC, Jacob Mamabulo, and his team for the preparation of the second quarter report for 2020-2021 financial year and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by committee members. Highly appreciated is the selfless role of the committee members of the Health Portfolio Committee for their dedication and commitment. The following are acknowledged. Ella Sindwa, D. Takile, P. Mabunda, J. Bloom, A. Fuchs, A. Dilange, A. Ghana, and C. Mabala. Last but not least, I would like to acknowledge the support staff, Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Panchwambalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. S. Ninweli, the Researcher, Dr. Mukonoto, Senior Committee Coordinator, N. Kidi, Committee Coordinator, N. August, Committee Administrator, Team Somi, Service Officer, I. Ngobo, Hansard Staff, M. Makwela, Information Officer, W. Sibande, Communication Officer, A. Mukoka, and Public Outreach Officer, N. Buthelezi. On adoption, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Health Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Health second quarter report for 2020-2021 financial year be adopted by this August House, taking into account the committee's contents and proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Let me give to the Chair of Committees.
No, I'm fine, Deputy Chair of Chairs. You can continue.
Thank you. Can I really get any seconder to the report?
Seconded, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you. Let me now call, pose a question All those in favor say yes.
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 And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, can you really read the fifth order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The fifth order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report on the Department of E-Government for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Let me call the acting chairperson, Honorable Macheke. Can you present the report?
Deputy Chair of Chairs, on behalf of Ntate PC, I'll be tabling the Portfolio Committee report on the second quarterly report of Department of eGov for 2020-2021 financial year. Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request that the part of the report that I will not be reading be considered as read by the House. However, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I must indicate that with the new template, it's very difficult for one to navigate in terms of this particular presenting and tabling of the report. However, with time, will possibly improve. Therefore, may I please be allowed to focus on the non-financials, the financials, the concerns, the recommendations, and acknowledgement, as well as the adoption. In terms of the non-financials of the report, I must indicate, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the priority of eGov in terms of growing Gauteng together are three, namely the building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Priority 2, economy, jobs, and infrastructure. And then priority 3, education, skills revolution, and health. To respond to the above priorities, the Department of eGov under quarter under review had a target of 16 targets and achieved 9, which equates to 56% of their APP. As per the approved APP, priority 1 has 2 outcomes. The outcomes are provincial ICT oversight and governance and provincial services on digital platform. For the quarter under review, the department reported on achievement of targets to provide services on the digital platform for executing data analytics projects and implementing a number of new ERP innovations. The Portfolio Committee knows that there were no targets set in relation to the outcome on ICT governance and oversight, as the target is cumulative and will be achieved in the last quarter of the financial year. With regards to priority 2, on economic jobs and infrastructure, the department reported to have achieved 40% of procurement spend of RFQs below 500,000 on township economy as per plan, and paid 98% of supplier invoices within 15 days of receipt of invoices. Even though the Portfolio Committee could not establish the nature of business awarded to township suppliers during the quarter under review, the department is commended for striving to improve township economy. In an aim to modernize ICT infrastructure, the department reported to have integrated 34 sites with land and provided 2 sites with VoIP. During the engagement on the report, the Portfolio Committee learned that 15 previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs were supported by way of mentorship as per planned outcomes of priority 3. The Portfolio Committee commends the department on the endeavors to provide ICT education and develop ICT skills. Then in terms of financials, the department expended 42% of its budget allocation and reported overall under expenditure across all programs due to the vacant funded posts, as well as the delayed payment of performance bonuses and annual notch progression. With regards to goods and services under expenditure is due to delayed payment of invoices for the GBN project. Non-processing of RFQs submissions for services impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and non-payment of services for the performance monitoring tool that expired at the end of the first quarter. Under committee concerns, with respect to APP achievement, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that the department cannot report on APP targets, achievements, and due to lack of evidence. With respect to financial expenditure, the portfolio committee is concerned with the reported irregular expenditure. On committee recommendations, the committee therefore recommends the following, and it should receive responses by the 15th of January 2021. That the department should strengthen contract management with service providers and revise technical indicator descriptors on the submission of portfolio of evidence to ascertain service project implementation. A progress report on the revision of technical indicator descriptors should be submitted to the portfolio committee. That the department should devise a plan that will strengthen internal controls to manage non-compliance to legal prescripts, thus curbing irregular expenditure. Deputy Chair of Chairs, on acknowledgement on behalf of the chairperson, I would like to extend our gratitude to Honorable MEC Otumo, Kombi MEC Nkomara Lehoko, and officials of the Gauteng Department of eGov for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations to the second quarter performance report process goes all to members of the committee, Tate Tsitangano, Ms. Tikhamela, Tate Maraeti, Tate Randale, Mr. Mazwi, then Tate Malema. The committee further would like to extend gratitude to the support staff led by Memo Japelon, Tate Nzane, our researchers, Mechilwane, Mr. Teta, and the media officer, Mr. Rikola, information officer, Tate Sibande, committee administrators, Mabuza, and DBS services officers, Msimango, catering assistant in Tete, and Hansat recorder, missing. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, the Portfolio Committee therefore recommends to the House that the report be adopted with all recommendations as presented. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder to the report?
It's Member Randall, I second the report.
Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary will go to the sixth order, read the sixth order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The sixth order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of Gauteng Treasury for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Let's get again the acting chairperson, Tate Macheke, present the report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'm struggling to open my gadget. Just 1 second for me. And may I please request that I don't switch on my video because now I'm presenting from the same gadget that I'm using. Quickly want to open that report. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. In terms of the second quarterly report for Gauteng Provincial Treasury, the same rules should apply, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that the House should consider the part of the report that I'm not going to read as being read, and I will focus mainly on the non-financials, the financials, as well as concerns, recommendations, acknowledgement, as well as adoption. In terms of non-financial performance, I must indicate that under Program 1, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury had 4 performance indicators under this program. All performance indicators were achieved without deviations. The portfolio committee noted with appreciation that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury achieved an unqualified audit outcome with no other matters in the audit report. On program 2, under this program, the portfolio committee noted that with appreciation that all 3 performance indicators earmarked for this quarter were achieved. Under Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, this agency falls within Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program. However, it is presented as a separate quarter performance report. Under Program 1 of GIFA, of the 5 planned performance targets, under this program, GIFA achieved all performance targets. Under Program 2, which is Project Development and Compliance under GIFA, of the 3 planned performance targets applicable to this program for the period under review, GIFA managed to achieve all performance targets. The portfolio committee commended GIFA for achieving all its performance targets under this particular program. Under Program 3, Structured Finance, likewise, the only performance target to produce milestones report on the projects facilitated for financial close under this program was also achieved. On Gauteng Provincial Treasury under Program 3, the portfolio committee noted that all 4 performance targets under this program pertains to compliance with legislated prescribed. All performance targets were met with some pockets of over achievements. The portfolio committee applauds GPT for exceeding its target in this regard, as that bodes well for physical distancing meant to slow the spread of COVID-19. On Program 4 of Provincial Supply Chain Management, the portfolio committee noted that GPT achieved the only performance target under this program, which refers to producing a report on 30% spend on township suppliers, including those participating in high-value contracts. Under Program 5, the Municipal Financial Governance, the purpose of this program is to oversee, assist, and support all dedicated municipalities with the implementation of Municipal Financial Management Act. To this extent, the portfolio committee noted that all performance targets for this program were achieved. Under Program 6, which is Gauteng Audit Services, of the 2 performance targets applicable under this program, all targets were also achieved. Under financial performance, for the quarter under review, GPT received an allocation of 171,968,000, and GIFA received around 29,296,000. Expenditure up to date is 331,201,000, and GIFA 29,296,000. In terms of percentage of expenditure under this quarter review, GPT managed 98% of expenditure, and then GIFA managed 90% of expenditure. Then in terms of committee findings and concerns, the committee's concerns with the following. The recent ruling by the Supreme Court of Appeal declaring the Preferential Procurement Regulations 2017 invalid is of concern, and how such a ruling will affect the provincial policy of 30% spent on township suppliers. With respect to provincial supply chain management, the committee is concerned that since GPT proclaimed to be developing a software for the reporting of payment to subcontractors, and nothing is forthcoming. Therefore, the committee recommends the following, and these recommendations should be responded by the 31st of Jan 2021, that GPT should provide a report on how the recent ruling by the Supreme Court of Appeal declaring the Preferential Procurement Regulations 2017 invalid would affect the provincial policy of 30% spent on township suppliers. That GPT should provide a report highlighting the progress made since GPT reported that e-government was developing a reporting model in SAP that will assist in reporting and tracking payments made to maintain contractors and subcontractors. On acknowledgement, likewise, I would like to acknowledge the MEC, Wodumo, Kumbi MEC Nkomoralohoko, Head of Department, Ms. Chabalala, the CEO of GIFA, Mr. Siabi, and all officials of the Provincial Treasury for for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation also goes to all members of the committee and support staff. In terms of the adoption, the Deputy Chair of Chairs, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee anonymously adopted the second quarter performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for 2021 financial year in terms of Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2, Section C, right with Rule 164. The Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarterly performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get a seconder to the report.
I second.
Okay, seconded. Let me put a question. All who are in favor say yes.
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 And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, can you read the seventh order?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The seventh order of the day is Finance Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Government for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, the acting chairperson, Tate Macheke, present the report.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. On behalf of Ntatem PC, let me present the Gauteng Provincial Government quarterly performance, GPG-wide performance. As at the end of the second quarter, the Gauteng Provincial Government Department requisitioned 61.7 billion in total. Provincial receipts arising from provincial equitable share, conditional grants, provincial financing, and own revenue amounts to 56.1 billion. 11.8 billion, 4.8 billion, and 2.1 billion respectively. It is worth noting that revenue collection as per the adjusted appropriation for the 2020-2021 financial year was projected at 5.9 billion. However, as at the end of the second quarter, 2.1 billion or 36% was collected, thereby under collecting by 14%. Deputy Chair of Chairs, there's someone whose mic is on. Can that person please respect the meeting?
Please, can we mute?
Thank you very much.
Okay, continue.
Deputy Chair of Chairs. During the quarter under review, the overall Gauteng Provincial Government expenditure amounted to 62.6 billion or 43% of the adjusted appropriation. Except for the Department of Community Safety, all other departments spent below 50%, ranging from 22% to 46%. The lockdown restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic have been cited as the prime reason for the sluggish spending and progress on activities of the departments. There is a high probability that all departments projecting to break even at the end of the financial year will underspend. Of importance in terms of economic classification, personnel cost accounts for 44.6% of the total spending. Most departments spend between 40% and 47%, while slow spending was recorded under the Department of Economic Development, which performed at 37%. On the other hand, total expenditure for the goods and services amounts to 14 billion or 39% of the adjusted budget. Medical supplies, consumable supplies, and agency and support outsourced services shows the proclivity to overspend. Of the adjusted infrastructure budget of 12.2 billion, expenditure of 4.5 billion or 37% was realized at the end of the second quarter. Most departments performed equal and greater than 30%. Apart from the Department of Social Development at 26%, Agriculture and Rural Development did that at 27%, Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation at 19%, which reported expenditure of 88% and 63% correspondingly. Regarding conditional grants, the overall performance for most departments at the end of the second quarter was equal and greater than 8%. Apart from Departments of Infrastructure Development, Agriculture and Rural Development, and Economic Development, which recorded an expenditure of 0%, 5%, and 0% respectively. The GPG spent 8.9 billion or 8% of the adjusted budget for 23.6 billion for conditional grants, while Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs reported total expenditure of 100%. Despite GPG department's lackluster financial performance with the easing of the lockdown restrictions brought about by COVID-19 pandemic, the overall expenditure of GPG departments will most definitely improve. In terms of committee concerns and recommendations, committees concerned about the following: on Gauteng Provincial Treasury, that the slow rate of revenue collection and the impact thereof on the budget and the intended service delivery projects. On Department of Economic Development, the slow expenditure of DED and the impact on its strategic objective of leading, facilitating, and managing sustainable job creation and inclusive economic growth and development in the Gauteng City region. On human settlements, that despite the lockdown restrictions, it is unlikely that the department will break even at the end of the financial year in view of builders' holidays starting in December. On the Department of Roads and Transport, that the financial performance of the department is not appealing in the face of socio-economic difficulties brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. On committee recommendations, after assessing the GPG state of finances, the portfolio committee therefore recommends the following and requests that the responses should reach the committee by 11 of December 2020. On Gauteng Provincial Treasury, the GPT should provide a report on how it will assist GPG revenue-generating departments to achieve their appropriated revenue targets to circumvent the notion of unfunded budgets. Department of Economic Development, that DED should submit a credible strategy with milestone to increase its expenditure, thereby ensuring that it does not fail on its strategic objective of leading, facilitating, and managing sustainable job creation and inclusive economic growth and development in the Gauteng City region. On human settlements, that human settlements should develop and submit an implementable plan regarding how it intends spending the remainder of its allocated financial resources by the end of the financial year and honoring its mandate to facilitate the delivery of sustainable integrated human settlements. Then lastly, on Department of Roads and Transport, in the light of easing of lockdown restrictions, the Department of Roads and Transport should develop and submit a plan regarding how it is going to improve its financial performance, thereby creating much needed jobs. On acknowledgement, I would like to acknowledge the MEC, the HOD and all the officials, as well as the members of the committee and the support staff in terms of adoption. Deputy Chair, after due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the second quarter financial performance of Gauteng Provincial Government for the 2020 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, Rule C, read together with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the Committee Oversight Report. I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any seconder to the report?
I second.
Dihamela is seconding the report.
Thank you. Let me put a question. Those who are in favor say yes.
Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary read the 8th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 8th order of the day is Infrastructure Development Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now call the chairperson, Ntate Modise.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. May I indicate that I'm using my phone to do this report. So if I were to switch on my camera, Chair, I will not be able to read. So I'm going to switch off the camera so that I'm able to read the report. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, may I request that parts of the report that I'm not going to read be considered as read? And if that is the case, I'm going to read the introduction, the process followed, committee concerns and committee recommendations. Chair, this report has been developed in accordance with the sector oversight model, the GPL Committee Oversight and Accountability Framework as part of the GPL project on standardization of oversight, accountability and reporting in Gauteng. It further outlines the macro assessment, which looks at the overall performance of the department, and the micro assessment, which focuses on program by program performance. This is done to determine if there is a balance between the department's input, outputs, and outcomes. The committee's approach thus further focused on whether the department's planned output has been achieved and whether the allocated funds have been effectively and efficiently utilized to ensure value for money. This assessment forms part of the oversight work that is continuously carried out by the committee to evaluate the implementation of programs against set targets and expenditure for the period under review. Process followed, Chair, is that the process that was followed with respect to obtaining the requirement submission from the Department of Infrastructure and Development and Property Management during the committee virtual meeting held on the 13th November 2020. The committee received an analysis from the department on the performance of the department on the same day that the department made its presentation on the second quarter performance report. Committee members engaged the department and the written clarity-seeking questions were forwarded to the department to respond in writing. During the preparations, compilation, and finalization of this report, the committee compiled the report and it was tabled, deliberated, and adopted with amendments during the meeting held on the 20th of November 2020. However, Chair, it must be noted that the department failed to respond to the committee written questions despite several reminders that were sent on the second quarter report. The department also failed to respond to committee under urgent intervention follow-up questions on the Krugerland and Bramfisher schools. On the committee concerns, Chair, forgive me, Chair, I indicated that I'm using my phone. So I must now travel all the way down. On committee concerns, they are as follows, Chair. In terms of reference number, infrastructure 1, the department recommendation, concerns is that the committee is concerned that only 65% of the service providers have been paid within the period of 30 days. The committee is concerned that GOD in Program 2, GOD targets were not achieved. Program 1, the committee is concerned that there's a delay in filling vacant positions. That on Program 1, there's a concern that there's a delay in filling the vacant positions of the HOD and the CFO. On Program 2, committee is concerned that the department overspent the budget allocation, yet the targets were not achieved. On Program 3, the committee is concerned that the department underspent the budget allocation for this program. With respect to the responding to the committee questions, the committee is of the view that the department does not take itself serious, nor does it respect the work that it's supposed to be doing. On recommendations, Chair, the committee recommends, the department recommends that the committee recommends that the department to provide a report detailing on measures to be implemented, ensuring that the targets related to payment of service providers are achieved. The response will be in writing, and the due date is the 31st of January 2021. The department to provide a report with measures that will be implemented in ensuring that the GOD targets are achieved. It will also be a written response. The date is also the 31st of January 2021. The department to provide a report in ensuring that the vacant positions within the department are filled without any further delays. The response will also be written. It's also expected on the 31st of January 2021 that the department to provide a report in ensuring that the vacant positions of the HOD and the CFO are filled without any further delays. It will be a written response, and it is expected to arrive on the 31st of January 2021. That the department to provide a report in ensuring that there's alignment between performance and expenditure. Those would also be in writing, and it is expected to arrive on the 31st of January 2021. That the department to provide a report detailing measures to be implemented in ensuring that targets related to Program 3 are achieved and the budget is spent accordingly. The response it will be a written response. Date is the 31st of January 2021. That the department to respond to the outstanding questions emanating from the second quarter performance report. Those responses must be written and they're expected to reach the committee on the 31st of January. And the last recommendation is that the department to respond to issues related to Krugerland and Bramfisher schools. It will be in writing, and it is expected to reach the committee on the 31st of January 2021. In acknowledgement, the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee for Infrastructure Development and Property Management would like to thank the MEC, Motara, HOD, and the entire department's executive for their efforts in the consideration of this report. The Chairperson further appreciates the diligent deliberation of Honorable Magagula, Diale, Ndlovu, Fuchs, Chirota, Dos Santos, Hoffman, Mofama, and Shimen. The committee chairperson also like to thank Budimbe, Shabalala, Mzalose, Masala, Khumalo, Mulbana, Mbonani, Ncume, and Mtongwa. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management present before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure Development second quarter report for the year 2020-2021 financial year for consideration and adoption. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report.
Seconded, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons of Committees.
Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. All those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Let's move to the Secretary to read the ninth order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The ninth order of the day is Roads and Transport Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including Gautrain Management Agency and G-Fleet, the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Chairperson, Tate Dagile, present the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Sorry, I just got cut off, but I'm back, Deputy Chair of Chairs. We want to present the report. We request that the parts of the report that will not have been read must be taken as read. And we will just focus on some key areas and aspects of the report. In the quarter under review, the committee noted that the department and its entities contributed to two provincial strategic objectives, namely building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and also the economic transformation and job creation. This was achieved through the payment of 75% of the SMMEs and township business within 15 days, and 13% of the department discretionary procurement spend directed towards township suppliers, practical completion of road P17 in Vanderbilt Park, installation of 1,303 subsidized buses with electronic monitoring devices to improve the reliability of the subsidized bus services to commuters through the small monitoring firms, develop an infrastructure and system for minibus taxi operator database, advertise for the TAG board, and develop a strategic plan and 2021 to 2022 APP. Presented the Gautrain second route termination to Executive Council, and environmental impact assessment is underway. In relation to achievement of service delivery targets, the committee noted that out of the 13 APPs target applicable for the period under review, the department achieved 7 outputs, which equates to 54% APP achievement at the end of the quarter. The committee noted that GMA achieved 21 of the 25 planned targets, which equate to 84%. G-Fleet managed to achieve 5 of the 8 planned targets, which equate to 63%. The committee welcomes the improvement in the achievement of the planned target as compared to the previous quarter. However, will continue to urge department and entities to enhance performance in resolving challenges that may exist in the implementation of these planned targets. In relation to the expenditure in the quarter, the committee noted that department spent an amount of 1 billion, which equates to 21.43% for the quarter under review across all programs, while G-Fleet spent about 28.47%. The committee noted that the expenditure pattern have improved as compared to the previous quarter. However, will caution the department and its to vigorously engage in the provincial budget adjustment process to realign expenditure with the planned targets. On the non-financial performance per program, the committee noted that the department entities continue to face challenges with the implementation of the planned targets. These include the achievement of the procurement targets related to historical disadvantage, in particular women and people with disability, implementation of infrastructural projects, in particular road construction and maintenance, advertising of subsidized bus contracts to open tender, improvement of turnaround times in provincial centers, reducing patronage guarantee costs, and collection of revenue from clients' department as a result of longer than anticipated turnaround times for reconciliation of clients' invoices within their respective department. The committee is concerned also about the above challenges and will encourage the department to prioritize the processes of resolving these challenges to ensure improvement in the achievement of the planned service delivery targets. On implementation of the infrastructure projects, the committee is concerned over the poor project and contract management within the department. This is because of the number of infrastructure projects that were not executed as planned in the quarter under review as a result of the recurring challenges imported from previous quarters and financial years. The committee will encourage the department to empower and skill its project management office with required skills on handling the nature of the infrastructure project expected to be delivered by the department and its entities. The committee also noted that the department contributed towards the empowerment of women in the transport sector through the hosting of 2 conferences which were aimed at creating dialogue on the proposal for empowerment of women in the sector. The committee welcomed these initiatives and will encourage the department and entities to engage more groups in the discussion and decision-making structure within the sector. In conclusion, the committee will continue to monitor the performance of the department, focusing on recovery plans on service delivery programs, specifically on the planned infrastructural projects that were negatively affected by the lockdown restriction in the quarter under review. Based on the above recommendation, the committee will measure the development in the performance of the department entities over time to ensure achievement of the planned service delivery targets in line with the allocated budget. We will then go to the concerns that have been noted by the committee in relation to the report. The following concerns were targets for women and people with disability. The committee is concerned that the department was not able to achieve its set target on procurement expenditure to women and people with disability. With respect to infrastructural projects, the construction and maintenance, the committee is concerned that the department continues to face similar challenges on the implementation of infrastructure projects under roads and construction and maintenance. With respect to the subsidized bus contract, the committee is concerned that the department was not able to advertise on open tender for bus contracts that were planned for the quarter under review. With respect to rising patronage guarantee costs, the committee is concerned that the patronage guarantee costs continue to rise due to COVID-19 lockdown travel patterns. With respect to development and implementation of the IC strategy, the committee is concerned that the entity could not develop and implement the strategy as planned. With respect to responding to House resolution, the committee is concerned that the department and entities are not responding in time to the adopted House resolution. Therefore, we want to make the following recommendation: that the department and the fleet management should provide the committee with a detailed plan on how the current planned targets on the historical disadvantage individuals targets, in particular women and people with disability, will be achieved in the remaining 2 quarters of the financial year. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the infrastructure project, including the remaining actions, budget thereof, and review timelines. That the department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the appointment of the new subsidized bus contracts. That the Gauteng Management Agency should provide the committee with a detailed report on the outcome of the measures in place to reduce the patronage guarantee cost in the current financial year. That the G-Fleet Management should provide the committee with a detailed report on the development and implementation of the ICT strategy, including the remaining actions, budget thereof, and the reviewed timelines. That the department and entities should respond to all outstanding House resolutions as adopted by the House on the first quarter report for 2020 to 2021 financial year and the special adjustment budget for 2020 and 2021 financial year. We wish to appreciate the following. Our appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC, J. Mamabolo, the HOD, Mr. Mampuru, and the officials from the department, their cooperation during the quarterly report process. Gratitude goes to the honorable members, Ms. Kekane, Ms. Litwaba, Mr. P. Mabunda, Mr. F. Nel, Mr. J. Engelberg, and Mr. M. Litwaba, and Mr. A. Albert for their commitment to the oversight process. On behalf of the committee appreciates and gratitude also goes to the following persons. The group coordinator, Mr. T. Budibe, researcher, Mr. F. Taba, committee coordinator, Mr. S. Mtiane, committee administrator, Mrs. S. Mchizana, NSED recorder, Ms. N. Zondo, information officer, Mr. L. Ngobe, media officer, Ms. T. Nzuge, public participation officer, Mr. B. Lomo, and service officer, Mrs. S. Sitole, for their devoted assistance. After due consideration, the Roads and Transport Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, and G-Fleet Management second quarterly performance report for the year 2020-21 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the committee present to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport, Gauteng Management Agency, and G-Fleet second quarterly report for the year 2021 financial year. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me get the seconder to the report. Any seconder to this report?
Dihamela is seconding the report.
Is seconded. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And all not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary, can you read the 10th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 10th order of the day is Education Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Education for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the chairperson, Ntate Chilwani, present the report.
Okay, yes, I admitted. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, as the chairperson of the Committee for Education, hereby table the Portfolio Committee's report on Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the 2020-2021 financial year. The Gauteng Department of Education received a total allocation of 53.4 billion during the current financial year. In allocation, the department spent 22.8 billion by the end of the quarter under review. This shows that the department has spent 42% of the total budget. The department's expenditure is not in line with Treasury regulation, which indicates the department must spend 25% of their budget in each quarter. By the end of this current quarter, the department has underspent by 8%. The key highlights for the quarter under review are as follows. Firstly, ensuring that schools are operational after complying with all the necessary COVID-19 health and safety protocols, such as maintaining hygiene standards and managing social distancing. The department prioritized emergency repairs and renovations due to burglaries, vandalism, and arson. The department further reports that in terms of human resources, there was an additional placement and substitute school-based staff as well as office-based staff to support schools where human resource capacity was at risk due to COVID-19 related illnesses. The committee noted that the department was responding to COVID-19 as a priority. The department focused on systematically improving the quality of education across the system, but especially in schools. The department has made significant inroads in ensuring schools are operational under COVID-19. Schools were operational once they complied with all the necessary COVID-19 health and safety protocols, including maintaining hygiene standards and managing social distancing. Schools managed to resume schooling in the designated grades and monitored attendance of learners and educators. Additionally, the department provided infrastructure in response to COVID-19 and prioritized emergency repairs and renovations due to burglaries, vandalism, and arson attack. The supply of water, including additional water tankers, and supply of sanitation, including chemical toilets. The provision of mobile classroom units to supply additional learning space for appropriate social distance and provision of secure perimeter fencing. Due to schools having impacted by COVID-19 regulation that ensued, the curriculum was adapted to make up for time lost during the lockdown period. In response to COVID-19, online teacher development and training, implementation of a trimmed curriculum was prioritized. With respect to infrastructure development, the committee noted all the completed new schools were provided with all the needed spaces that are in line with appropriate norms and standards of school buildings. Improving conditions at schools by focusing on their functionality. The committee noted that 7 schools are under construction. These include 3 new schools that are planned for completion during the current financial year. In the list, the department provided its reports that replacement schools are also targeted. However, due to delay of works, due to school closures and COVID-19 cases, the project completion dates have been negatively affected. Generally, the department's performance in the quarter under review is fair when considering the outputs and the financial performance of various programs as reported. The department, as I've indicated earlier, spent 22.8 out of 54.4, which is 42% of spending at vote level. The spending patterns in the second quarter suggest that the department has put in place sufficient measures across various programs to achieve its 2021 financial objective, especially in Program 2. However, the department did not achieve it in a number of key areas, such as the refurbishment of classrooms as smart classrooms and the number of youth placed in industries. Can the House also note that areas that I will not be reading be considered as red? Moving to committee concerns and findings. The committee is concerned about the number of vacancies at head office and district office that are not filled during the quarter under review. The committee is concerned about the vacant principals and deputy principal positions in the province, as well as the way in which the acting principals are appointed. With respect to youth brigades, the committee is concerned with the payment of stipends is not being executed timelessly. The committee is concerned about the non-payment or delays in invoices to SMMEs during the quarter under review. With respect to Eqinisweni Secondary School, the committee noted with concern that the school is in need of an urgent intervention regarding infrastructure. The committee is concerned with the department that the department did not report on progress made in respect of the conditional grant within PSSE. Proposed committee recommendations. The department to provide a progress report on the filling of vacancies at the head office and district offices. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February. The department to provide progress report regarding the vacant principal and deputy principal positions in the province. Also, the department to provide the committee with the turnaround times of how long it takes to fill this position. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. With respect to youth brigades, the department to provide the committee with progress report regarding payment of stipend, taking into consideration the number of complaints it has received. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of December. We must avoid a Black Christmas for these brigades. The department to provide a progress report regarding the non-payment or delays of invoices to SMMEs during the quarter under review. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. With respect to Eqinisweni Secondary School, the department to provide a progress report on what urgent interventions or plans to be put in place regarding infrastructure challenges at the school. A progress report should be submitted on the 1st of February. The department to provide committee with progress report regarding the conditional grant within PSSE. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. In acknowledgement, the committee wishes to thank the MEC Odumo Banyazali Sufi and his senior official, the HOD, for the presentation of the second quarterly report and the substantial and sustained efforts they have made to inform the committee on the details of the quarterly reported. Furthermore, we want to thank our last born, wish a happy birthday, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Ramulifa, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Duval Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. Furthermore, the committee would want to thank Group Coordinator, Ms. Mbalo, Panzwa Mbalo, Ms. Sekina Nenweli, the Senior Coordinator, Charlene Gaya, and the team, as outlined there. In adoption of the report in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report on the Gauteng Department of Education second quarterly report for the 2020-21 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me get the second to the report.
Member Hassan.
Deputy Chairperson of Committees, I rise to second the report. Thank you very much.
And to thank the chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 And
Yes.
all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary read the 11th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 11th order of the day is Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture, including its entity for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call the chairperson, Ntate Macheke, table the report.
On behalf of the committee, I'll be tabling the second quarterly report. Ntate Mpapa ke kopa gore part ya report ke sa go itabelang the house e consider gore ke tlabe ke itabolile. Ntate Mpapa, before ke tswella, allow me to join the rest of South Africa in mourning the loss of the Queen of Kwaito, which is Mshoza. Our arts and culture sector have lost an icon in Mshoza. May her soul rest in peace. Under the sports fraternity, we've lost Ntate Anele, who's our former Bafana Bafana and Mamelodi Sundowns player. Internationally, we've lost our international icon, Ntate Diego Maradona, who in 1986 single-handedly gave Argentina the World Cup. On that note, let me also congratulate Moraka Swallows in being #1 on the DSTV PSL. It's indeed great for Moraka Swallows to be performing in the manner in which they are performing, considering that Gauteng we have lost 2 teams, which is Wits and Highlands Park. But however, we are worried as a committee that the performance of Kaizer Chiefs must be looked at, because we don't want
you only have 10 minutes to
and ultimately lose Kaizer Chiefs to relegation. We call upon Kaizer Chiefs to improve. Let me focus on the report. Deputy Chair of Chairs, as I got disturbed by the socks, but I understand.
Protected, continue.
Thank you, Ntate Mpapa. During the current financial year, the department received a total budget appropriation of 902,603 million and spent 334,072,000 at the end of the quarter, under review, which counts for 37.01% of the annual allocation. The quarter allocated budget was 464,000, and the department managed to spend 231,944,000, representing 99.78%, which is within the acceptable treasury regulations. However, Program 2 and 4 slightly underspent their quota allocation, while all programs have underspent their annual allocated budget. The Gauteng Film Commission received a quota allocation of 11.148 thousand and spent 7.7 million, reflecting 69 expenditure, which is 31% underspending. The administration program received an allocation of 31.6 for the quarter under review, and at the end of the quarter, an amount of 32.8 million was spent, reflecting an expenditure of 103.83%. The Cultural Affairs Program received a quota allocation of 34.9 million, and of this, an amount of 31.1 million was spent. The Library and Archival Services Program received a quota allocation of 138 million and spent 141 million, reflecting a 102% expenditure, which marks an overspending of 2.43%. The Sports and Recreation Program received a quota allocation of 27.6 and spent 26.3 million. This is a 95.3 expenditure and underspending of 4.7%. The department attributed this to delays in the finalization of the Gauteng Relief Fund, audit transfers, and adjudication processes. When it comes to service delivery performance indicators, the department has set 66 targets for this quarter and achieved 37, which is 56% performance. The administration program underperformed by 43, while Cultural Affairs Program only achieved 45% of the set target, quota targets. Out of the 7 targets for Library and Archival Services Program, 6 were achieved, representing 86%. The Sport and Recreation Program had 16 targets for a quarter and 10% were achieved. Under committee concerns, there were delays experienced in the finalization and adjudication processes of the Gauteng Relief Fund. 2, the department failed to comply with the Treasury regulations of paying service providers within 15 days upon receiving invoices. They managed to achieve 75.5 compliance, which is a decline when compared to 79.2 achieved in the previous quarter. The department planned to support 9 municipalities to improve delivery of community library services in the province. However, the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality was not supported. The delays experienced by the department in finalizing the infrastructure projects. On committee recommendations, the committee proposed the following recommendation, and all these recommendations should be responded to the committee by 29th of January 2021. 1, provide the committee with progress report on the Gauteng Relief Fund. 2, submit a plan to ensure that all service providers are paid within 15 days upon receiving invoices. A plan should be provided. Provide progress report regarding the services level agreement between the department and City of Tshwane for the provision of community library services. On acknowledgement, the committee wishes to thank MEC Wodumo Kombi MEC Malikhlope, our new from the box head of department, Ms. Khopole Masisi, and senior officials from the department for the presentation of the 2021 second quarter report. Sorry. I'm sorry about that. The committee appreciates the diligent deliberations of the Honorable Chairperson, Macheke, Honorable Members, Tate Zara Letwalo, Tate Tulani Grofu, Tate Mudise, Tate Chabalala, Tate More, Me Masemola, Tate Titangano, Merecha Debe, and our dedicated pastor, Tate Adams. The committee also would like to thank the committee support staff led by Ms. Bantwambalo, our senior committee coordinator, our senior committee researcher, Dr. Neneli, committee coordinator, Ospidile Sigubulu, committee researcher, Meshikwana, committee administrator, Tate Dubula, information officer, Jenny Kiewicz, communication officer, and Tate Dikola, public participation officer, and Tate Moslala, Hansa Tarekora, Mr. Makwela, and service officer Mema Mabolo for their role throughout the process. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, Rule C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Culture and Recreation recommends to the House for the adoption of the second quarterly report with all its recommendations. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me get if there's any seconder.
I second the Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. All those in favor say yes.
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 And all those who are not in favor say no. So the ayes have it. The Secretary, can you read the 12th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 12th order of the day is Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Committee's Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the Chairperson, May Lasindwa.
Good morning, Chairperson of Committees, the presiding officers and the Premier. Honorable members, I'm going to table the second quarterly performance report on behalf of the Committee of Economic Development. Apologies, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, please, may I request the House to regard the part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as read. On behalf of the committee, I'm presenting on the executive summary. The Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development Portfolio Committee exercises oversight and scrutiny on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, herein referred as the department and its entities. The committee noted that the department was allocated an amount of 1.9 billion for the 2020-2021 financial year. However, in the quarter under review, the department budgeted an amount of 476.8 million for the quarter, and that a total amount of 260 million was spent, which represent or translate the spending to 54.53%. The committee noted the department reported on the APP targets achieved by both the department and the entities. In light of this, the department attained 4 out of 5 targets in the quarter under review, and this constitutes 80% of the attainment of the target. This is a reflection as an improvement by the department in comparison with the previous quarter, wherein 4 out of 6 targets were attained, which constituted 66.67%. The committee is concerned that the targets within the department remain low, noting that agencies are reporting independently and entities have indicated that many of the targets are demand-driven targets and have removed them from the APP and relegating the operational plans. In light of this, the committee is of the view that operational plans should be submitted on all demand-driven plans, and in particular from the Gauteng Liquor Board and Consumer Affairs Unit that are currently under-reporting. On agency oversight, the committee noted that 31 out of 43 set targets were attained of the departmental entities. This constitutes 70.9% of the attainment of the target. The committee is of the view that agencies should play a crucial role in creating necessary jobs, noting the increase in number of unemployment, particularly in the background of COVID-19 heavy lockdown. The committee will continue to monitor the implementation of the projects and programs that are aimed at creating sustainable jobs and further evaluate the impact of the lives of people in Gauteng. The committee noted the poorest performing entity in the quarter under review, which is Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, has planned targets relating to supporting MMEs within the financial year, and non-financial support were not attained. The committee could only conclude that the targets not achieved by JEP were possibly because of the management vacuum within the entity. The committee is concerned that JEP did not support many small businesses during the lockdown period. In light of this, JEP will be placed under considerable scrutiny and oversight, as it is key in supporting SMME and also ensuring that the 250 million fund allocated to the entity for the COVID-19 relief intervention is dispersed accordingly. The committee is of the view that the filling of crucial vacancies including those within agencies, should be finalized as many positions are underway of being filled. This will enable the department to enhance its performance and in spearheading service delivery and ensuring creation of sustainable jobs. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, on committee recommendation and committee findings, the committee is concerned about 1, the Gauteng Gambling Board automative system, which is still not functional despite it being launched in the previous or in the 5th administration. The Gauteng Liquor Board that does not have adequate liquor license inspectors to oversee inspections during lockdown, COVID-19, and beyond the pandemic. The lack of information shared by the Department of Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, including the inaction by the entity on the disbursement of the 250 million intended for assisting SMMEs as a result of the COVID-19. The non-implementation of the committee recommendation relating to the appointment of the CEO and the COO by JEB. Number 5, the non-implementation of the recommendations emanating from the Mkhabela Forensic Investigation Report related to JEB, and further concerning for the committee is that the report has not yet been published. Number 6, that the recovery plan on making Gauteng a destiny for a choice has not been developed by the Gauteng Tourism Agency. On recommendations, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, all recommendations should be responded to by the department by the 29th of January, unless stated otherwise in the committee recommendations. On Gauteng Liquor Board should ensure that the automated system is fully operational by the end of the 4th quarter 2020 financial year. That the department should support and endorse GLB's request to the HOD for the approval of liquor inspectors to work outside normal working hours as an interim intervention to enable the GLB to enforce liquor compliance after the normal trading hours. This should include weekends and holidays, in particular during the upcoming festive season under COVID-19 Level 1 regulations and beyond the pandemic. The interim internal arrangement should be made and its implementation should be guided by all the labor relations requirement. A report should be submitted to the committee. On Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, GEP should provide the committee with a report related to disbursement of the 250 million intended for COVID-19 relief to SMMEs. The information required should include the number of business assisted, including the regions that these businesses are located, as well as sectors they belong to. The disbursement of funds should be concluded by the end of the 3rd quarter. In the detailed report, the committee should be appraised by JEB on the number of jobs saved or created through the investment of these funds, as there should be value for money, including accountability of the funds allocated. JEB should ensure that position of the CEO and the COO are filled by the 31st of December. Furthermore, the entity should furnish the committee with the detailed report why the entity failed to adhere to the committee previous recommendation in filling these vacancies. The committee should also be informed on why the entity has not been able to headhunt suitable candidates for the 2 vacant positions by the end of September, as this was their commitment to the committee. JEB should publish the findings stemming from the Mkhabela Forensic Investigation Report and also outline the recommendations from that report. The report should further outline the progress on the implementation of the recommendations. On Gauteng Tourism, that Gauteng Tourism Agency should submit a plan to the committee detailing the entity's plan to recover from the effects of COVID-19, and that will also place Gauteng as a destination of choice for foreign and domestic tourists. The plan should include the number of intended real permanent jobs to be created through all industries within the sector. On acknowledgement, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as the MEC, Mayor Murakane, and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during the deliberations of the second quarterly performance report. Gratitude goes to honorable members of the committee, Member Makubela, Member Hassan, Member Mngube, Member Ghana, Member Silias, Member Chitangano, Member Hoffman, Member Adams, Member Nkosi Malobane. Further appreciations go to alternative members of the committee, Honorable Engelbrecht and Honorable Tong. It is an honor to lead such a hard-working committee. Appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons, Mr. Mudibe, Dr. Malapane, Ms. Makubela, Mr. Mabuza, Mr. Skosana, Ms. Mampe, Ms. Makubatsi, Ms. Mgati, Mr. Baloyi, Public Participation, Tate Dlomo, and Ms. Nklapo, Communication Officer, Tate Ndo, Information Officer, Ms. Nevinyu, for their devoted assistance. On adoption, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, after due consideration, the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development and its entities' second quarterly performance. In terms of Rule 117, Section 2, Subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents this report to the House for adoption. I thank you, Deputy Chairperson of Committees.
Thank you very much. Let me get, is there any seconder to the report?
I second, Chairperson, Member Silia.
Thank you. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, can you read the 13th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The 13th order of the day is Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report, the second quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. May Chairperson Lasindo again table the committee report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees. Chairperson of Committees, may I request that the House regard the parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read. I'm starting on the executive summary. The Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development presents its oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development for 2020-2021 financial year. The second quarter of 2020-21 financial year coincide with the easing of lockdown regulations related to COVID-19 from level 3 to level 1. The relaxation of the lockdown regulations was aimed at opening the economic activities with the view to revive the indisposed economy. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development adjusted appropriation budget reduced by 5.6%, moving from 1.2 billion to 964 million. In response to the plea by national government for extra funds to be channeled towards the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. The department spent 204 million of the projected quota appropriation, which was 232 million, which is equivalent to 86.96% of the budget of the quota. The administration program spent 67 million, which represent 106 of the allocated budget. The Agriculture and Rural Development Program spent 74 million, which represent 79% of the allocated budget. The Environment Affairs Program spent 62 million, which represent 82% of the allocated budget in the quota. The year-to-date affect the budget utilization for all three programs means that it is only the administration program that is at the level consumable within time in the budget cycle of 50% of expenditure, whereas the agriculture and rural development as well as environment affairs programs have retained concerning expenditure levels of 31% and 44% respectively. This with just 2 more quotas. Apologies, Deputy Chair, I'm using a phone. This with just 2 more quotas to go before the end of the financial year. The committee noted with a concern that there has been a battle with meeting the several targets. The messages are coming in. Apologies, Deputy Speaker, I'm using a phone, so when the message comes in, it blocks my page. The committee noted concern that there has been battle with the several quota targets, which has impacted service delivery and attainment of 77% of the annual performance targets of the department. The financial performance of the department during the quarter under review paints a rather concerning picture with an expenditure for the programs at the forefront of service delivery, not expanding their budget to the level required at this time of the cycle. It is important that the department utilizes its budget for the benefit of the province, and especially because agriculture is a workforce-intense career, it should help ease the high unemployment rate in the country. The committee noted with concern as the procurement target for businesses owned by people with disability was not met. Less youth and people with disability businesses transacted with the department through procurement of goods and services. The department reported that they will put measures in place to pursue a more targeted approach towards businesses owned by youth and people with disability. The committee has continuously observed the lack of project management from the department in the previous year. The department has lacked in completing infrastructure capital funded project and spending in goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. The committee further noted with concern on the lack of the agricultural support to sustaining smallholder women, youth farmers in order for them to function optimally, even through the government declared agriculture as an essential services during the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee notes its concern as the department has consistently been underperforming even before the COVID-19 pandemic. The committee encourages the department to ensure that service delivery mandates are achieved. On committee findings and committee recommendations, the committee is concerned with respect to the GOD, that is youth, women and youth, people with disability spending. The committee is concerned that the department has underachieved its target for the business owned by youth, people with disability. With respect to TEPO 1 million, regarding the township economy revitalization, the committee is concerned with the underachievement and the implementation, therefore, of this program. With respect to the program performance, specifically Program 2 and Program 3, the committee is concerned with continuous failure to align its budget within its planned targets, as under expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development and environment affairs program. With respect to project management, the committee is concerned with the lack of project management, in particular, completion of infrastructure capital projects and spending in goods and services due to tender processes. Lack of operational plans to ensure proper maintenance of Seikerbos Nature Reserve. Lack of agricultural support to sustain smallholder women, youth farmers in order for them to function optimally, even through the government declared agriculture as an essential service during COVID-19. The committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the department should respond to all these recommendations by the 26th of February. The department to provide a progress report on the targeted approach to business entities of people with disability. The department should provide a comprehensive quarterly report on the implementation of township economy revitalization to support their planned targets of 40% on spending on townships. The department to provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on progress on how planned targets are achieved and the budget is spent on planned projects. The department to provide a report on how their structural plan in monitoring their tender management system is operational, updated on improvements on the project management. A detailed report that will give a solution on how the nature reserve will be maintained, that is Sekerbos Nature Reserve. Provide a committee with a detailed plan enhancing functionality of subsistence smallholder farmers and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient support to enhance producing and marketing of their produce during the COVID-19 pandemic. On acknowledgement, Chairperson of Committees, the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Agriculture, Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC of Economic Development and Agriculture, Rural Development, Mayor Musupye, the head of department, Mayor Kasela, and her officials. The acting, I think there's something wrong. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the committee, Member Hassan, Member Makubela, Member Mngube, Member Ghana, Member Silias, Member Chitangano, Member Wolfman, Member Adams. Further appreciation goes to the alternative members of the committee, Member Engelbrecht, Member Tong. It is an honor to lead such a hardworking team. Furthermore, Chairperson of Committee, I would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff: Mr. Mudibe, Mr. Mabuza, Ms. Makubela, Dr. Malapane, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. Skosana, Ms. Mampe, Ms. Mgadi, Ms. Makubatsi, Mr. Baloyi, and Ms. Azundini, Mr. Ndou, and Ms. Mshapo, Mr. Jomo, for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, after due consideration, the Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee adopted the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection C, read together with 164, the committee presents oversight report performance for the department for the adoption by the House. Thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me get, is there any seconder?
Member Hassan, I move to second.
Thank you. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes, yes.
And then all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, can you read the 14th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the chairperson. Ntate Kamini.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Executive, leaders of political parties, Honorable members. Chair, I'm using the same gadget here. If I switch off my video, you must pardon me. I will also ask that the parts of the report that have not read be taken as read. The Gauteng Provincial Legislature continue to hold the executive to account, encourage public participation, pass laws, and ensure there is cooperative governance during the quarter under review. The House and the committees supported the implementation of the sector oversight model imperatives. Several planned targets could not be achieved, and this is attributed to several factors such as the declaration of COVID-19 as a national disaster. Since then, many significant consequential announcements have been made relating to restrictions on movement, business activity, travel, and other matters. In terms of summary of the GPL achievements for the period under review, a total of 16 performance targets were set. Of these, 11 were achieved and 5 were not achieved. This constitutes 69% achievement of the performance target for Q2 and 31% non-achievement. The one performance target that was not achieved under strategic one outcome relates to the consideration of the responses of the resolutions by the committees. Performance deviation reported under the strategic outcome 2 is with respect to the approved regulations which could not be realized due to a lack of regulation referred to the legislature for scrutiny by the executive. There were a total of 7 performance targets that were planned for this quarter. Only 4 were achieved under strategic outcome 5. The 3 performance target not achieved relates to 88% achievement of the APP targets, the Transversal Mainstreaming Initiative and Development and approval of the 5-year ITC strategy implementation plan. In terms of the budget expenditure performance for the quarter under review, the GPL allocated a total amount of 157 million and managed to spend 131 million. This represents 83% expenditure pattern for the quarter under review. Overall, while the GPL needs to ensure effective spending in line with planned targets, the institution has achieved 88% of the planned targets with a budget spend of 83%. The main challenges that led to underspending of 17% are compensation of employees, which underspent by 6.4 million due to unfilled vacancies. Goods and services underspent by 19.4 million due to committee activities that could not be undertaken due to COVID-19 and the declaration of state of disaster, delays to in-submission of invoices by service providers for activities that were implemented, and advertising. Payment for capital asset also underspent by 945,000. Committee for a recommendation with respect to capacitation of the institution. The committee is concerned that GPL did not report the following: detailed information on the current vacancies, current vacancy rate, current acting position at all staff level, termination during the period. Detailed information on the GOD HDI empowerment for the period under review. Detailed information on any suspension for the period under review. The committee noted with concern the delay regarding renewal of trade of tools for members. Committee recommendations. The committee recommends that the GPL submit the following by the 31st of January 2021, a report on the following: detailed information on the current vacancies, current vacancy rates, current acting position at all staff level, termination during the period under review, detailed information of the GOD HDI empowerment for the period under review, detailed information on the suspension for the period under review, a report on when the tools of trade of members will be renewed. Acknowledgements. The committee would like to acknowledge the hardworking members of the honorable members of the committee, and also acknowledge the cooperation of the Premier, Honorable Speaker, Honorable N.L. Mehweb and the Provincial Secretary and your senior executives, and also the following honorable members: Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Hassan, happy blessed birthday, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Samang, Honorable Broom, Honorable Mokwebo, Honorable Mabala, and Honorable Bishop Adams. And also would like to acknowledge the hardworking team, Ms. Vas, Ms. Lamini, Ms. Montisi, Ms. Makato, Mr. Mokhalel, Mr. Mtagane, Ms. Netivuyu, and Mr. Simelane, Mr. Sitole, Ms. Soni, Ms. Zondo, Ms. Singh, and Ms. Nkatisi, and Mr. S. Simelane. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously in accordance with Rule 164. The committee presents the report for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Let me get, is there a second?
A second, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And all those who are not in favor say no. Yes, the yes have it. The Secretary read the 15th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Office of the Premier for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call upon Ntate Dlamini again present the committee report. Unmute, Dr. Dlamini. Can you unmute?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I've already greeted you in the first report. Can I also be allowed to just read the executive summary and the other parts of the report be taken as read? In terms of the non-financial performance, Program 1, Administration achieved 8 out of 10 targets planned for the quarter under review. Program 2, Institutional Development achieved all 21 targets, which is an improvement from the 10 targets achieved in the first quarter. Program 3, Policy and Governance achieved 15 out of its 19 targets in the quarter under review. The Office of the Premier's programmatic financial performance highlighted that Program 1, Administration, underspent by 19% on its allocated budget. Program 3, Policy and Governance, reported 24% underspending, while Program 2, Institutional Development, reported 23% overspending of the allocated budget in the quarter under review. The committee is of the view that the Office of the Premier's overall performance was satisfactory in all its programs, even under imposed restrictions due to COVID-19, and it managed to achieve 88% APP targets in the quarter under review, as opposed to 65% in the previous quarter. The committee has noted with concern the underperformance of the 4 pillars of TEPO 1 million in the quarter under review as a result of the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions and the reduced opportunities in the private sector. The committee is of the view that TEPO 1 million was not productive even before COVID-19 lockdown. Marketing and branding of TEPO 1 million is long overdue for public awareness and to clarify perceptions and misconceptions about the goals and objectives of this program. The committee notes that the office is in the process of developing a comprehensive program that will seek to improve brand awareness of this program. It is further noted that the release of the jobs stimulus package by the Presidency would be of assistance, and TEPO 1 million has submitted a proposal, and upon approval by the National Treasury, all identified projects will be implemented before the end of 2021. It is further noted that TEPO 1 million is anticipated to benefit from the GPG Economic Recovery Plan led by Premier to ensure economic acceleration and investment to fast-track all major infrastructure projects, starting with Tshwane SEZ, as well as installations, repairs and maintenance. The Office of the Premier explained that the Township Development Bill is also crucial for TEPO 1 million, as it would create new opportunities that could employ young people. In order to assess and ensure the achievement of GOD targets, the Office of the Premier should provide detailed reporting on these targeted groups across the GPG departments going forward. Furthermore, the institutionalization of gender-responsive planning is welcome, as it would ensure that the rights of the marginalized groups are promoted and created for. The Provincial Economic Recovery Plan, which is aligned to the national plan, is necessary as communities are in desperate and dire conditions brought about by the COVID-19 lockdown restrictions, and will await the Office of the Premier to share with the committee the findings and recommendations. The committee is concerned about TEPO 1 million program poor performance, which is not producing desired outcomes, and this trend started prior to the COVID-19 outbreak. Based on the information set out herein above, as well as the committee's concern, the committee therefore recommends as follows: that the Office of the Premier should provide the committee with a report on the alternative plans and mechanisms that the office has put in place to enhance the performance of TEPO 1 million program to ensure that the outcome is felt on the ground. The report should further entail the actual targets achieved since the inception of the program, to validate the location of the TEPO 1 million beneficiaries, the types of opportunities beneficiaries received, the number of men and women who benefited from this program, what is the backlog, and what are the plans that are in place to catch up with the placement that needs to be rolled out. Acknowledgement: the committee would like to acknowledge the cooperation of the Premier Honorable David Makura and the Director General, Ms. P. Baleni, and senior officials. I'd also like to acknowledge members of the committee and the support staff. In accordance with Rules 164, the standing rules of the GPL, the committee hereby present the report on the House for adoption. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get, is there any seconder to the report?
Deputy Chair of Committees, I rise to second the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Let's go to the secretary. Read the 16th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the acting chairperson, Mayor Nkosi Malobane. Mayor Nkosi Malobane, present the report. Maybe she's really encountering problems where she is. Let me move to the secretary to read the 17th order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Social Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call the chairperson, May Kekana.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to the Premier, members of the Executive, honorable members, and Gauteng residents, as well as officials of the GPGS and the legislature. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I would like to request the House to take other parts of the report that I'm not going to read as read, and will only focus on the executive summary, committee's concerns, the proposed recommendations, acknowledgements, as well as the adoption. I, Refilwe Kekana, chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development, hereby tables the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2021 financial year as follows. Can I request a member Fasia to please mute? Thank you, Member Fasia. On the executive summary, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department's priorities are guided by a number of strategic imperatives to embrace the growing Gauteng Together Vision 2030, the Gauteng City Region, the 10-pillar program of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, and the accelerated social transformation strategy, which is aimed to ultimately culminate in the realization of the NDP priorities. In pursuit of realizing its vision of building a caring society, the department continues to provide comprehensive, integrated, sustainable, and quality social development services. The department focuses on strengthening intervention programs, strengthening the implementation of varied initiatives that respond to the psychosocial needs of various targeted vulnerable groups, and the improvement of governance issues. Most of the services are rendered in partnership with non-profit organizations and non-governmental organizations funded by the department. The department has been allocated an amount of 5.823 billion and has spent 2.517 billion, which represents 43% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. On program 1, which is administration, the department spent 44% of the allocated budget, and program 2, social welfare services, they spent 45%, And on program 3, the children and families, they spend 39%. On program 4, the restorative services, they spend 42%. And on program 5, which is development and research, they spend 54% of the allocated budget by the end of the quarter under review. The committee acknowledged that the department's overall performance during the period under review is 58%, with 23% of the budget allocation being spent in the second quarter. The committee acknowledged that during the period under review, 5,110 youth participated in entrepreneurship programs, while 15,119 participated in the skills development programs and 83 participated in the youth mobilization program. The committee also noted that the number of older persons accessing residential facilities has reached 5,887 as compared to the planned target of 6,581 by the end of the quarter under review. The committee further noted that the number of persons with disabilities accessing services in protective workshops has reached 1,703 as compared to the planned target of 4,476 by the end of the quarter under review. The committee acknowledged with appreciation that the department has put plans in place to improve the management of homeless shelters and also to reduce the number of these shelters from 42 to 24, and that the affected beneficiaries will be relocated to other shelters and others will be reunited with their families. On the portfolio committee's concerns, the committee is concerned with the under expenditure due to the delays in the filling of vacant posts and the closure of the Father's Mangaliso Mkhatshwa Child and Youth Care Center. It's also concerned with the delays in the completion of the Harankua Rearabilwe Child and Youth Care Center office block. On the proposed committee recommendations, the committee recommends as follows: that the department should provide the committee with a detailed report with realistic timelines on the filling of vacant posts to avoid under expenditure in the next quarter. And the report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The department should provide the committee with a progress report on the work done since the temporary closure of the Father's Mangaliso Mkhatshwa Child and Youth Care Center. The report should include areas that are contributing to the under expenditure in the department and should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The department should provide the committee with a detailed report on the completion or on the progress on the completion of the office block at the Harankua Rearabilwe Child and Youth Care Center. And this report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. And I would like to acknowledge the following people. Firstly, the MEC for Social Development, Honorable Dr. Nomathemba Moketi, the HOD, and the officials of the department for their cooperation during our deliberations on this report. I would also like to express my appreciation to members of the committee, Member Magagula, Member Nseke, Member Ndlovana, Member Adams, Member Ledwaba, Member Bosch, Member Mofama, as well as Member Badenhorst for their commitment to the oversight process. I commend them for their diligence during these deliberations on the second quarter report, and would also like to thank the officials that support the committee, Mr. Ngwala, Ms. Zuziwe Panswambalo, Ms. Sakina Menweli, Ms. Siyabonga Buthelezi, Mr. John Muloi, Ms. T. Nzuge, Dingwenya, and Ntebi El Mantata K. Kulu, and Makwela for their dedication in assisting the committee to achieve its mandate. On adoption, Deputy Chair of Chairs, after extensive deliberations, the Social Development Portfolio Committee adopted the second quarter performance report of the Department of Social Development for the 2020-21 financial year. And in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164, the Social Development Portfolio Committee tables the report to the House for consideration and adoption, considering the concerns and the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Let me thank you. Let me call for the seconder to the report.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, Member Mfeche, I rise to second the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now put a question. All those in favor of this report say yes.
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 Yes. Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Now, the secretary, can we go back to the 16th order? The acting chairperson is ready. Can you read that order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2020-2021 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call upon the acting chairperson, Nkosi Malobane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon to our honorable members. The Chair, I will present the report of the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety. I also request that some of the parts of the report that I won't be reading be considered as tabled in the House and included in the final report of the House. The Community Safety Committee tables its oversight report of the second quarter performance report of the Gauteng Department of Community Safety for 2021 financial year. The department received a total allocation of 390 million for 2021 financial year to date. 492 million was spent. Was spent, representing a 53% of the overall expenditure. For the quarter under review, the department has spent 230.4 million out of the budget appropriation of 243.2 million, marking 95 expenditure for the quarter under review. The three programs expenditure was as follows. Program 1, administration has spent 32.5 million of its appropriation budget of 48.2 million for the quarter under review, marking 67% expenditure. Expenditure at the end of the quarter under review was 69.6 million, marking 42% expenditure. Program 2, Provincial Secretariat had spent 21.5 million of the 68.6 million, which was a budget. The overall annual expenditure at the end of the second quarter was 67.7 million, marking a 27% expenditure. The program 3, traffic management, has a budget of 126.4 million for the quarter under review. This marked as 83 achievement of target. The committee noted the report that a recovery plan has been put in place to achieve 17% of the outstanding targets. The committee welcomes the recruitment of 254 gender-based violence brigades. The brigades are intended to strengthen support to the gender-based violence program. The committee also welcomes the department's effort to finally have the second Ikayele Temba based in Everton operational. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the department finalize the rollout of green door houses. This will strengthen support to victims of gender-based violence and ensure easy access to services. The committee noted that the department continued with its intervention focusing on crime prevention and road safety. The department reported that various operations were conducted which included K78 roadblocks, monitoring of public and private transport, and high-impact operational conducted with other law enforcement agencies. This resulted to the arrest of 209 drivers for driving above the speed limit, whilst 11 suspects were arrested for possession of unlicensed firearms and ammunition, and these suspects were also linked to murder cases related to taxi violence in the province. Moreover, the department reported a reduction on fatal crashes and road fatalities by 30% and 31% respectively. Furthermore, the committee noted that 55 high-powered vehicles were procured with the first batch to be delivered in December 2020 and the remainder to be delivered in January 2021. Additionally, 4 mobile police stations were procured. The procurement of these vehicles and mobile stations is intended to improve policing efforts to achieve crime reduction. The committee also considered the Gauteng second quarter crime statistics report for the 2021 financial year. The report demonstrated an overall decrease of 16% in crime when compared to the same period in the 2019-20 financial year. Contract crime recorded an overall decrease of 11.1%, with murder decreased by 10.1%, attempted murder decreased by 2.2%, assault GBH decreased by 10.4%, common assault decreased by 4.7%, robbery aggravating decreased by 13.2%, common robbery decreased by 23.3%, and sexual offences decreased by 12.2%. In the subcategories of robbery aggravated, car hijacking increased by 5%. Unfortunately, truck hijacking increased by 52.1%, house robbery increased by 2%, whilst business robbery decreased by 13.3%. Robbery of cash in transit increased from 13 cases in the same period in 2019 to 27 cases in 2020-21, marking a 107.7% increase. A breakdown of total sexual offences depicted a 14.7% decrease on rape cases, 6.2% decrease on attempted rape, 1.3% decrease on sexual assault, and 11.1% decrease on contact sexual offences. Whilst the committee welcomed the decrease in most crime categories, it is concerned that the level of crime remains high in the province. Gauteng contributed 27.5% of the national crime statistics. Chair, I will then move to the concerns of the committee. I won't go to other areas of the report, Chair. In terms of the findings and recommendations and implication on lawmaking, the committee findings concerned are as follows. The inability by the department to conduct quarterly review session with law enforcement agencies. We have actually discovered that the last quarterly review session that was held was actually more than a year ago. Actually, we're going for 2 years there now that there's no quarterly review sessions. The inability by the department to fully roll out the green door houses as promised or planned by the department, the expenditure trends within programs 2 and 3, and the most important one being presently under spending. The failure to meet target to train 300 CPF members and patrollers. The committee noted that 237 unannounced and 55 announced station visits were conducted, as well as 55 assessments on police compliance with the Domestic Violence Act. Although the committee noted the decrease in most crime categories, it is
You're muted, Chair. Can you unmute? Just yeah. Yeah.
Someone decided to switch it off, Chair. But anyway, it's fine. The department, in terms of recommendations, the department must ensure that quarterly review sessions are conducted as intended, and reports on the outcome of the sessions be submitted to the committee. The department must develop and implement the necessary intervention measures to fully achieve the rollout of green doors and report on the outcomes. The department must develop and implement control measures to manage the under expenditure in the program 2 and the over expenditure in the program 3, and report to the success of the implemented measures. The department must speedily finalize the process, finding a service provider for the training of CPFs and patrollers to ensure that these structures are adequately capacitated to perform their duties diligently. The department must submit a report on the outcome of its oversight visits to the police stations, including the assessment conducted on compliance with Domestic Violence Act. The department, in consultation with SAPS, must develop improved crime prevention programs, including rural safety program. Moreover, intervention plans aimed to curb sexual-related offences, gender-based violence, and femicide must be intensified, and the department must submit a progress report on this intervention in this regard. The department must submit a report on all the above stated recommendations by the 29th of January 2021. In terms of acknowledgement, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I, the acting chairperson of Committee Safety Portfolio Committee, Sizakele Nkosi Malobane, wish to thank Honorable MEC of Community Safety, Mayor Faith Mazibuko, acting HOD, Mr. Sipota Njagwayo, and their team for their cooperation during the committee assessment of the second quarterly report for the 2020-21 financial year. I further wish to thank members of the committee, Honorable Mhlagaza Manamela, Honorable S. Kanyile, Honorable Shackleton, Honorable Katebe, and Honorable Hoffman for the due diligence in the assessment of the 2021 quarterly report of the Department of Community Safety. Moreover, I also like to thank the following staff members of the Legislature Group Committee Coordinator, Zuziwe Patwambalo, Senior Researcher Sekina Manueli, Committee Coordinator Tabile Malumane, Committee Researcher Babaloma Madise Banda, Committee Administrator Tabiseng Mufukeng, Communications Officer Tebe Kumalo, Hansat Recorder, Sylvester Baloi, Service Officer Ms. Fezega Hoyo, Information Officer Ms. Azwindini Nechi Wuyu, and all support staff for the assistance given in the consideration of this report. In terms of adoption, Chair, in accordance with Rule 1172 in brackets 2 in brackets 3, read together with Rule 164, I, the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on the Committee Safety, hereby recommend to the Committee Oversight Report, hereby recommend that the Committee Oversight Report on the Department of Community Safety second quarter report for 2020-21 financial year be adopted by the House, considering the concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report. Do you have any seconder?
I move to second the report, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me pose a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Yes. And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Then the report is adopted by this House. I'm now handing over to the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Chief of Chairs. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of Annual Report of Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I'd like to call upon the Speaker of the Legislature, Mayor Ntombi Mekwe.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker and Chairperson of Committees, the Deputy Chair of Committees, the Premier of Gauteng, members of the Executive Council, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, members of the legislature, distinguished guests, people of Gauteng. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you today in this August House as I introduce the 2019-2020 Gauteng Provincial Legislature Annual Report to the people of Gauteng. This annual report provides an account of the GPL achievements for the period under review. This period marks a period of highs and lows for Gauteng and for South Africa as a whole. In the words of our international icon, the late Tata Nelson Mandela, I wish to quote, Sports have the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire, the power to unite people in a way that little else does. I close quote. In this regard, we are saddened by the sad news that broke late yesterday of the passing of our legendary Argentinian football icon, Diego Armando Maradona, at the age of 60. Maradona was largely regarded as one of the best football players in history. He had achieved cult-like status in his homeland when he led Argentina victory in the 1986 World Cup. We extend our warm thoughts and condolences to his family, friends, loved ones, and fans all over the world. On behalf of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, we'll be sending our heartfelt condolences to his country and family through the Argentinian Embassy. On behalf of Gauteng Legislature, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the family of the late Auditor General, Mr. Kimi Makwetu, his friends, and everyone who had the privilege of working with one of our country's most outstanding public servants who served South Africa with dignity and integrity. His loss comes at a time when we just bid him farewell, as his term was to come to an end as the Auditor General of South Africa, a position which he held for the past 7 years. His recent appointment to the UN Independent Audit Advisory Committee affirms his noticeable commitment and dedication to the auditing profession, which he served with great distinction. As we mourn his passing, we are reminded of the role he played in empowering oversight institutions like Gauteng Legislature to focus on issues that will result in reliable financial statements, credible reporting on service delivery, and compliance with key legislations. In memory of his legacy, we owe it to him to continue where he left off in strengthening accountability on government spending and ensuring that every rand and cent allocated to government institutions is spent on improving the lives of the citizens of our country. To us, Mr. Makwetu was and remains a symbol of good governance, accountability, transparency, and clean administration. We will forever cherish the many lessons he instilled in us, especially on accountability and government spending. To his family, we want to say thank you for sharing him with us. We wish you nothing but peace, comfort, and strength during these difficult times. We have full confidence that the President's appointment of Mr. Kani Malulega will keep up the legacy of the late Mr. Makwetu. Deputy Speaker, today being the 26th of November 2020, we find ourselves in the 5 days of national mourning declared to commemorate and celebrate the lives of those who have lost to the COVID-19 pandemic and to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. Of note is the address by MEC Rally Hoko at an event at the Tutuza police station yesterday and the launch by GPG led by Honorable MEC Mazbugo in Dobsonville yesterday. As GPL, we participated in both activities. As we reflect on a year of much pain and sorrow, it is important as a nation that we honor and remember all those who have succumbed, who are at war. Yes, we are indeed at war, fighting the COVID-19 virus as well as fighting those who have declared war on our women and children. We're at war, but we will not be defeated. We will intensify our fight and continue with our various interventions and strategies to address these issues like we did with apartheid. We will overcome something. The past 2 decades have seen the legislative sector evolve and transform to become a more robust, integrated arm of state that significantly enhanced its capacity for oversight, lawmaking, and public involvement in its affairs. The GPL was at the coalface of these developments through its strategy, research, and continuous innovations to the committee system, as well as focused and effective administrative support machinery for MPLs to interface with the department, civil society, and the people of Gauteng. As I introduce this annual performance report for 2019-20, allow me to note that during the year under review, we have made substantial progress in holding the executive accountable, using various tools and methodologies that have been adopted by the South African legislative sector. The sector oversight model imperatives in support of committee work were achieved. Implementation of some imperatives on the work of the House and its committees has produced 141 oversight reports comprising 64 quarterly, 44 annual, and 18 budget reports, as well as 15 FIS reports. These reports were tabled and adopted by the House, resulting in 842 resolutions being adopted by the House and communicated to the relevant executives for responding. The FIS covered, amongst others, continued oversight in the matters around emerging partnerships in the implementation of the Township Economy Revitalization Strategy, and assessment of the Pick and Pay Market and Spaza Shops model, assessment of the infrastructure development projects within the Sports and Recreation Program, assessment of progress made on the program in reducing crime and pedestrian fatalities in 40 priority police stations in Gauteng. Examination of sound financial management at the influent local municipality, which is pillar number 2 of the Back to Basics. And FIS arising from the budget of the Gauteng Department of Social Development for the 2019-20 financial year. Assessment of the role of the Gauteng Provincial Disaster Management in addressing the sinkholes in the Western District Municipality, in particular in Carltonville, Merafong. And during the 2018-19 financial year, assessing the efficiency of the emergency services in Gauteng, as well as an AFIS report on the Office of the Premier SEPO 1 million program. We had conducted successful house sittings whereby quarterly oversight reports, budget oversight reports, and FIS studies. Reports were tabled and subsequently adopted. The GPL, through its committees, have intensified oversight visits to key service delivery sites to identify and investigate problems and establish processes to resolve these problems at a policy level, including reporting back to the House with recommendations. We have continued to oversee the executive during ensuring that the executive is accountable on how the public money is spent. Accordingly, the effective utilization of oversight tools, including committee hearings, questions, motions, oversight visits, and petitions, was also achieved. In this reporting period, processing of resolutions meant that 842 House resolutions were made and committed to the executive. 556 responses were received from the executive and referred to the respective House committees for oversight purposes, which include tracking the implementation of House resolutions by the provincial departments. The processing of members' questions for oral and written response involve editing the questions for compliance with the standing rules, communicating them to the executive, and publishing them in the question papers. With respect to our lawmaking function, we had remained committed to ensuring that the lawmaking power is exercised in an unbiased and responsive manner to ensure that the people's needs are addressed and satisfied. In this regard, we have made tremendous strides in ensuring that laws are responsive to the needs of the people of Gauteng. We, the GPL, have also continued to develop and implement laws that create an enabling environment to better the lives of the people of Gauteng through consultation processes or public hearings. With respect to cooperative governance, notable improvements have also been made in creating various platforms for public participation to encourage citizens to directly voice their concerns and views and partake in the legislature program. These include sector parliaments, committee outreach programs, and stakeholder engagement. As a legislature, we exist and operate in a network of local, national, and global structures to enhance parliamentary processes and hold the executive accountable. During the period under review, we have participated in various platforms such as the Secretaries Association of the Legislatures of South Africa, the National Speakers Forum, the Provincial Speakers Forum, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. We continued to cooperate with structures such as the Public Participation Offices, non-governmental organization, the Constitution Hill, Commission for Gender Equality, Congress of Traditional Leaders of South Africa, and other bodies supporting democracy. The National Council of Provinces Taking Parliament to the People program, which took place on the 16th to 20th of September 2019, was successfully implemented. It was held under the theme, I quote, building sustainable, responsive and people-centered municipalities, I close quote. The theme for the provincial week was, I quote, celebrating 20 years of the Constitution and the NCOP. With respect to sound administration and fiduciary compliance, the GPL has received an unqualified opinion with findings for 2018-19, which was a regression from the unqualified opinion with no findings achieved in the previous reporting period. This is something that we have not been proud of and have thus not taken lightly. We have remained committed and fully supportive of oversight structures such as AXA and the Oversight Committee of the Premier's Office and the Legislature. To this end, we have scrutinized the recommendations by AXA and have already implemented some of them starting from our 2019-20 and 2020-2021 planning processes. Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, the end of the year under review saw South Africa being included on the list of unfortunate nations that fell victim to the growing COVID-19 pandemic. The bottom line, therefore, is that 2019-2020 financial year has been a year of highs and lows in South Africa. Despite the challenges we've experienced this year, our ongoing commitment and dedication has paid off. The GPL 2019-20 annual performance report was prepared, finalized, and submitted on time in compliance with AXA and other fiduciary prescripts. Further, we've reclaimed our clean audit status by achieving an unqualified opinion with no material findings. If you like, call it a clean audit for 2019-20 financial year. This is indeed noteworthy considering the turbulence that characterized 2020. Despite this achievement, we will not rest, as our common challenge for the current term is to achieve clean governance and to ensure that Gauteng is a better place to stay, work, and play. Despite the lows, I am indeed pleased that we have made substantial achievements on the delivery of our mandates during the period under review. In giving hope to our people, this annual report shows that the GPL has continued to discharge its constitutional mandate of oversight and scrutiny, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance. We have used the respective tools of oversight, and where those may not have been possible due to the lockdown regulations, we have become agile and used available technology to innovate additional ways and means of discharging our mandates. Going forward into the 6th legislature, we'll make stronger efforts through our political and administrative achievements and processes to instill confidence in the people of Gauteng towards realizing our goal of being a legislature that fosters public confidence. Thus, we have taken strong lessons in planning for the 6th legislature and had accordingly taken a business unusual approach by ensuring that there is a strong alignment with relevant provincial, national, and regional global priorities. The strategic planning process has considered the common emerging themes which had been developed into cluster priorities for the committees and ultimately set the scene for committee focus areas. By doing so, the GPL will ensure that all priorities in the GPL planning value chain are legitimate, lead to relevant oversight and towards service delivery in line with government commitments. Going forward, we will continue to build on our successes and learn from our challenges. We remain fully considerate of the impact that the COVID-19 responses may have on our plans and operations. But I am confident that our ongoing performance remains aligned to our approach that service delivery to the people of Gauteng never was and will never be on lockdown. Throughout the next 5 years and beyond, we will continue to be a legislature that fosters public confidence. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Speaker, for that. I call on the Secretary to take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, who's that?
Deputy Speaker.
Yebo.
Can you hear me, Deputy Speaker?
I can hear you. You are interrupting me. What's happening?
Member Mabala is not in the house, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, we'll get to that just now. Can I call the Honorable Premier while we go and search for Member Mabala?
Sorry, I'm in the house. I don't want people to start lying. I mean, why is this member after my name? I'm in the house. What does it mean? I mean, really
Okay,
now.
thank you, Member Mabala. That's registered. You are in the house. Honorable
Please,
Premier,
you must
please,
take a
the stage is
ruling
yours.
against these people, these stupid people.
Order on you also. You can't call people.
Now you're out of order now. Completely out of order. Which is these people?
Then can't be called
Which
stupid.
are these people? No. This woman is out of order.
Mabala,
Which are these
that
people?
language is unparliamentary.
You
You
must
can't
withdraw
call people
with
stupid.
these people.
Welcome, Member Mabala. Welcome. It's very quiet.
Member Mabala, that language is not acceptable. Stupid is not acceptable to refer to members.
I'm not presenting any report. I don't have anything to say. So you must back off, stupid.
Who, myself?
She's repeating again that word.
Member Mabala, that language is not tolerable.
Maybe she does not know the meaning of stupid. Maybe we need to educate her.
She's referring to you now.
What do you want from her?
Member Mabala, that language is not acceptable. Can you withdraw, stupid?
No, why didn't you
You
ask
can't
that
be
person?
undermined by this woman.
What do you want from her?
Member Mabala, before we enter
What's so important about you? Why do you think you are so important that Ragauñak?
No, but
There's
what?
nothing that Ragauñak
Member Mabala, can you withdraw, stupid?
Why mention my name?
Don't withdraw that thing. You can take
Honorable
it.
members,
You
no.
can take us whenever you want.
Honorable Mukwebo, I'm not speaking to member, just member Mabala.
Mañana sartella
Can you withdraw the next stupid?
You started here, she's silent, she's not saying anything, and then you start here because you abuse women.
Member Mukwebo, can you wait? Member Mabala doesn't need defending
no
from
one
you.
abused the woman. You are the one who is saying it. Nobody. Oh, yeah, come on, Tati, man.
I'm not going to be abused. This is 16 days of activism against women and children. And this Machege is always after me. I don't know why, Madam Speaker. You must rule on this. Hey, I'm not going to be
I'll do that, but I'm saying as well, when you refer to us as stupid,
Order, honorable members.
I've never been after you. You are mistaken. Then you are mistaken me. When you come
proceed, please.
Member Machege,
you are
can you
not
settle down?
important for me to be after you.
Member Machege, can you settle down? I'm addressing Member Mabala. Member Mabala doesn't need protection from anybody. I'm addressing her. I'm saying calling us stupid is unparliamentary. It's an insult. Can she withdraw just that? So that I also address why you provoke Member Mabala.
But now you must start with him first, because the thing is, if
Member
I
Mabala,
said he was clever, were you going to take any action against me? I'm not
Member
going to be
Mabala,
abused.
Can I be respected,
allow
please?
I am
I'm
not
saying
scared of
fine.
this
I'm
man.
not saying allow it.
If
I'm
they
saying you
are
are saying
used
what's stupid.
on abusing women wherever they
We are going to
in
address
any
that. I'm saying
environment, we can do
refer to us as
that.
stupid
But
in
it's
the
not
house.
going to happen with me. You must start with
It's
him.
not going to
He
happen.
provoked me. You must start with him.
Member Mabala, you refer to us as stupid. So I'm saying that is unparliamentary. I'm going to get to those who are
refer to you, Deputy Speaker. I didn't refer to you. I said those who are after me.
Because it planned a focus move from the ANC to attack Member Mabala. And I'm not going to allow it as the leader of the ANC.
Don't speak. Member Mabala is fine. She will get to the thing. Honorable Member Mabala, this is not finished. We've not ended this. Can I allow the Premier to speak? We are not going to tolerate a situation whereby we're insulting each other, please. Just because we can. Because all of us can do it, but we are respectful because we
But you must start with Member Machege. You just started out of the blue.
Member
That I'm
Machege,
not in the
I will
house.
come to him for
What
abusing
is
you.
he?
I'm saying when
It's not his
Deputy
business.
Speaker, it
I'm
was
in the
Member
house.
Mudise, not Member Machege.
Okay, Member Mudise, Member Machege, I'll address you. Member Mabala, I will allow the Premier to speak. We are not done on the issue. As well, colleagues, for abusing other colleagues, I will address you. Honorable Premier, can you step in? We're not done with this.
Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Who is that?
I'm being removed.
Yes, you must be removed if you're misbehaving. Member Mabala is going to exit very soon. I want the Premier to speak.
Deputy Speaker, I'm being removed. Why am I being removed here?
Who's addressing me? Lidwaba. But you're still speaking, so it means you're still in the house. Or in the meeting, rather.
I'm being removed here.
Member Lidwaba, I can see your name, Alisela Lidwaba. You're on my screen, so I can see you. Let's proceed, please, colleagues. You misbehave, you are out. Me, I don't have the
Maybe it's no, who's removing me? There's a person who is removing me.
Members, you misbehave, I remove. I'm not going to be debating a lot of
being removed.
When you are there, boss, I can see your name. We can hear you. How are you?
They remove, I reconnect, they remove, and
don't worry, that will be sorted in no time.
They remove, I reconnect. And all I was fine, it's only now.
It go where we'll sort that out now, that technical glitch, but the ones who are going to go out very fast. I will not negotiate discipline myself, you get out. Thank you, Honorable Premier. Can you enter for now? We'll get through the Mabala issue. Can he be taken out, in fact, Member Mabala? Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Okay,
much,
over to you.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to respect how you are chairing the meeting, Madam Deputy Speaker. 10 minutes of my time is already taken. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be very brief because tomorrow I'm presenting the political report. There is no need for me to go into great detail today because the full work of the Gauteng provincial government and the work the Office of the Premier is spearheading in doing that will be covered in tomorrow's report. So I would like to be brief so that the opportunity is given to my colleagues in cabinet who will not be presenting a report tomorrow and they are presenting their reports today. I want to acknowledge the Speaker of the Legislature who's just introduced the Legislature's annual report here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the Chief Whip of the governing party, members of the Executive Council, honorable members, the management team, senior management team in the Office of the Premier, and the people of our province. Firstly, say happy birthday to Honorable Fasiha Hassan. And it is a rare moment to speak in the legislature on the occasion where one of our members is celebrating their birthday. So I join those who say happy birthday, ukhule ukhule, urule urule. I would like to join the Speaker and Member Macheke and the global sporting and football community in mourning the untimely passing of Diego Maradona, one of the world's greatest footballers of the 20th century, who received FIFA's Player of the Century award in 2000, together with Pele. Maradona and Pele are the two greatest players of the century, undisputed, uncontested. Farewell, Diego Maradona, akekho ofana nawe. Honorable members, I would like to just pick up on one or two issues. Firstly, say that do the unusual by starting with commending the report to this House. The Office of the Premier Annual Report of the financial year 2019-2020. I commend the report to this House for the consideration and pick up one or two things in there, and many of this will be elaborated in the political report tomorrow. One of those two things I would like to pick up is that the Office of the Premier is the principal champion in the implementation of the program of the governing party in Gauteng province, the African National Congress of Growing Gauteng Together. And that program, we call it the Program for Transformation, Modernization and Reindustrialization, the detail of which I'll deal with tomorrow. Underpinned by that program is also the promotion of prudent financial management and clean governance, and the active participation of citizens in their affairs, in public affairs, and in governance. In that context, prudent financial management has proved to be one of the hallmarks of the ANC-led administration, particularly during the fifth administration. And this is borne by irrefutable facts. It's not something just in our heads, those of us in the governing party, but the irrefutable facts coming out of the reports of the Auditor General of South Africa, which show that between 2013, between the financial year 2012, 2013, and the 2019-2020, the Office of the Premier has consistently achieved clean audits. But that same report also paints a picture that in Gauteng province, between 2014 and 2019, the number of clean audits improved from 56% to 65%. Now, this is irrefutable. It's the evidence from the Auditor General's report, and may the spirit of Auditor General Kimi Makwetu rest in peace, and his legacy will live very long after he is gone from this world. I emphasize that point just to also give this legislature another fact. Honorable Speaker was making a point about the legislature. In the Gauteng provincial government, the custodians of clean governance and prudent financial management are two. That is the Office of the Premier and Provincial Treasury. Provincial Treasury has the necessary instruments empowered by law to ensure that we run the affairs, financial affairs of the province well. So what is the story of Gauteng? The story of Gauteng is that over the past 7 consecutive years, the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury have obtained clean audits for 7 consecutive years. Since 2012-2013 financial year, up to the 2019-2020 financial, 7 financial years, without exception, the Office of the Premier and the Provincial Treasury have obtained clean audits. So if I was a Swallow supporter, I was going to say that Emisili Sufi, if your team can be a champion for 7 consecutive years, getting the league, you belong somewhere. So
it
we are
sounds like Sundown.
Not 7 consecutive years, yeah, tried. So we are the custodians of clean governance and prudent financial management. We lead by force of example, not by the example of force. I'm saying this because I am concerned, Madam Speaker, that there are a few departments and agencies where there are signs, emerging signs of regression when it comes to prudent financial management and clean governance. And this has to do particularly with supply chain management lapses and human resource appointments, where the laws and the regulations are not being followed. So in the full political report I'll give tomorrow, I will give a bit of detail in that. With regard to the implementation of the program for transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, I had an opportunity on Tuesday when I was answering questions in the legislature to deal with aspects of the Office of the Premier's work, especially questions posed by Member Ngube and Member Hassan, the one on the economy and the other one on empowering those we call the targeted groups, that's GOD. And again, the full report will be given tomorrow in the political report to cover the full scope. We will also cover our work with regard to the contribution of various departments to the township economy. Again, a very important program of the governing party in this province, and in general, how we move the economy of our province forward. How do we deal with social transformation, and how do we deal with spatial transformation, and the actual progress over the last few years. So having said that, and I promised you I will be brief, Honorable Deputy Speaker, for having been kind to stop any interruptions. I will give a lot of details tomorrow. I want to thank, having commended the report to this House, I want to thank members of OCPOL without exception, especially those who are consistent in attending meetings, for their supporting the Office of the Premier. And I also want to thank the presiding officers and honorable members of the Gauteng legislature for continuing to hold us accountable. And tomorrow we will table to you a full account of what we have been able to do since the start of the sixth administration. I want to thank the DG, the advisors and the senior management team and the staff in the Premier's office. And most importantly, I want to thank my team, Team Gauteng, that is members of the Executive Council. We will have to shape up MECs, all of you. We have to move all these departments to consistently and obtaining clean audits and delivering on the program for transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, because that's all the people of Gauteng would want us to do. Thank you very much. I know you don't believe that I'm finished.
Yeah, Premier. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Premier.
Thank you, Premier. While we sort out our IT issues so that Member Mabala goes and rest, Secretary, can you go to the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2019-2021 financial year. 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Musupia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I am going to request that I turn off my video, please, to improve connectivity. Thank you. Let me acknowledge Madam Speaker, yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, honorable colleagues in the executive, honorable members, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also join the colleagues who wished Honorable Hassan a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, the youngest member of the legislature. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the South African economy experienced great turbulence during the 2019-2020 financial year, owing to weak global growth, commodity price volatility, and trade tensions between the USA and China, amongst other factors. At a domestic level, growing public sector debt, ratings downgrades, and the poor performance of our state-owned entities, which are meant to play a primary developmental role, meant that the activist developmental state found itself with little room to maneuver in terms of measures we could take to kickstart economic growth, with the aim of creating jobs, promoting inclusivity and redress through transformative programs. Honorable members, despite all of these challenges, we proceeded with our interventions to grow and transform the economy, looking to boost aggregate demand through government spending and investment and trade facilitation across the 5 developmental corridors that make up Gauteng City region. We launched the Automotive Special Economic Zone, an initiative that will help drive the provincial economy's reindustrialization and contribute to increased manufacturing capacity as well as export-led growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, the SEZ will bring in much needed investment into the provincial economy. It will contribute to skills development and sustainable SMME development through its enterprise development and incubation programs, and help us reposition Gauteng as an investment-friendly destination that is open for business within this very difficult environment that we find ourselves operating in. Work also proceeded on the OR Tambo IDZ, which is an agro-processing plant as well as a jewelry manufacturing precinct for valued-added services within the mineral beneficiation terrain. This IDZ is making a positive contribution in developing the manufacturing and agro-processing capacity of the province's economy, and is another platform that will have created for investment, looking at public-private partnerships. Honorable members, for the year under review, the department helped track the performance of the provincial government in supporting various economic sectors in line with the GGT 2030 plan. monitoring this on a quarterly basis. Agencies and entities of the department were at the forefront of sectoral interventions in economy, with performance being tracked and monitored regularly. The department managed to restructure its tourism portfolio during the year under review, separating its functions into tourism supply and demand. This is an industry which has immense job creation potential, owing to its low barriers to entry and ability to absorb unskilled laborers, and as a result, is one of the sectors that we consider as critical in turning the economic performance of the province around. Honorable members, through our innovation hub in Tshwane, we continue to stimulate innovation within our economy. And we are especially excited about the sustainable businesses that will come out of our incubation programs within the bioeconomy, smart industries, and the green economy. Our ICT Ekasi labs continue to play a crucial role in our township economy revitalization program, as they give opportunity to innovative entrepreneurs within the township to develop their businesses and commercialize by providing the necessary support and infrastructure. Madam Deputy Speaker, an exciting step during the period under review in line with our TR program was the development of the township development policy. As a precursor to the development of a township development bill, which is undergoing public participation as we speak, this is a groundbreaking initiative that will help us take TR to the next level. The bill has, of course, now been drafted and released for public comment, like I said earlier on, during the current financial year, and we are currently busy with roadshows. I'm repeating this because we are proud of the feedback that we're getting, especially from people who live in townships themselves. But I must also say, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon, that we got a lot of feedback even from big business. Most of them are positive about this bill. Honorable members, through the Gauteng Liquor Board, we completed the physical verification project for liquor outlets in the province and are looking to migrate to an automated system for liquor applications, all of which should help us better formalize and regulate the industry. The Gauteng Liquor Board and the Gauteng Gambling Board continue to be critical income streams for the provincial government, as the revenue collected from the activities of these two entities help us to finance other progressive developmental programs of the province, with the ultimate objective of economic transformation and growth. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the midst of a very challenging economic climate, the department continued to fulfill its responsibility as the primary custodian of economic development and growth within the province, and to look to execute programs that will have a catalytic effect on growth and investment within the provincial economy. Honorable members, we will continue to play this role with great vigor and are looking to accelerate implementation and improve execution of all programs with the aim of playing a critical coordinating and facilitatory role in achieving the objectives of the GGT 2030 plan. With all of this in mind, Madam Deputy Speaker, we now table the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the 2019-2020 financial year for your consideration. Allow me, Madam Deputy Speaker, to thank honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. They kept us on our toes, but we appreciated all their criticism, positive criticism and feedback. I also want to thank the HOD and her team. I thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Excuse me, Honorable MEC. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Health for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Mamabulo. Honorable MEC Mamabulo. MEC Mamabulo, are you in the house?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, members. Let me take this opportunity to
greet the Speaker, yourself, Deputy Speaker, and of course, Premier, members of ESCO, honorable members, and the people of the province. Chair, for the sake of quality of the connection, I will follow the President by MEC Musubi. I hope that is in order. Chair, let me also just take the opportunity to acknowledge and wish and sing happy birthday to what in other circles would have referred to Honorable Hassan as Komsom.
Can you please send me Martin's number?
Can I proceed, Honorable Deputy Speaker?
Apologies on my side, on my part, sorry.
Yeah,
you can
I
continue.
hope my time will be restored, Chair. That the Speaker took my 2 minutes. I was wishing our young member what would have called a member of Komsomol in other revolutionary platforms. Happy birthday, a left happy birthday. Honorable members, I am deeply honored and privileged to table the Gauteng Department of Health's annual report for the financial year 2019-2020. We are tabling the report of the Department of Health in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic that has caused loss of life to the people of the world, our country, and indeed the province of Gauteng. The work that has been done by the Department of Health through its comprehensive health response bears testimony to the fact that the department is stable, solid, and capable of providing quality health care. The work done by the department to lead the rest of the province against COVID-19 certainly builds on the solid foundation laid during the last financial year, and that is the year whose performance is under review. Indeed, the work done since the first COVID-19 case in our province over the past few months is highly remarkable and commendable. Honorable members, it is for this reason that I would like to dedicate the tabling of the annual report to all the frontline health workers in the province, and especially those who lost their lives, and to convey our sincere condolences to their families. We will always have them in our memories. Their lives were not lost in vain, but in their effort to save lives of others. And to that extent, may their soul rest in eternal peace whilst their families find closure. Let me also add that it is in this context that today, as we table the annual report, together with the Gauteng Nurses Leadership Forum, we are hosting the Nurses Day of Prayer in Soweto to celebrate and recognize the role played by nurses within the healthcare system in our province. The event is part of a number of events that we have had this year to honor and acknowledge the work that nurses and midwives do in our province. Let me remind members that this is the year of the nurse. And again, we're tabling this report at a time that we're marking the second day of the 5 days for mourning the lives of those lost in our country as the result of COVID-19, as directed by the President of the Republic of South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa. As the Gauteng Department of Health, we welcome the decision to let the national flag fly at half-mast throughout this period. We believe that this is indeed symbolic of the fact that we do not take lightly the impact that both COVID-19 and gender-based violence pandemics, both of them, have had on the lives of the people of our country and the province. Let me also acknowledge that we are tabling this report at a time when the world is observing the 16 days of activism campaign for no violence against women and children. And in observing the 16 days, as a country, of course, affected by gender-based violence, this serves as a reminder that this pandemic as well continue to raise ugly heads. It's ugly head in the face of our society. And we wish to call on all members and the people of our province to join the fight against COVID-19 and gender-based violence. Now, honorable members, both the challenges of the pandemic, COVID-19, and of course the pandemic of gender-based violence reaffirm what a world-renowned revolutionary and scholar Karl Marx have said, that on a day-to-day basis, humanity faces a history of class struggle. And whether you acknowledge it, you accept it, but class struggle, hidden, now open, is part of our daily reality. And denying that we are faced with class struggle every day does not change that reality and the truth. That humanity's history is a history of class struggle. Now, honorable members, as we present this annual report, I'd like just to indicate that the Department of Health has done very well with respect to improving maternal, infant, and child and the well-being of the people. And in this regard, our improvement interventions are to a large extent consistent with the targets that have been set in the previous year, financial year, which is the year under review. Secondly, I would like to assure you that the department has done very well in reducing the rate of new infections and burden of HIV, AIDS, and TB. And this again is noted in the report with respect to the targets that have been set. I'm also pleased, honorable members, to assure you that the department has increased its performance by making sure that we reduce the burden of disease and maintain or promote healthy lifestyles. And that detail is in the annual report. Let me also assure members that we are very delighted and pleased to announce that we have also seen an increased equal and timely access to efficient and quality healthcare services that lay in the basis for the rollout of the NHI, the National Health Insurance. Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, allow me to assure members that the Department of Health, with the challenges that it has actually done very well in the last financial year and has excelled in clinical functions and, of course, clinical services. And to that extent, The details of that are contained in the report, but in this core area of core business, we have done very well. Let me also assure members that the Department of Health has done very well with respect to, and we're very proud that even in the midst of the challenges, particularly those that relate to personal protective equipment and all procurement of COVID-19 related items, the department has sustained good audit outcomes. In other words, the audit outcomes and performance have not declined. This is in appreciation of the excellent interventions made by the whole provincial government to restore and sustain high levels of confidence, given the swift and prompt action in partnership with law enforcement agencies taken to manage what would have definitely led to a devastating financial and audit performance of the department. And at this point, allow me to take the opportunity to thank the rest of the colleagues in EXCO, led by our Premier, Honorable David Makura, for what they have done collectively to indicate to the Auditor General as an auditing authority that the provincial government is committed to restore good governance and compliance with the law, and that consequence management is non-negotiable. And it is for that reason that we have managed to restore confidence in the audit function, that the department is committed to compliance with the Constitution and all laws that are created by it. I can say, honorable members, without any fear of contradiction, that the work of the last financial year, the department has done very well, including the work done in this early period of this financial year, thus laying a solid basis to improve governance and audit outcomes in the next audit cycle. I can say, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members, that there's no doubt that in the next cycle of audit, this department's performance will even be much more better because we have weathered the storm and the provincial government has collectively done very well. And therefore, a solid basis is laid for better audit outcomes. Let me conclude by saying that the department has done and continue to do excellent work to fight COVID-19, to contain rates of infection, and better manage mortal remains. Our COVID-19 rates of infection and recovery demonstrate that the department is stable, solid, and consistent in its overall performance, even in the midst of the challenges and the myriad of challenges that it faces. I would like to assure this House and members that we have seen media reports that have been trumpeted by some within our midst, desperate to drive the narrative that there's a challenge in the integrity and of our numbers as it relates to COVID-19, and seeking to punch holes in the work that we are doing simply because they are desperate to create a crisis in the province of Gauteng, as they are definitely hiding in shame given the challenges that politically as a party they are failing to manage the numbers in the areas where they rule somewhere in the coastline. And they are hard at work. We have seen them release a statement that cannot be justified by any scientific evidence or data with respect to the work that we are doing. The reality of the work is that our numbers are stable with respect to COVID-19 rates of infections. Our recoveries are high and our mortality rate is low. And to that extent, we'll continue to do the excellent work. Let me conclude that, honorable members, does not at all mean, as our president would always say, that we must lower our guard. As you go into the festive period, I would like to appeal to each one of you through the constituency offices that you lead, as you do your work, as you rest, that let us uphold and encourage those around us to uphold the basic protocols of COVID-19. Let me wish you a good health and ask you to make sure that you protect yourselves and those around you against COVID-19. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members.
Enkosi kakhulu Mphathiswa, MEC Mamabolo. Secretary, can you go to the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Education for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Andrek.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, our Honorable Premier, honorable members of the Executive, the Chief Whip and leaders of opposition parties, Honorable Member Chilwani, the Chairperson of the Education Portfolio Committee and members of the committee, members of the legislature, the leadership of teacher unions that are following this debate, the leadership of school governing bodies who are also following this debate, together with the leadership of student formations, and the officials of the department led by our HOD, Mr. Edward Musue, comrades and friends. Honorable Deputy Speaker, over the next week, from the 25th to the 29th of November, we embark on a program of mourning as announced by our President to remember the thousands of lives lost through COVID-19 pandemic, as well as gender-based violence and femicide. I wish to acknowledge the suffering we are experiencing as a nation over the last few months. Indeed, it has been an enormously challenging period for those of us who have lost loved ones, colleagues and friends, and as a sector, we have lost almost 32 educators and a number of learners that have passed on during this period. As we take time to adjust to a new normal schooling environment under the COVID-19 in 2020, we are proud to say we are now almost halfway of presenting the 2020 matric examinations, and our learners and our educators are now safe to participate in these examinations so that they can produce their results in the next forthcoming weeks. We can only praise those that have stood with us when we recalled learners to come back to the classroom during level 5, level 4, and subsequently level 3, 2, and 1. There are those that opposed our decision. There are those that challenged us. There are those that took us to court. But in the final analysis, we are proud that majority of our children are now back in class and preparing for the examinations. Those who were doomsayers must accept the blame, and the blame must be taken directly to them, that almost 53,000 learners have not returned to their classrooms, thus sentencing them to poverty, non-access to education, and for them not to get access to proper skills development programs. Of the 53,000 learners that have not returned to the classroom ever since we reopened our schools, we want to urge their parents and their guardians that it's not late. Even next year, they can come back, and we'll open our arms to welcome them back so that they can continue with their academic programs. It will be a sad day, Madam Speaker, in the House if we can lose 53,000 learners who may not proceed with the education system. What this means, it means we are either going to meet them in jails, in mortuaries, or we're going to meet them across the street begging, requesting to be assisted when they have an opportunity to be back in class. Those, especially those who have failed to be priests and failed to lead opposition parties, those that were vocal to say learners must not come back to class, they must accept responsibility, that they are the ones that are responsible, that 53,000 young minds are not back inside the classroom. Honorable members, I'm pleased to table the annual report of the Department of Education for the 2019-2020 financial year. And the 2019-2020 financial year marked the beginning of the sixth administration. With the leadership of our Premier, our vision for this administration includes priorities for education articulated in the NDP 2030, in the provincial plan, in Growing Gauteng Together 2030, and contained in the department's five-year strategic plan, as well as the 2019-2020 annual performance plan. We had over the years put in place all necessary measures to improve access to schooling, including removing all barriers to access. And it is for this reason that Gauteng continues to be the education system of choice for many households in search of a better life. Our focus in education in the sixth administration have shifted towards providing quality education. We committed to focusing on the quality of teaching and learning and improving educational outcomes for every Gauteng learner through schools of specialization, technical high schools, and e-learning curriculum. We also committed to improving the education landscape through enhanced school governance, redress of past imbalances, and more equitable distribution of educational resources across the system. Our achievement in 2019-2020 is a testament to the strides we have made in making this vision a reality. For those that are not aware, we have now equaled the distribution of all the resources, mainly to our township and semi-rural schools, and have ensured that the basics that were not there, we are making them to be available to everyone. We are proud that we've reached our landmark of ensuring that we don't have pitch toilets in our province. We've reached our landmark to ensure that there is no school without electricity. We've reached our landmark to ensure that there is no school without water. We have also reached our landmark that there's no learner that lands under the tree or under an infrastructure that is not habitable, and thus committing ourselves to ensure that Gauteng provide education in an environment that is conducive for learning. We are on track now to remove all remaining asbestos schools and also to remove all mobile schools by 2024, so that there must be no single mobile school or temporary schools in our province. For this, we want to thank our Premier, our budget committees, as well as the Department of Treasury for working with us in ensuring that GFA goes out in the market to get funding that will allow us in the ultimate end to remove improper infrastructure in our schools. We are quite aware that we still have a long walk to go to ensure that we eliminate especially dysfunctional toilets in our schools. Our approach is very simple. Sanitation is dignity. The absence of sanitation should not be encouraged or be tolerated in our province. Every learner should have access to sanitation and must ensure that that sanitation is clean, and every learner has access to ensure that all the relevant support systems are available to them. Honorable members, throughout the 2020 financial year, we have made immense improvement in ensuring that the key strategic areas of the department are achieved. For example, of the budget of the 49.4 million that was allocated to us, the department managed to spend almost 48.3 billion rands. This is an indication that almost 80% of our projected targets for the financial year were executed with ease. The 2029 matric examination remained our hallmark of an area that we've achieved since 1994. Never in the history of our province that we have the highest percentage bachelor passes since 1994, where the department led the country with bachelor passes. Bachelor passes means quality. It means learners can access to universities and higher education institutions, and they can also get financial support from both the state and the private institutions. For those that are not aware, we achieved an 87.2 matric pass rate, which simply means out of 10 students, almost 9 passed matric. This is an achievement that cannot be matched easily. We are also proud that under the same financial year under review, we've managed to release the results of all other grades below grade 12, a commitment that was made by our Premier and a commitment that we have achieved And we have enhanced that commitment by partnering with the Human Science Research Council to produce a provincial teams report which assesses maths and language ability of our learners. And we are quite convinced that when the team's results are released on the 8th of December 2020, Gauteng will be high there in terms of performance. During this financial year, we managed to launch PACE Commerce and Entrepreneurship School of Specialization to encourage our learners in Soweto and surrounding areas to understand the importance of commerce and entrepreneurship. We've also launched a school that will focus on finance and general information of hospitality. And we also launched a school of engineering in Katlehong, as well as a school of transport and logistics. These are the new areas of our economy. Our learners must know these things before they go to higher education. We must not confine our children to R, A, E, O, U only, but they must know what is logistic, what is hospitality, what is transport, what is engineering, what is creative arts, while they're still within the classroom. It is within this context that we want to thank the following companies that have come forward to introduce new lessons for our children, new skills for our children within the education space. ComAir, Barlow World Equipment, Conqueror Aviation, APSA, BMW, Honeywell, Department of Economic Development, Maritime Heritage Institute, Saibono, the Coding and Robotics Institution, and many other companies that have put their curriculum for adoption by the department and thus introducing this curriculum within our schooling environment. I also want to thank the partnership between the Department of Education, Gauteng, and the Austrian Ministry of Education, which resulted in training on entrepreneurship for learners at the Commerce and Entrepreneurs Schools of Specialization, Maths and Science, as well as ICT Schools of Specialization, with a special focus on agriculture. I want to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank our youth brigades who have made themselves to be the shield of our learners when you called upon them to come and protect our children. We are quite aware that this was not easy. And in the process, almost 86 learners or 86 youth brigades tested positive for COVID, and they later recovered. But it's this kind of sacrifice that we need to acknowledge and appreciate and thank the young people who became the shield so that other learners can learn freely and safely in our schools. I want to take this opportunity and also to apologize for them not receiving payment timelessly, including those that have not received their payments, because with the number of young people that we have employed, our system could not carry its duty of ensuring that they are paid on time and adequately. Now that we've migrated the payment system to PESA, I'm convinced that this will be history and all learners will be paid on time and all learners will get all youth brigades will get their payments before Christmas, Chairperson, so that they don't have a Black Christmas as requested by the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. In terms of audit outcomes, I'm pleased to report that the Department of Education have once again received an achievement of an unqualified opinion in the regulatory audit with only one, I'm emphasizing that, Deputy Speaker, with only one finding, as well as an unqualified opinion with no finding in the audit performance information. You can see from this that we're at the doorstep of a clean audit as a department. I want to thank our team, our finance team, as well as the leadership of the department for providing us with this kind of audit outcome. In 2015, we had 17 audit findings. In 2020, we only have 1 audit findings. We can smell and we can touch a clean audit in the near future. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have also participated in what is called the Presidential Employment Stimulus. We made an advertisement to young people to come so that they can be employed as teacher assistants and they can be employed to identify infrastructure challenges, and they can also be employed to provide administrative support in our schools. We received almost 1.2 million applications, with almost 277,000 applicants. Of the 1.2 million applications is people that are coming from outside our province or people that have applied more than 3 times. After we've cleaned the system, we are sitting with 277,000 young people that wants to be employed to come and provide support to our teachers and to provide support to our infrastructure system. I wish them well, and I hope they'll be in a position to be employed so that they can be in a position to contribute to a better education system. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I want to thank our Premier and members of the Executive Council for their support and leadership. And I also want to thank the Minister of Basic Education for your guidance and support in the development of basic education system in our province. It is this ministry that felt that we must remain firm when all other people said we must abandon the academic year. She felt that we should continue with the academic year. And for that, history will always be on her side, and I want to thank her. I also want to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Member Madume Chilwan, as well as members of this Portfolio Committee. These are dedicated men and women who always put our differences aside, but put the interest of our children ahead of all of us in ensuring that the education system in our province functions and function very well. I want to thank the HOD of the department and all our district officials and district leadership for ensuring that Gauteng remains the center of quality education. As we said, and we continue to say it now, quality education will happen in our lifetime in our province. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. MEC. Okay, the MEC seems to be disconnected or something like that. Let's proceed to the next order, Secretary.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks, Honorable MEC Maile.
Thank you very
Camera,
much. I'm reading from my computer, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable colleagues in the Executive Council, Honorable members of the media, the HOD and senior management in the department. In addressing the press on the importance of government responding appropriately and decisively during the early parts of the COVID-19 outbreak, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo highlighted the following things, and I quote, "What we do in this moment of time really matters. If government work is done well, it saves lives. If it doesn't, the opposite happens. Mobilize the state in its entirety to fight the COVID-19 outbreak. This is the high point of government necessity, competence, performance, and accuracy, being able to make a difference, literally save lives. We need government to work like we've never needed it before. These are all great points to reflect on when we talk about local government, the epicenter of service delivery and primary point of interface between government and its citizens. Because these points remain relevant, not just during crisis times, when it comes to governance and servicing the citizenry, but at all times. If there is anything COVID-19 has taught us, it is the importance of well-functioning local government system as the focal point of service delivery. Madam Deputy Speaker,
It is for this reason that local government should be the high point of government competence, performance, and accuracy, as we strive to positively transform the lives of individuals and communities within our city region. Our interventions are focused on enhancing cooperative governance in Gauteng city region. With all this in mind, through strengthening our Section 154 support for our municipalities and improving our oversight. Our quest is for cooperative governance and the intergovernmental relations that serves the interests of citizens, not by partisanship. As we have been seeing far too often, hence we initiated bilateral meetings with each of the municipalities in Gauteng, looking to tackle service delivery head-on and administrative and governance challenges they are faced with, so that we can address pertinent problems that prevents them delivering quality services in a manner that citizens rightfully expect. Honorable members, these meetings tackled challenges such as waste collection and electricity issues, water shortages, infrastructure maintenance, revenue generation, and fiscal viability, capacity and skills deficit, and so forth. And from each meeting, we created action plans with set timeframes and deadlines in order to resolve these issues. This is something we tracked on a monthly basis as part of our ongoing Section 154 support. We set up regional teams of senior COCTA officials to work with each of the municipalities around the province as part of strengthening our support to them. Coordinated meetings between ESCOM, Rainwater, and our municipalities in order to find amicable long-term solutions to the persistent problem of high municipal debt and non-payment to these entities, which create service delivery lags. This is an ongoing process that requires the spirit of cooperative governance so that we can finally resolve these problems in a way that is greater, which is good for the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, we have also assisted our municipalities with the renegotiating settlement terms with other large creditors and are working in tandem with Provincial Treasury to help them with financial turnaround and revenue collection strategy for long-term sustainability. We are not looking to run municipalities, although we won't hesitate to intervene, including invoking Section 139, where there's instability and citizens are suffering from lack of service delivery, as it happened in Tshwane. Tshwane was a clear example of a collapse of governance leading to service delivery failures and backlogs. Honorable members, despite adverse circumstances exacerbated by COVID-19, the administrator and his team that we put in place in Tshwane achieved much in terms of restoring governance and stability to that municipality, turning around the financial management and position of that municipality and resolving complex problems, such as the water crisis in the municipality, as evidenced by what we have seen in Namaskar, and the relocation of displaced flood victims, which were some of the issues that the previous administration, or rather the administration, couldn't resolve owing to the constant collapse of council. And as a result, governance in the municipality during that period had collapsed. We are still waiting the Constitutional Court judgment on the Tshwane matter. Judgment has been reserved, which would have far-reaching implications for the relationship between municipalities and provincial government around the country. Through our urban planning function, we are working in line with the district development model, to align all development plans within the province. Urban planning has been positioned to provide proper planning in line with the development master plan, so that we can better coordinate all development in our city region. Honorable members, we are tightening regulations and oversight of traditional initiation schools, along with the other departments such as community safety and health. Through our bilateral engagements, we also agreed to work in tandem with the Department of Health to formalize traditional health practitioners and help regularize them. One of the things that the COVID-19 has shown us is the importance of indigenous medical solutions and practitioners. And one of the things we want to do is formalize them so that they can eventually commercialize and help us in transformation of the entire health sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to enhance the discipline of execution in all spheres of government for greater service delivery, impact and improvement as part of growing Gauteng together. We are happy that the department changed its clean audit, and we want to thank the premier members of the Executive Council, the HOD, the chairperson of and members of the Portfolio Committee for their continued support, guidance, and continuous engagement. So with these few words, we now table the Gauteng Department of Event Planning and COPTA, or rather the Department of COPTA annual report for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Maile. Secretary, do we have Honorable Mokgeti in the house? Can we go back to that order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable, let me see. Okay, let's continue to the following order after Ms. Maile.
Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Unfortunately, on this one, we have communicated with the Speaker through the Leader of Government Business that the Auditor General has not yet finalized this report, so we're not able to table it. And our understanding was that there is an understanding between the Leader of Government Business, the Speaker, and on the basis that we don't have a final report from the Auditor General.
Indeed, Speaker, Deputy Speaker, because it will be incomplete to table a report without the Auditor General's statement. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we will hear from you when everything is complete. Secretary, let's move to the next order, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Roads and Transport, including its entities, for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, please come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Speaker, Premier, MECs, the Portfolio Committee, and honorable members, the Chief Whip. Let me convey my sincere appreciation of tabling the annual department report of the Department of Public Transport and Roads Infrastructure. Honorable Deputy Speaker, before I continue with the business of the day, let me take this moment to pledge solidarity with people across the country who are currently on day 2 of the 5-day national mourning for our country, and of course to all the people who have lost their lives due to COVID-19 and gender-based violence. Obviously, the coronavirus has wreaked havoc and disrupted the lives of all citizens of our province, our country, the continent, and the whole community of nations across the globe. Here at home, statistics indicate that this deadly pandemic has further exacerbated another pandemic of epic proportions in our province and country. And of course, this is that of gender-based violence and femicide. As we mark the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign, the violence against women and children shines the light on the kind of society we have become. And in the words of Karl Marx, a renowned global scholar and revolutionary, open quote, social progress can be measured by the social position that the women holds. How women continue to bear the brunt of abuse, torture, and murder in our society is something we ought to be embarrassed about. Honorable members, we should all join hands in confronting gender-based violence in all its manifestations where we live, work, and play. Honorable members, the financial year 2019-20 was always going to be critical in starting the engine of our strategic vision of growing out and together 2030. It is for this reason that in the financial year 2019-20, we took the grand vision of GGT 2030 and internalized it for the Department of Roads and Transport. Growing out and together through smart mobility is our contribution to the broader vision of the sixth administration. And let me take the opportunity to acknowledge the statement made by Honorable Taikil on behalf of the committee this morning in lifting high the banner of growing out and through smart mobility, and thank the members. Now, principal to growing out and together through smart mobility plan is fixing the current fragmented transport system that continue to stunt growth and make travel extremely costly, especially for the poor who live on periphery of our cities. Transport is the ultimate nerve center connecting different industries. It is a nerve center that connects people to opportunities. And it is for that reason that this plan also focuses on urban development, infrastructure, operations, institutions, and smart technology. It operates in conjunction with other urban and transport-oriented policies instituted at national and municipal government level. We are pleased to report to this August House that even in its foundation phase, growing out and together through smart mobility is not a far removed notion or ideal, as I'll just soon demonstrate. Honorable Deputy Speaker, any effort to integrate transport without integrating the planning end of transport is definitely destined for disaster. It is in this context that we have spared no effort in operationalizing the transport authority in our province. The Gauteng Transport Authority Act came into operation on the 1st November 2019, and we have already appointed a CEO to lead the formalization and operationalization of the authority. We are now in the process of appointing a board that will be inclusive of all our municipalities so that the principle of integration is not an abstract idea. In the new normal, the Transport Authority is going to be critical in streamlining our planning so that we leverage on the strengths of each and every municipality to create seamless mobility for our people, no matter where they are traveling within the Gauteng City region. We are much closer to a single e-ticketing system for our people. In the period under review, we have continued making inroads in our efforts to integrate the minibus taxi industry into the mainstream of the multimodal transport network. This integration, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is vital to stabilizing the public transport system. According to our latest household travel survey, minibus taxis continue to be the largest people mover in our province. Despite its weaknesses in size and distance traveled, and of course the violence, majority of members of our communities rely on this industry to access the most basic government service. They also rely on the taxi industry to reach destinations such as work, shopping, and other public amenities. According to the 2019-20 household travel survey, households are more satisfied than dissatisfied with bus and train services. Dissatisfaction relates more to issues of accessibility. On the other hand, households tend to be more dissatisfied than satisfied with minibus taxis as it relates to safety and security. Increasingly, households tend to be dissatisfied about the reduced peak of services of minibus taxis. Over this financial year, we have established the Gauteng Provincial Taxi Monitoring Committee. The committee consists of members of the Minibus Taxi Association and the departments to take forward the resolutions adopted in the last financial year in which we held the Gauteng Taxi Summit. The institutional arrangement has ensured progress is achieved and good working relationship is maintained between the department and the taxi industry. We have established the Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence, and of course, it is now at an advanced stage with its work. The Commission operates independently with its administrative capacity and was gazetted to be operated for 6 months. The hearings officially commenced in the third quarter of the financial year 2019 and 20 and have been supported by both the department and the taxi industry. Growing out and together through smart mobility also prioritizes significant investment in road infrastructure and broadly transport infrastructure. The provision of a smart road system therefore continue to be a key strategic focus area of the department and to ensure the sustainable and efficient movement of people and goods in our province. Considering our spatial constraints, as the most populous province with a small land mass, our transport infrastructure will have to match up with our goals of being the inland hub of logistics and freight. Honorable members, one of the successes for the year under review was the 98% expenditure of the transport infrastructure budget on key projects across the province. During the 2019-20 financial year, the department completed phase 2, and of course the rehabilitation of various roads from Braakfontein to Diepsloot, which of course meant the rehabilitation of 20 kilometers of the road. The rehabilitated road service is a transport corridor between the city of Tshwane, northern suburbs of Johannesburg and Krugersdorp, and it became imperative to ensure that the road continued to provide a smart road system that is integrated into the surrounding nodes. In the Sdiven District Municipality, we provided support in the improvement of road infrastructure with a 40 million road infrastructure upgrade investment program. In this regard, we upgraded major arteries in Imfoleni local municipality, and its citizens are now able to travel on some of the safe and reliable roads which transport economic growth in and the surrounding areas. I must say, honorable members, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done in this part of our province. And moving forward, we'll continue to improve the roads in Mfuleni, working with the Department of Coctam. We opened the Kagiso Driver Learner Center testing, which brings much needed relief to that community. The DLTC was built with cutting-edge technology in response to the fourth industrial revolution and brings the department's core service of a customer-centric transport system service to the community, thereby reducing the burden of travel, cost, and time. Aligned and in contribution to the national and provincial priorities of strengthening job creation, the department exceeded its planned year target and created a number of job opportunities, and most of these are linked to the transport infrastructure programs and job opportunities through the expanded public works program. And we provide employment opportunities to the most vulnerable of the unemployed in the local communities. The EPWP job creation program ensures that the EPWP employees not only gain job opportunities, but also experience and skills in the transport construction sector that enables them to become employable in the job market. Now, the honorable members, we have, as you know, ran the public transport disinfection and sanitization program that was implemented to reduce the risk of the transmission of the COVID-19 virus through the public transport system. To that extent, we have established a operational center in the department that was able to work with all modes of public transport to make sure that we protect the people against the spread of COVID-19. In conclusion, let me also acknowledge that we do have challenges, particularly in the driver learning testing centers. And of course, we are attending to these issues, and we will continue to update you on the challenges and difficulties that we are clearly dealing with in the most efficient and effective manner, and we will provide an update to the people. Let me also assure the people of the province that as we approach the festive period, we are fully aware that there's going to be migration out of our province through long distance travel by different modes of transport, the majority being taxis and buses. And to this extent, we will ensure that as the people migrate and go back to different parts of the country, we combat the spread of COVID-19. We also are positioning ourselves, and we're making a call to the taxi industry, to the buses, particularly the long distance ones, that they must be aware that when they come back at the beginning of next year, they are going to find us ready to make sure that they comply and we do not transport COVID-19 into the province as the province opens for economic activity, for schools, for universities, and all other activities that take place mostly in our province. And I would like to assure you that the work we have done during different alert levels will be consolidated at the beginning of the year to make sure that we protect our province in expectation that the surge or the resurgence in our province is in early January, in mid-January. In public transport, we will definitely be ready, as we always have been, to continue to do good work to protect the people of our province as people migrate back into Gauteng at the beginning of the year. And for those members of the House that will be traveling to different places, to the people of our province, to the tourists that are coming into the province using different modes of public transport and private vehicles, please make sure that firstly, you comply with COVID-19, you drive safely and respect the rules of the road so that we do not overwhelm the health system with trauma cases and COVID-19 infections that could have been avoided. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. With that, I present the report, and let me also thank all members of the committee for their support during this difficult time. Forward to smart mobility forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Secretary, can we go back to the first, the order before Ms. Maile?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Social Development for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Pardon me for the noise. I did put an apology earlier to say I will be at the awards for the Imoja program. We did write to the Office of the Speaker indicating that our reason for not submitting a report, annual report, is because there is a dispute between the Provincial Accounting General and the Office of the AG. So they felt that we are supposed to get a better audit, and if they can clear that irregular expenditure of prior years. And then at this point in time, the report is for review, and we have requested the Speaker to grant us permission so that we can be able, so that Treasury can resolve this matter and us be able to present the report within 14 days. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Secretary, let's proceed with our sequence. Please read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Community Safety for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kombi. MEC, Mazibugo.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and greetings to everyone present here today. Let me acknowledge the presence of Premier and members of the legislature and the Gauteng provincial government's sixth administration is aware of the mammoth task confronting the city region in the creation of a safer environment for our citizens. The unacceptably high levels of crime have a devastating effect resulting in the negative perception on our safety, and crime threatens investment, retards economic growth, and deters job creation. Thus, this is a setback in growing Gauteng together. Premier, in his State of the Province address, committed ourselves in reducing crime by 50% in the 40 high priority police stations. He further promised the citizens of Gauteng that they will live safe under the current administration. He further committed that school safety will be prioritized and that the Take Charge campaign will be a program that will mobilize our communities to partner with the police in the fight against crime. The Gauteng provincial government did identify several priorities and specific interventions in strategic sectors and corridors aimed at attaining optimal outcomes during this term of office. The department has outlined the following key priorities during this sixth administration. Firstly, the adequate training of police officers. Secondly, increased police visibility. Thirdly, to strengthen the community police forums and the community safety forums. Fourthly, to target gang violence and drugs. Number 5, implementing the National Plan of Action to address issues of gender-based violence. The monitoring and overseeing of police performance and conduct in the 142 police stations in the province is a critical part of our work to give effect to the Civilian Secretariat Act number 2 of 2011. The department is currently monitoring 40 priority stations with a specific focus on the deployment of resources in crime hotspots. This also forms part of addressing the trio crimes and the sexual offenses. The department will continue to monitor these police stations closely and hold management accountable on a quarterly basis through the Gauteng information on police performance and the quarterly review sessions. The department is on course to conduct regular performance audits at all police stations and community police forums and ensuring that we also release these reports on the performance of the police stations to enhance accountability. This system will ensure that we become pragmatic in our approach wherein there is observable impact on identified areas. Though the 50% reduction target is arguably difficult to achieve, experience has shown that if the province continues in its current path and complemented by social partners, notable progress will be recorded going forward. There is a need to deepen effective oversight over the province's law enforcement agencies, coordinate community safety initiatives, and improving and strengthening relations between the police, the civil society, and business. In the year under review, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're proud to indicate that we did manage to deploy the safety kiosks in the 40 high priority and problematic areas that contribute to crime. And working together with the Department of Education, we have managed to deploy 4,984 school patrollers as part of ensuring that our kids are safe at schools. And through the Adopt a Cop program, law enforcement officers are also available to respond when needed. Of course, the COVID pandemic also did disorganize the work that we were doing, because as the department, we had started with safety summits where we had managed to mobilize our communities in establishing street committees and them taking charge in ensuring that they help the police to fight crime. The Gauteng province also, as it was impacted by the pandemic, call for intensified efforts in dealing with crime and enforcing the COVID-19 lockdown regulations to ensure that our residents are and they also feel safe during this difficult period. The pandemic also worsened the crime outlook, especially the gender-based violence, where we saw cases increasing in our province. Gender-based violence has reached endemic proportions in the province, and it is critical that as a department we call for stricter bail conditions for perpetrators of gender-based violence. There is a need to deepen our campaigns and efforts in dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. And through our Ikale Chamber, we continue to strive for adequate support services for victims of gender-based violence. This includes providing holistic psychosocial services and medical legal support to victims of gender-based violence. The Victim Empowerment Unit conducted docket audits at identified police precincts aimed at identifying threats which are attributed to the withdrawal of gender-based violence cases, and embarked on GPL awareness campaigns aimed at communities with the highest number of reported cases. The National Development Plan clearly states that all vulnerable groups, including women, children in rural areas and rural communities, should enjoy equal protection, and their fear of crime should be eradicated through effective coordinated responses of the police, business, community, and civil society. The department remains committed to strengthening the social movement against crime in this province, and our safety structures such as your community policing forums and community patrollers therefore play a critical role in this regard. The community policing forums and community patrollers and other safety structures such as the youth crime prevention desks, the women as safety promoters, men as safety promoters are critical since they constitute the best in our neighborhood and understanding crime issues emanating from local level. There is also a need to position our CPFs as agents of oversight to enhance and scale up in reaching in all the police stations. Board councillors were also included, and they were also informed that they are part and parcel of participating, as the local police stations, they are situated in their wards, and they form an important role in ensuring that crime falls here in Gauteng. The department did commit that it will employ an additional 400 additional police officers over the next 3 years to increase visibility and enhance road safety. The department also set up a state will, as commitment from the provincial government, is also setting up a state-of-the-art provincial integrated command center where the law enforcement agencies and private security companies will share resources and crime-fighting technologies and capabilities. This provincial integrated command center will, amongst other initiatives, integrate all cameras installed in the malls, the CBDs on our roads, and to track down criminals. And this will integrate the use of drones and other cutting-edge technologies. The department has also prioritized the deployment of resources relating to personnel and vehicles in the crime hotspots within the ranks of the law enforcement officers. The police will be provided with 100 high-performance vehicles fitted with cutting-edge crime-fighting technology and 50 additional patrol cars and 12 mobile police stations for public events to enhance police visibility in crime hotspots, highways, and public spaces. I must indicate, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've already started procuring those cars. They will be delivered now during festive season. Some of the cars will actually be delivered next year, as we'll be hosting the State of the Province address. They will be on parade in ensuring that what we had promised to do in Gauteng will actually be delivered. All factors that might be hindering police coordination in the province should be tackled at all levels. Specific districts are struggling with crime levels and should be assisted as a matter of agency, and crime intelligence capacity should receive serious attention. Community involvement and training of patrollers to gather intelligence reports needs to be strengthened. Ultimately, the coordination of the Gauteng Law Enforcement Agency Forum will continue to be realized, and it will make an impact. Over the past 12 months, the Ukamla operations have made significant strides in reducing crime in Gauteng, and police have also increased operations to crack down on the smuggling and sale of counterfeit goods in Gauteng. Goods worth over 5 billion have been confiscated so far, and this illicit trade in dumped goods undermines honest local manufacturing and job creation. and further robs our country of much needed tax revenue. More work needs to be undertaken to make Gauteng safer and to ensure that criminals have nowhere to hide in our province. I quote the words from our Premier when he highlighted this during the State of the Province address. I quote him, "Gauteng, crime remains one of the top 3 concerns of residents of Gauteng, and together with unemployment and poverty." And I close quote. Indeed, crime undermines the level of safety in Gauteng, and our communities, they feel they need a province that is stable, and crime continues to rob our families of their well-deserved peace. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to extend words of gratitude to our Premier, MECs, the Portfolio Committee, the community of Gauteng at large, our patrollers, our CPFs, our staff in the department and the senior management for their continued commitment in improving the safety of Gauteng residents. And I also want to acknowledge all the stakeholders with an interest on safety for their invaluable role in creating a safer environment in their respective sectors. Lastly, I wish to urge Gauteng citizens and their organized formation to join government efforts and help wage a sustained and multifaceted campaign against crime. As we're heading towards December holidays, we wish our all those that will be on the roads to travel safely, and they must remember to not drinking and driving, and they must always carry their driver's licenses along. Those that will be going to coastal areas, they must know that when they come back to Gauteng, they will still find us here in Gauteng. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MC. Slalo Amanin. Secretary, can we move on to the next order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, including its entity for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable MC. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, I'm going to beg for your indulgence that I turn the video off to improve connectivity on my side. Let me acknowledge the Speaker of the House, yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Premier, honorable colleagues in the executive, honorable members, members of the media, and ladies and gentlemen. Starting on a bit of a somber note, the 2019-2020 financial year marked the end. Let me rephrase, Madam Deputy Speaker. The 2019-2020 financial year marked the end of the 5th administration and the beginning of a new term of office, with the 6th provincial administration adopting the Gauteng 2030 plan. Now, on that somber note, it should be noted that South Africa's agriculture exports fell 8% year-on-year in 2019 as compared to 2018. Owing to drought conditions, there was a notable decline in several key commodities that have high export value. The agricultural sector performance was not good in 2019, with gross domestic product data showing a 6.9% contraction year-on-year for 2019 as compared to 2018. This indicated a second consecutive year of decline as agriculture output decreased because of a devastating drought. At the same time, honorable members, livestock was negatively impacted by the foot and mouth disease outbreak. Agriculture as a sector has a critical role to play in turning the economy of the country around because of its linkages with the rest of the economy, its ability to absorb a lot of unskilled labor, and its critical importance in producing goods that are exported, amongst other factors. With that, we leave that somber note that I just wanted us to note. Honorable members, during the year under review, in order to ensure the agricultural sector played its role within the economy, We invested in catalytic economic infrastructure to grow the contribution of a subsector such as agro-processing, which, with its massive export growth potential, is essential to open up new markets for locally produced goods. We continue to offer extension services to smallholder farmers. We managed to provide support to schools and community food gardens as well by supplying them with production inputs and agricultural implements. This was a critical intervention to address food security challenges within vulnerable communities in our province. Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, in order to enhance our capacity to deliver catalytic economic infrastructure projects for the sector, we signed a memorandum of agreement with the Development Bank of South Africa, a partnership that will help us expedite implementation of infrastructure projects across all 5 regions in the province. Honorable members, we procured 8 poultry mobile abattoirs and 2 red mobile abattoirs, with the expectation of handing this over in the 3rd quarter of the 2020-2021 financial year. The mobile abattoirs are to assist farmers with accessing an increased share of the poultry and red meat value chains, as they will be able to price their produce incorporating value-added abattoir services. Honorable Deputy Madam Speaker, on air quality management, we experience challenges with most municipalities in Gauteng who are primarily responsible for air quality. They had challenges with implementing air quality management services. However, we were also able to give them support where it was necessary. Honorable members, we updated the Gauteng City Region overarching climate change response strategy and its action plan. The strategy is being implemented in areas of waste management, natural resources, water, agriculture and agro-processing, commercial buildings, energy and disaster management. Our compliance and enforcement unit continued to monitor authorization and issue licenses with a focus on landfill sites operated by municipalities within the province. We are beginning to see improvements in the compliance status as a result of enforcement actions that we have undertaken to ensure that municipalities operate facilities in line with the waste management licenses issued. A notable achievement in the year under review was the arrest of 4 suspects for illegal possession and sale of pangolin, a critically endangered species, during a sting operation. This year also saw the designation of environmental health practitioners as environmental management inspectors, commonly known as EMIs, in the city of Tshwane municipality. These designations will facilitate better enforcement of environmental health-related legislation in the province. Honorable members, we made a significant contribution to easing the cost of doing business and improving the ease of doing business in the province by reducing the time it takes to process EIA applications from the 107 days legislated timeframe to a commendable 30 days. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in this reporting period, the department managed to spend 954.3 million rands of its 992.6 million rands adjusted budget, which is equivalent to 96% of its allocation. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank esteemed honorable members of the Portfolio Committee led by Honorable Sindwa for their robust engagements on matters and positive criticism and oversight that they provided to the department. Let me also thank the HOD herself of the department and the team that she is working with for keeping the ship afloat. In closing, honorable members and Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, we commit to accelerating the implementation of our programs in order to build a modern, transformed, environmentally and ecologically sustainable agricultural economy that contributes meaningfully to inclusive economic growth as part of our growing Gauteng Together. We now table the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Report for the 2019-2020 financial year. Ke a leboga hle, Mme Mmusakgotla.
Thank you, Honorable MSc. Secretary, please take us through to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation, including its entity for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Dawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may just be allowed to utilize my phone because I am using the same instrument, so I will switch off my camera. Madam Deputy Speaker and Madam Speaker in her absence, before I table the 2019-2020 annual report for the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation and its entity, the Gauteng Film Commission, allow me to join previous speakers in bidding farewell to the First Lady of Kwaito, Nomasonto, commonly known as Mshoza to her fans, and also our global soccer icon, Maradona, who both bid farewell to the land of the living in this month of November. May their talented souls rest in power. Madam Speaker, the financial year 2019-2020 marked the conclusion of a successful term of this fifth administration. In our maiden speech, we committed to work tirelessly with the department, ensuring we respond appropriately to the priorities of the NDP and GGT Vision 2030. Accordingly, to build a national democratic society and uniting our province behind achieving GGT Vision 2030, we need to impose on ourselves a sacrifice of service for the greater benefit and development of the province and its population, and draw from the teachings of former President Thabo Mbeki, who reminds us that those who complete the cause will do so not as fatigue sets in, convince themselves that the road ahead is still long, the inclines too steep, the loneliness impossible to bear, and the prize itself of doubtful value. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that the implementation of the fourth quarter targets for the 2019-2020 APP was disrupted by the emergence of the COVID pandemic, which affected the implementation of our creative, cultural industries and sports programs. The COVID-19 pandemic has sent shockwaves around the world, rapidly changing the way people live their lives. The virus has had a huge impact on a multitude of areas of our life and our work, affecting schools, health, the sports sector, creative industries, and indeed access to various heritage sites. Our commemorative days and various signature events, which attract many to the province, were terribly affected, forcing us to think out of the box and be innovative in our approach. Under the environment of the pandemic, we took advantage of technology and digitized media to reach our people in the comfort of their homes. Hence, our innovative COVID-19 interventions, such as the e-library services, online e-fitness programs, online commemorative national days, were integral in the delivery of services to communities during the pandemic. Madam Speaker, it is with no doubt that bad governance deprives our people of service delivery they so desperately require to better their lives. We have made it our daily mandate to fight for good governance, which includes accountability and transparency. Under the 2019-2020 financial year, we have successfully reduced irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We have held those who presided over bad governance accountable by reporting them to the rule of law. The Auditor General report shows that our financial books are improving in pursuit of good governance. We further welcome the secondment of the Acting Chief Director, Corporate Services from the Department of Infrastructure Development to our department to expedite our infrastructure programs. In addition, we are proud to report to this legislature that we have turned the tide and improved the turnaround time of paying valid invoices within 30 days of invoicing. Madam Speaker, social cohesion and nation building project was promoted through SOPA commitments, namely dialogues and conversations, the Premier Social Cohesion Games, the OR Tambo Solchini Games, held in communities to strengthen the moral fiber of society. Given that South Africa continues to have remnants of a highly racially divided society, the recent Breckenridge incident signifies that we still have a journey in uniting South Africa. The department remains committed to this mandate and its various efforts and programs in ensuring that our class, gender, and racial divides are dealt away with. And we continue to do so with the various dialogues we host, our sport and arts programs within schools and communities, and notably our Gauteng Heritage Carnival, which attracts thousands of participants from different racial and cultural groups, which was successfully implemented. We must protect our cultural heritage and the rich history of our province and its various heroes and heroines. It is in this regard that in Tshwane we have built the Heritage Living Women's Monument, which celebrates the struggles and contributions of women. And we are further revisiting our heritage roots to ensure socioeconomic development to our local communities. Indeed, we spared no effort in transforming the Gauteng heritage landscape by providing support to the three monuments, namely the Women's Living Heritage Monument, the Kagiso Memorial Recreational Center, and the Buipatong Monument and Youth Center. Awareness campaigns were held to educate and enlighten communities about the importance of linguistics and human rights issues. Financial support was for investment and support for small, medium, and large-size live arts and culture events was provided as a critical intervention to grow jobs in the music and performing arts sector. Resistance heritage liberation routes were identified in the province to preserve and commemorate the history of struggle for freedom in South Africa. Our heritage is a direct reflection of our culture and society. Hence, we need to preserve our heritage for the future generations. Through our library component, we successfully established a hospital library at the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital to promote a culture of reading and to allow patients to disappear into the world of imagination as they page travel, forgetting about their current illnesses. We are pleased, Madam Speaker, to report that we have upgraded some libraries with ICT infrastructure to improve the overall experience of our library users. Through the conditional grant funding, we provided financial support to municipalities to improve delivery on community library services to the public. We continue to support and promote healthy lifestyles in the province through our novel Hanyani Wellness Program. This, which contributes to the reduction of our provincial health bill and pursuit of active citizenry and healthy lifestyles, active recreational events which were implemented throughout the year under review. The rural sport program and rural coaching clinics were successfully implemented to upskill coaches and athletes in rural areas. The year under review marks the fourth edition of the Gauteng Women in Sport Dialogue, which highlighted accomplishments achieved by South African women in sport and created a gateway for Gauteng women in sport to take to the world by attracting captains of the industry. We continue to invest and support the business of sport by providing training to people to deliver school sport programs, club academy programs, and active recreational programs in the hubs. Sport industry is a multifaceted and interdisciplinary industry that supports our social cohesion and nation-building agenda, at the same time boosting our economy. The Wednesday Leagues program was another novel program implemented to create a platform where talent and skills will be identified. Apologies, this will be implemented in the following year, as it could not be implemented this year due to the COVID pandemic. Madam Speaker, we have successfully coordinated the provincial girl-child tournament aimed at promoting the girl-child participation in school sport, as well as promoting social cohesion through sport. Lastly, the Gauteng Sports Awards, as well as the 6th edition of the Mandela Remembrance Walk and Run, were successfully hosted during the period under review. Our Gauteng Film Commission continued to provide training to emerging filmmakers, supporting community arts events, as well as implementing mentorship programs for fashion designers. In conclusion, we are still committed to sparing neither strength nor effort to discharge our constitutional mandate and serve the people of our province with purpose and distinction. We thank the continuous guidance and leadership provided by the Premier to ensure that this collective stays on course and growing Gauteng together. And we further thank the support of the Executive, our Portfolio Committee, and indeed the Legislature at large. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Secretary, please take us to the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Introduction of the annual report of the Department of E-Government for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC Ngomorale Huku.
Thank you,
Please
Madam
take us
Speaker.
through. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, and to Honorable Premier, my colleagues in the executive, honorable members and leaders from labor and business communities, ladies and gentlemen, people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to thank you for the opportunity to present the department's annual report for 2019-20 financial year as tabled in our annual report. The department has continued to implement strategic plan aligned to the provincial TMR pillars. In the financial year under review, the department continued again to implement the rollout of Gauteng broadband network by providing connected sites with voice over internet protocol, telephony, and maintenance of existing connected sites. At the end of 2019-20, VoIP was activated in 30 GPN sites, resulting in telephony cost savings. The GPG has a fully fledged management data center, which is our baseline cloud infrastructure. The FMDC houses the provincial data and applications, 14 departments and 4 agencies that have migrated to the GPG private cloud. The department supported 20 township-based entrepreneurs to stimulate the township economy. In addition, we have 6 ICT sites that were tested by the Dev Center. ICT infrastructure remains the core of our existence, Madam Speaker, and thus our primary focus is to ensure that the ICT infrastructure and network required for connected Gauteng City region built, maintained, and are available through the GPN. In line with the industry standards, the department has established a hybrid cloud solution where data from all departments is securely stored. This lays the foundation of all future ICT innovation in the province. The department will continue again, Madam Speaker, to maintain the existing GPN as well as to provide voice over internet protocol and local area network. In addition, the department will upgrade the core network nodes because they are busy doing that already. 2 have been done and we are left with 3 now to ensure that the necessary infrastructural foundations are in place for the modernization of the province. We need to ensure that there is confidentiality and integrity of the Gauteng provincial government ICT infrastructure is maintained, and the department will implement again the provincial cybersecurity strategy and manage the Gauteng Security Operations Center on behalf of the province. The department acknowledges that 4IR requires an inclusive approach to stimulate innovation and allow citizens to develop applications. Data is regarded as the new currency in the 4IR world, and the department will publish 8 new data sets. These will make data readily available for analysis and speedy policy decisions. The advent of the COVID-19 pandemic has confirmed the need for broader advocacy of the available e-services to the citizenry. We have to ensure that citizens are aware of an increased uptake of government services at their disposal through the Gauteng digital platform. Going forward, the ICT solutions advocacy, facilitation and communication initiatives will enjoy greater prevalence with a particular focus of ensuring that citizens are made aware of available services for optimal utilization. Similarly, we will conduct digital surveys to ensure feedback on the current services and ensure that the e-services provided cater for the real needs of the clients and citizens. Digitalization of government services remain ingrained as a vital aspect of the future of this department and a very crucial pillar towards universal access of government services. And the department aims to extend the provincial digital platform to include all identified GPT services. The successful development and facilitation of GPT digital ecosystem requires a high standard of governance and management. Therefore, Madam Speaker, development and review of policies at service level agreements and the development of standards and strategies, as well as implementation of existing policies, will increase standardization of ICT sector and regulated ICT sector within GPG. The department has established the necessary ICT governance structures that drives and enables ICT infrastructure and e-services. Honorable members and Madam Speaker, the research from reputable institutions has demonstrated to us how the critical importance of skilling and reskilling of the people of this province in order to gain maximum benefit from the introduction of 4IR. The World Economic Forum articulates clearly that countries that benefited from the advances in technology were those that took everyone on a path of digital skilling transformation. In accelerating digital transformation and the development of an effective and inclusive government, digital ecosystem, the department held information sessions on 4IR with females, and which is women and youth leaders in the province. We will continue to place youth in ICT-related opportunities for experiential learning purposes and supported township-based entrepreneurs with training, mentoring programs as part of Township Economic Revitalization Program. We will continue to contribute and upscale our contribution into the ICT Action Lab at an entry point to contribute to TEPO 1 million training programs through our ICT partner programs. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would like to relay our deepest condolences to the previous Auditor General, Ubabu Kimi Makwetu. It is really a big loss to the accounting and audit fraternity. I would like to express my gratitude to the audit committee members, the portfolio committee led by Comrade Joe Mpisi, who continue to provide valuable support and direction throughout the year and ensure that the department remain focused on maintaining sound financial and non-financial internal controls that are control measures and systems. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the acting HOD, Madam Masala, and her team in the department for their administrative leadership, and for the department. Madam Speaker, I hereby table the annual report of the Gauteng Department of eGov in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act, Act number 1 of 1999 as amended. I thank you.
That was for tabling. The Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Introduction of the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, including its entity for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC Nkomora Luoko. Table the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, colleagues in the Executive, Honorable Members of the House, HOD of Provincial Treasury, CEO of Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, the people of Gauteng. The annual report that we are tabling to this House today reflects the work done by the department in 2019-20 financial year to fulfill its mandate of being a custodian of public resources in Gauteng. This work was done during tremendous challenges that impacted directly on us as Provincial Treasury. These challenges included, amongst others, the slow pace of economic performance, credit rating downgrades, and the decline of government revenues at a time when demand for public services was rising. All of these challenges were worsened by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic in the last quarter of the financial year. That said, Deputy Chair of Committees, it gives me pleasure to congratulate Provincial Treasury for once again maintaining a clean audit outcome. This shows that this department continues to lead by example in ensuring that all provincial financial resources are managed effectively in a manner that promotes transparency, that promotes accountability, and delivery of services to the public. Let me also use this opportunity again, Deputy Chair, to congratulate our government component, which is the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, for once again achieving a clean audit outcome. GIFA performs an important task of sourcing alternative funds to alleviate the pressure on the already strained fiscals for the delivery of strategic infrastructure projects in the province. As I said when I presented the medium-term budget policy statement to this House last week, the Office of the Auditor General has finalized the provincial government's audit processes for 2019-20 financial year, with the exception of a few areas where AG of South Africa is performing quality control processes. As the government that is committed to the transparency and accountability, let us continue to implement credible financial controls, improve financial management, and provide quality public services. It is when we do this that we can protect the public resources, that we can build and maintain trust with the people of Gauteng. Honorable members, let me now turn to some of our key highlights of our performance during the 2019-20 financial year. We are committed to ensure effective and efficient management of finances in the province. Therefore, in the year under review, the Provincial Treasury continued to intensify monitoring of expenditure on compensation of employees, and this resulted in the Gauteng provincial government containing the wage bill at 55%. This was in line with the objective of ensuring that we maintain the wage bill below 60% of the overall budget. Own revenue plays an important role in assisting us to resource provincial priorities. In the financial year under review, total revenue collected amounted to 7 billion rather. This was 7.2% higher than our adjusted annual target of 6.67 billion. In addition, the provincial government spent 97% of 10.8 billion budget allocated to the infrastructure. During the same period, we've managed to spend 20 billion or 95% of the budget allocated to conditional grants. To ensure effective and efficient financial management in municipalities and municipal entities, the Provincial Treasury successfully conducted 6 budget assessments in our local municipalities. Furthermore, the department conducted 32 municipal fiscal responsive assessment in the 8 delegated municipalities to assess the performance of municipalities in terms of compliance with the Municipal Financial Management Act, the financial health of municipality, and the implementation of other treasury regulations. Fraud, as part of our efforts to fight fraud and corruption and ensuring compliance with rules and regulations, the department continued to implement the open tender system, which is in all the departments and the 6 entities. The open tender system has now been decentralized to enable accounting officers to take full responsibility for the complete value chain of the procurement function, in line with Section 38 of the Public Financial Management Act. We also conducted fraud detection reviews that are related to supply chain management processes. These assisted in identifying risk areas and enable us to develop control measures to tighten processes and minimize fraud and corruption. Honorable Deputy Chair of Committees, to support the implementation of Township Revitalization Strategy, Provincial Treasury continued to work with economic development and other stakeholders to register and increase the number of suppliers in the central supply database. We develop businesses to register in our database so that they can access opportunities in both private and public sectors. The department trained 609 suppliers over a 44-week period. These supplier development program initiatives were brought in to include 9 targets workshops for suppliers in the information technology and construction sectors. These 2 sectors were identified for further development as part of efforts to increase spending by township suppliers on high-value goods and services. Honorable members, supplier payment within 30 days is not only a legislative requirement, but also contribute to a healthy cash flow, particularly for small businesses. That is why in the period under review, the department paid 100% of invoices within 30 days and 83% within 15 days. We also implemented 100% of the external audit recommendations. On human resource management matters, the department ended the financial year under review with a vacancy rate of 8.88% during the year under review, and we provided training opportunities to staff members to acquire new qualifications and improve their skills and knowledge. Young graduates were also recruited into our internship program to enable them to gain knowledge and experience in the workplace. Honorable members, during the year under review, GFA's project pipeline increased to more than 30 projects with an estimated value of over 40 billion. We will continue to develop these projects to a bankable stage to attract private sector funding over the medium-term period. In conclusion, Deputy Chair of Committees, let me take this opportunity to thank HOD Nomfundo Chabalala and the staff of the Provincial Treasury and for the hard work that they have done to improve the public financial management in our province. I would like also to thank you, COO Pasiape and the staff of GFA for their dedication to ensure that we succeed in fulfilling our objective and providing infrastructure services to deliver to the people of Gauteng. Again, let me thank the Gauteng Legislature Committee of Finance and of SOFA, led by both chairpersons Kanyile and PC, for the support that they've been giving to us as members, as the department. Honorable Speaker, in compliance with Section 40 of the Public Finance Management Act of 1 of 1999, as amended by Act 22 of 1999, I hereby table the 2019-20 annual report of Gauteng Provincial Treasury and Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency. I thank you, Deputy Chair of Committees.
Thank you very much. That was for tabling. Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Introduction of annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development for the 2019-2020 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Mutara, to present the annual departmental report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier and members of the Executive Council, Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, honorable members, MMCs and councillors, senior officials of the department led by the acting HOD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be presenting my inaugural annual report. Let me remind colleagues that when we came into office, the financial year as covered by this report had already started. We came into office in the second quarter, which means some ground had already been covered in pursuance of the department's strategic objectives, which are all about service delivery. This annual report is a true reflection of the work done in the year under review. It has sought to lay the ground for the work that is being done and future work to be undertaken by the department. You will see that it records successes, while at the same time it outlines challenges that must be overcome in our quest to create an effective and efficient service delivery system. Honorable members, infrastructure development forms the backbone of any economic stimulus program. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to constantly find ways of delivering services on time, according to specifications, and most importantly, within budget. This is the approach we have sought to inculcate amongst all members of staff in the department. As a department, we welcome scrutiny and we will always subject ourselves to all processes that are aimed at ensuring that public funds are used responsibly. That is for the right purpose, for the right people, at the right time, and in a transparent manner. Our understanding and appreciation of our work is that it goes beyond just putting up concrete structures, nor is it just about brick and mortar. It is about impacting lives in our bid to improve the quality of life of all residents in Gauteng. The department has made considerable improvements, some I'd wish to share with the House today. We have maintained an unqualified audit outcome and are doing everything we possibly can to achieve a clean audit outcome. We are proud to have recorded a 17% increase in procurement spend on Black-owned enterprises from 76% in the 2018-2019 financial year to 94% in the year under review. This is a clear indication that the department is seen by Black-owned businesses as a tool and driver for economic empowerment, and these figures are an indication that a once white, male-dominated industry, that being the construction and built environment space, is transforming every day, all the time. This is what the ANC-led government has sought to achieve, and we will continue to do so unashamedly. We will do more to ensure better participation of businesses owned by youth, women, and people with disabilities. We have improved on these targets and outcomes on people with disabilities, but have slightly dropped where youth and women-owned businesses are concerned. Our ability to deliver projects on time and within budget remains a sore point for the department. We have, however, instituted a number of initiatives and interventions. Dedicated technical teams from municipalities, particularly our 3 metros, has gone a long way in improving turnaround times of decisions that need to be taken by municipalities, as well as responses that need to be produced by the department. We still have much to do in the smaller municipalities, but we will endeavor to also put in these initiatives and interventions with the smaller municipalities. Disruptions of our sites still continues, but we have had to introduce measures in order to curb this. We are grateful to the South African Police Services who assist us with monitoring and policing volatile sites that have been victim to criminal activities and behavior guised as SMMEs or local participants or business forums. The South African Police Service has made a few arrests on 2 of our sites, and we believe that while this is not an ideal situation, the law must be enforced and criminals must not be allowed to rob our communities of much needed services, nor should there be a hindrance to ensuring legitimate businesses benefit from state procurement at the behest of criminals. SMMEs continue to benefit from the procurement spend of the department. Our target was 35% for the 2019-2020 financial year, but we met and exceeded it and achieved double of what we set out to achieve. And that is now 75% this year, still double from the previous year, which was 43%. We've also quadrupled our expenditure on township enterprises from 4% in 2018-19 to 27.9% in 2019-2020. We will maintain and continue these improvements, and we are proud of the strides we have made thus far. At the beginning of this administration, the property management aspect and mandate of the department has been given focused priority. GGT 2030 wants to ensure that we have optimized GPG's property portfolio, which includes improved assets as well as vacant land. We want to position ourselves in such a manner that attracts investors in order to assist us with increasing the value of our property and increase the income for provincial government. We have made great strides towards reaching these goals, including finalizing the property optimization strategy, as well as identifying strategic properties that we believe the private sector will look at as very lucrative opportunities for property investors. We will look at entering into triple Ps in order to achieve these goals, and we are confident that National Treasury shares the same vision as we do, and will therefore ensure that approvals of public-private partnerships will not take as long as they have in the past. The appreciation that government can no longer just depend on its own finances in order to meet its developmental goals has now reached us all. We continue to grow as a department, focusing on building internal capacity in order to meet our clients' needs. We now boast a total of 94 registered built environment professionals in order to ensure the delivery, management, and oversight on all our projects. This is in line with the ANC manifesto commitments to build a capable state. This may very well be the largest complement of public sector built environment professionals in the entire public sector across the country, but big is not always better. To this end, the department has made a concerted effort to ensure continuous training and development of our professionals. This is in an attempt to ensure that our professionals are retained, are also well equipped with relevant skills and knowledge, and can compete with the best in the industry, both in the private and public sector. The Auditor General has commended the department for various aspects of improvement, has cautioned us to areas that may become contentious in the future if not addressed, and identified a few red flags that need the urgent attention and intervention of the leadership of the department. The leadership of the department has taken heed of all of these and has already put in place a process to tackle these systematically. We are confident that these will yield results in both improved audit results, but most importantly, better experience of service delivery by our citizens on the ground. I wish to take this opportunity to thank each and every dedicated staff member of the department who often face very difficult conditions on the ground, but who are determined to deliver on the mandate of the department, come what may. I wish to thank all my colleagues in the Executive Council, ably led by Premier Makura, whose guidance, leadership, and stewardship I never take for granted. I also would like to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Mpomo Dise, and his entire team in the Portfolio Committee, men and women who put the needs of our communities first and are always ready to bring the department into line should we falter. I appreciate your leadership and support. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Chair of Chairs, I hereby officially table the annual report of the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management for the financial year 2019-2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The report was also a tabling. The Secretary, can you read the 33rd order of the day?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Joint Committee on the Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development and the Infrastructure Development Committee Special Report on the state of Sekre Bosram, the Nature Reserve Waterline Project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Lasindwa, to present the committee report. Chairperson Lasindwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of Committees. I was affected by network. I had to move, so I'm trying to get a better spot. But Chairperson of Committees, if you will allow me to continue with the report by switching off my video. Will that be allowed, Deputy Chair?
That's okay, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. I, Lindiwela Sindwa, hereby table a special report of a joint committee of infrastructure development and economic development, environment and agricultural rural development. This special report, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, focuses on the project at Sekerbos Rand. On introduction, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. The Portfolio Committee on Economic Development, Environment and Rural Agriculture and Infrastructure Development and Property Management formed a joint committee to consider a special report relating to maladministration by the Department of Infrastructure on the management of the project at Sekerbos Rand Nature Reserve. Purpose of the joint committee meeting led by Honorable Lasindwa is to highlight the ongoing operational problems encountered at the reserve. It is the view of the joint committee that both the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Property Management, which is GDAT, and Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development be summoned and held accountable for the maladministration of the Sekerbos Rand Nature Reserve project. Moreover, to ensure that appropriate action is taken against those officials responsible for the delay in the completion of the project and improper conduct associated therein. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, together with the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Management, have been mandated to protect and enhance environment assets and natural resources in the province. GDAT received an allocation for infrastructure, projects, maintenance and construction, and for the management of the nature reserves in the province. And this allocation was transferred to Gauteng Department of Infrastructure as an implementing agent to execute this project. The bulk of the work is being implemented at the Sekerbos Rand. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure and Property Management is responsible for implementing the project on behalf of client department. In the case of Sekerbos,
she's okay. I think I'll do it to Mutun.
Z, can you, Chief Whip, can you switch off?
In the case of Sekerbos Rand Nature Reserve, GDAT is responsible for construction southern and northern water pipeline, which are maintained by GDAT. To date, DID is unsuccessful in its duty to oversee the smooth running of the project, thus causing delay in completion of the project. The scope of work of the water line project was to construct an additional underground reservoir and supply the pipes with which will connect from Rand water line. The project to upgrade the water supply commenced in 2008, with the completion date being the 20th of May 2009. The initial value of the project was 8 million. To date, Deputy Chairperson of Committee, over 31 million has been spent, and the project is still not complete. The department indicated that a determination of total cost of the project will only be confirmed once the final plan is finalized and costed. The initial work was to be completed. The initial work was not completed due to multiple contractors not meeting timeline, and this led to contracts being terminated
During 2012-2013 financial year, Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development conducted a study on this project, and it was indicated by the department that only 4% of the work on this project was outstanding. Yet during the engagement with the department in February 2015, the committee noted with concern that the project was still at 4% in terms of the work that was outstanding. On the 27th of October 2020, the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture conducted a site visit and requested the two departments to give an update on the status of this project, wherein they reported again, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, that this project is still incomplete and 4% of the work is outstanding. Moreover, Deputy Chairperson of Committee, the Joint Committee is concerned about Gauteng Department of Infrastructure in requesting an additional 49 million for this project for civil engineering and electrical restorative repairs cost, which has not been planned for. The delays on this project instigate negative effects on increased costs, loss of production, and lawsuits. It is the view of the committees that both the department needs to account for the maladministration of this project. The government continues to escalate funds annually to the Department of GDAT, and GDAT translates this money to Gauteng Department of Infrastructure to complete this project. The committee noted with concern that even with the project being delayed, service providers continued to be paid on the work that is not complete. Furthermore, there is no evidence of concrete intervention from the two departments to hold accountable the officials that continue to appoint service providers that are not competent to do the work. However, service providers continue to be compensated for the work that is not complete. During the end of the second quarter 2014-2015, the Office of the Public Protector's Office conducted a probe on this project, which found that the department did not manage the project properly and that there were contravention of legislation framework related to the public funds as stipulated in the PFMA. Deputy Chairperson of Committees, I'm just giving the summary of what the Public Protectors in 2014 report found. The Public Protector as Chapter 9 institution investigated the alleged maladministration by Gauteng Department of Infrastructure in relation to the management of the Seker-Bos Waterline project. This is what the Public Protector report said in 2014. The department failed to ensure effective, efficient, economical, and transparent use of financial resource involved in the project in violation of Section 195, subsection 1, subsection B of the Constitution. The conduct of the department was improper as envisaged in 182, subsection 1. To ensure that appropriation action is taken against those officials responsible for the delay in completion of this project conducted in. This is the committee recommendation, Deputy Chairperson of Committees. A joint committee on economic development, agriculture and rural development, infrastructure development, and property management submit the following recommendations to the Honorable Premier and to the Department of Gauteng Agriculture and the Rural Development and to the Department of Infrastructure and Property Management. The committee recommends that 1, the Honorable Premier, Mr. David Makura, refers the matter relating to Seker-Bos Rand Nature Reserve projects for forensic investigation. In this regard, a progress report should be submitted to the Joint Committee by the 26th of February. 2, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure to provide a progress report on the intervention and the implementation on the findings of the Public Protector's Report of 2014. The report should be submitted to the Joint Committee by the 26th of February. 3, Gauteng Department of Infrastructure to provide a report where the additional request of 49 million will come from, as this was not planned for. The report should be submitted to the Joint Committee on the 26th of February. On agent, Deputy Chairperson, we are making agent recommendations here, which needs to be implemented with immediate effect. The MEC, which is MEC of Economic Development, Rural Economic Development and Agriculture, to institute a special joint task team to implement immediate intervention to secure the reservoir perimeter, security measures and fencing of the infrastructure, and preserve the integrity of the reserve, including risk mitigation due to the wildfire season. The task team may include members from the Gauteng Tourism, the Cradle Humankind, Sibeng District Municipality, and the GGDA with GJAD to ensure that multiple discipline approach that includes tourism in investing and conservation discipline. The MEC must report on this task team on a monthly basis to the committee. The MEC should engage on a consultative process with the task team with the view to ensure collaboration and investment from Gauteng private business sector, as well as Gauteng residents who are clients of the reserve. The department should provide a report on the committee outlining the process undertaken to enhance security at the reserve. The department should indicate measures taken to hold the security company accountable for the losses incurred during their guard. Provide a clarity in terms of the nature or work or construction that is currently being done at the reserve, from which the budget of those are being paid. To present to the joint committee terms of the joint venture that has been formed to deal with the repositioning of the reserve strategy on the reserve. Provide a detailed report on the legal steps that have been taken against service providers that receive payment without completing their work. To further commence with the process of recovering monies that have been irregularly paid, if any, to those contractors. On acknowledgement, Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the Joint Committee on Economic Development, Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development, and Infrastructure Development and Property Management, led by Honorable Lasindo and Honorable Mudise, wishes to acknowledge and express gratitude to the honorable members of the Joint Committee, which is members of the Department of Infrastructure Portfolio Committee and members of the Economic Development and Agriculture Environment Committee. Furthermore, the Joint Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution on the following report: the support staff of the committee, of both committees. On adoption, Deputy Chairperson of Committee, after consideration, the Joint Committee on Economic Development, Environment and Agriculture, Rural Development, Infrastructure and Development, and Property Management adopted the special report themed Maladministration of Suikerbos Rand Nature Reserve Project in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with 164. The Joint Committee present the special report themed Maladministration of Suikerbos Rand Nature Reserve and recommends the House to adopt this report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me get if there is any second to this report.
I second the report, Member Magusilia.
Thank you very much. I'll now put a question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And all who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, read the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Oversight Committee on the Premier Office and the Legislature, OCPOL Focus Intervention Study report on the COVID-19 related sides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now call upon the Chairperson, Honorable Dlamini, to present the report.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier, members of the Executive, honorable members. The committee has witnessed government's swift action in putting mechanism in place to manage the COVID-19 outbreak to save the lives of Gauteng citizens. Due to the lack of a vaccine or medicine to cure or stabilize the virus, personal protective equipment had to be procured. The procurement process of the PEE was overshadowed by the tender irregularities in the GPG. Food parcel corruption is another concerning malpractice that emerged during COVID-19 lockdown. The committee's obligation as an oversight body was to undertake the oversight visit to the GPG structures that have been put in place to address the COVID-19 outbreak. The committee findings highlighted the well-established and coordinated structures with advanced technology as well as capacitated human resource to run the systems. However, underneath these well-structured systems, corrupt practices are at play and may well go unnoticed if attention is not placed on how government structures are managed and how public funds are being utilized. Since the office is not a service delivery entity, but a governance structure that provides strategic direction of the province and to oversee the department's delivery of services, it is the committee's role to ensure that the office is fulfilling its mandate in overseeing the business operations of the GPG department to root out corruption. It is therefore the responsibility of the Office of the Premier to ensure that tight mechanisms are put in place to curb financial irregularities. The committee pointed out that most of the time government departments fail to fulfill their mandate, not because of poor service delivery, but due to poor intergovernmental communication. The committee is concerned that some of the units in municipal departments are still operating discreetly at this, and this poses difficulties in quantifying lodged customer queries and cases that have been resolved. However, the committee welcomes the discussions that are underway with municipalities to ensure that an integrated ITC system is in place for citizens to visit customer care center walk-ins to log their queries within the stipulated time frames. The committee highlighted that the integrated ITC system could be a cost-effective measure for customers to be closer to government services in ensuring the provision of basic services. The committee is of the view that the hotline integrated ICT system is a great communication tool that needs to be improved upon, as it can assist in monitoring and assessing whether services have been delivered or not. Through this system, government could assess its performance in terms of service delivery and resolve service delivery backlogs. Furthermore, this system could be crucial for crisis management, gauge customer satisfaction, and act proactively to curb community protests. The committee proposed that a survey should be conducted to assess the number of people utilizing the hotline center, as this system can be a tool to measure government service delivery performance. The committee further indicated that the hotline integrated system could be a critical tool at local level for public to monitor and assess government's performance in resolving customers' complaints. The Office of the Premier considered that a physical food bank is not an effective mechanism for food distribution, as money is wasted on storage and delivery. It is noted that discussions with bankers are underway for the issuing of e-vouchers for the food parcels. This will curb food parcel corruption by greedy individuals whose concern is self-enrichment at the expense of the poor and the marginalized groups. The committee acknowledges the role played by the Command Council in keeping the Gauteng citizen informed during the COVID-19 lockdown, as well as managing and addressing the virus outbreak. It is noted that the Command Council Center is addressing COVID-19 as a project and is not only focused on overseeing the COVID-19 outbreak, but also to streamline government work in an integrated manner. The Office of the Premier explained that the GPG has seen the Gauteng City Region agenda emerge during the COVID-19 lockdown in the form of integrated development projects coordinated through the Command Council Center. The committee hopes that the findings of the SIU investigations will bring to book those found guilty of PPE tender irregularities in food parcels. The committee findings and concerns. The committee is concerned about some of the units in the municipal departments that are still operating discreetly, which pose difficulties in quantifying logged customer queries and cases that have been resolved. The waste of public funds due to appalling structures set up of the Nasrec Field Hospital, corrupt allegations related to the food parcel and the COVID-19 personal protective equipment. The committee recommendations. Feedback to the following recommendations should be submitted to the committee by the 31st of January 2021. The committee recommends that 1, the Office of the Premier should provide a report highlighting mechanisms put in place to assist and capacitate municipalities departments that are still operating without a hotline, as this could trend could pose difficulties in quantifying low customer queries and cases that have been resolved. The report should indicate the time frame set out for the completion of this process. 2, post-apartheid South Africa has never faced a pandemic and COVID-19 lockdown. Restrictions were taken without the benefit of hindsight, including the building of the Nasrec Field Hospital, given the 19% recovery rate. The office should provide a report on the following issues in relation to the Nasrec Field Hospital. The amount of money spent on this project, justification of the 6 months contracts starting from the 1st of August until the 31st of January 2021, the purpose of these contracts is public funds are spent on empty beds, and confirmation of whether SIU is investigating this contract. 2, whether the second wave of COVID-19 necessitates the GPG to retain the Nasrec Hospital. 3, the Office of Branch should provide the report clarifying the corrupt allegations relating to the food parcels on how issues of food banks were dealt with. Furthermore, issues of PE tender irregularities should be magnified and stipulated. Acknowledgements: the committee hereby thanks and acknowledges the cooperation of the Office of the Premier and senior management. I would also wish to thank members of the Opol Committee, Honorable Kumalo, Hassan, Makubela, Msimang, Bloom, Mukwebo, Alberts, and Adams, and also thank the committee support staff as listed in the list. After due deliberation, the Oversight Committee on the Premier's Office and the Legislature adopted the report unanimously. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee presents the report and recommendations made herein for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report. Any seconder to the report?
Member Adams second.
Okay, thank you very much. And Chairperson Dlamini, can you mute? Okay, thank you. Now put your question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Community Safety Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report emanating from the budget report, assessment of the effectiveness of safety kiosk, mobile police station and crime reduction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me call upon the acting chairperson, Honorable Nkosi Malobane, to present the report, committee report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As the acting chairperson of Community Safety, I would like to table the committee focus intervention study report emanating from the budget of the Department of Community Safety for 2020-21 financial year on the assessment of the effectiveness of the safety kiosk and the mobile police stations in crime prevention as follows. This report outlines the findings of the committee on its assessment of the effectiveness of safety kiosk and mobile police stations in crime reduction in the province. The Department of Community Safety has a target to reduce crime by 50% in the province. As part of its efforts to achieve its target, the department launched Safety Kiosk Project. Through this project, the department sought to deploy several safety kiosks in police stations which has high level of crime, with the intention to maximize policing efforts, enhance police visibility, and prevent crime in areas identified as crime hotspots. To date, the department had procured and deployed 26 movable safety kiosks in various police stations, which were identified as priority stations. The kiosks are manned by community patrollers and they were to be supported by police members and peace wardens. Furthermore, during the 2020-21 budget process, the committee acknowledged the budget allocation of 108 million for procuring of 12 mobile police stations over the MTEF period. The mobile stations are central in bringing the gap in communities which are far from permanent police stations and in enhancing police visibility, thus improve service delivery. The mobile police stations are equipped with resources which allow residents to report crime and open cases. The mobile police stations also have a built-in cell to apprehend suspects for a short period until they are picked up and taken to the closest police station. The committee embarked on this focused intervention study to assess the effectiveness of the safety kiosk and mobile police stations in reducing crime. The committee noted that the safety kiosk and mobile police stations were a good initiative in heightening police visibility and crime prevention in areas where they are deployed. The committee is, however, concerned that the safety kiosks were not operating as intended. This was because of poor deployment and management of these resources by the department and the police. Moreover, the committee noted that there is lack of proper monitoring of the safety kiosk in ensuring that they achieve their intended objectives. The committee further noted the report regarding the poor workmanship on the kiosk, with some breaking down on several occasions. The committee further noted that the department had terminated its contract with a service provider who was found to be fronting for someone else. The committee visited 2 mobile police stations which were deployed in Mamelodi East and Silverton Police Station. The mobile police stations were reported to be a valuable resource in crime prevention and it allowed for easy access to police services within vulnerable communities. The committee, through its oversight mechanism, will continuously monitor the functionality of the kiosk and the mobile station to ensure improved service delivery from the as emanated from the budget report of the 2020-21 financial year. In terms of compliance of the quality when investigating, when doing this FIS, the assessment was conducted in accordance with some and standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. The report also followed the guidelines of the COVAC format of reporting adopted by the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. In ensuring quality, independent verification and oversight, visits to various safety kiosks were conducted to thoroughly assess and obtain first-hand information on the functionality of the kiosk from patrollers assigned to man this kiosk. The committee also conducted unannounced oversight visits to Mamelodi East and Silverton police stations to assess the functionality of the mobile police stations. Furthermore, 2 stakeholder engagement sessions were held with various stakeholders. I'll then move to our findings. The committee observed that most of the kiosks were not deployed at crime hotspots as intended. The committee found that some kiosks were parked outside the police stations and were used as an extension of the client service center, mainly for certifying documents. Some police stations decided to park the kiosk permanently at one identified hotspot. This was attributed to lack of a vehicle to tow the kiosk to various hotspots. The Acacia kiosk was left at Tom 3 Mall and unattended. So Shanguve kiosk was placed at the Crossing Mall and it was functional. Richard kiosk was placed at a community hall and it was functional. Rodiport kiosk was reported to have been permanently placed at Westgate Mall. However, it could not be located at the mall. The Randfontein kiosk was used as a storage for bicycles. The committee also noted that in instances where kiosks were deployed at hotspot, patrollers were deployed on their own with no SAPS members. This poses a security threat to the patrollers. The committee further noted that at some police stations, patrollers were made to do other tasks outside their intended responsibility, such as cleaning the stations and manning the gate, whilst others were certifying documents and signing affidavits. The committee noted negligence by police personnel who were certifying documents without being thoroughly checked for legitimacy. According to the department, patrollers were to be deployed at a shift system of 2 patrollers per 8-hour shift over 24 hours on daily basis, including weekends. The first shift was to start at 8 to 16 hours. The second was to start at 16 hours to 12 o'clock in the morning, with the last shift starting from 12 to 8 o'clock. The committee, however, noted that only 4 patrollers were deployed on 8-hour shift from 8 o'clock to 16 hours on weekdays only. The committee also noted that there was no consistency in the operating of kiosks in some precincts. Patrollers worked in pairs on a 4-day shift, while some precincts, all 4 patrollers will work at the same time. At GP police station, patrollers were deployed from Thursday to Sunday from 18 hours till midnight, mostly at Maboneng precincts due to high incidents of common assault and common robbery in the area. The committee noted concerns of poor working relationship between SAPS members and patrollers. There were allegations of mistreatment of patrollers, lack of cooperation and commitment by the police officers to support the kiosk. In some police stations, patrollers reported that they only rely on one specific officer for support and towing of kiosks for deployment. If that officer was unavailable, the kiosk will not be deployed. Patrollers deployed at Edgewater Police Station reported that they were not allowed to use the station toilets. The poor work relationship between patrollers and the police is a concern as it detrimental to the entire project, with adverse consequences on community relations. The committee further noted that whilst a communication gadget was made available by the department, it was mostly reported to be faulty or not loaded with data, thus rendering it ineffective. As a result, patrollers had to use their own airtime to communicate with their respective stations as and when required. The committee further noted that the security communication tool, which is the panic button, installed in the kiosk, which was to be linked to Namula project for quick police response, was also non-functional. Whilst the committee noted the report that kiosks heightened police visibility and served as a deterrent to crime, they were not operating as intended. The committee noted the concern raised regarding the poor quality of kiosks, with some breaking down a few times. The committee further noted the department's report that its contract with supplier was terminated based on the poor quality of the kiosk. The committee was also concerned that a contract of such magnitude was awarded to a service provider that had no capacity. The committee further noted the allegations of fronting by the service provider. The committee recommended that an investigation be commissioned on the allegation of fronting. The committee noted that report that adequate training was not provided to patrollers except a 2-day induction. It was further noted that peace wardens were only deployed around August 2019. Furthermore, the peace wardens reported that they were shifted from traffic wardens program since the department failed to honor its promise to train them to become traffic officers. They were also not trained as peace officers. As a result, they were not clear what their duties entailed. The committee further noted reports relating to late payment of and lack of consistency on payment of stipends to patrollers. Patrollers at Ivory Park and Tembisa North stations reported that their stipends were not paid in full in December 2019. Those deployed at Van der Bijl Park station reported that they were not paid in June 2020, whilst patrollers at Deep Sloot were found picketing at the time of the visit due to non-payment of stipend. The department, however, reported that patrollers were paid according to the number of days they've worked. Furthermore, the committee noted that there was no proper monitoring mechanism in place to ensure efficiency of the project. In addition, renewal of license disc of the kiosk was not done timelessly. This also impeded on their deployment. It was also noted that personal protective PPEs and sanitizers were not provided to patrollers, exposing them to high risk of contracting the coronavirus. With regard to mobile police stations, 2 mobile police stations deployed in Mamelodi East and Silverton police stations were visited by the committee. the Mamelodi East station was being deployed at crime hotspot guided by the crime trends of the station. Although at the time of the committee visit, the mobile station was not deployed because it was due for repairs and maintenance. It was also reported that at the beginning of the national lockdown, the mobile police station was deployed at an operation at Muloto Road as part of the enforcement intervention related to disaster management regulations. The Silverton police station was permanently placed at Nemafias Skills Center. It was servicing residents of Nemafias extension 1 to 8, including its constantly growing informal settlement. The committee also engaged with the ward councillor in Nemafias, who reported that the mobile police station had eased the burden of traveling a long distance and saved residents about 38 rand in transport costs to access police stations, such as reporting crime or certifying documents. The ward councillor further reported that the area had since grew from 50,000 people to 100,000 people. This required that a permanent station be built in the area. In terms of committee concerns, the committee raised the following concerns: the poor deployment of kiosks at crime hotspots, non-deployment of police members on site with patrollers, the lack of monitoring mechanism for the kiosk, the non-functionality of communication gadgets, poor working relationship between patrollers and SAPS members, and alleged mistreatment of patrollers, the lack of training for patrollers and peace wardens, the lack of monitoring and timeless renewal of license disc of the kiosk, the late payment and non-consistent in payment of stipend to patrollers, the non-provision of PPE to patrollers and sanitizers, the awarding of the contracts to procure the safety kiosk to a service provider that had no capacity, and the allegation of fronting by the service provider, the negligence by police personnel who certified documents without thoroughly checking for legitimacy. In terms of proposed committee recommendations, the committee makes the following recommendations. The department, together with SAPS, must develop and implement an all-encompassing deployment plan to ensure that safety kiosks are deployed at crime hotspots and supported by SAPS members, as was envisaged, to ensure that the objective of the kiosk are realized. The department must put in place a proper monitoring and mechanism to ensure effectiveness of the kiosk. The department must ensure that all communication tools are functional and fully utilized. The department, together with SAPS, must implement intervention measures to address the poor working relationship between patrollers and the police. The department must develop and implement a training plan to ensure that both patrollers and peace wardens are adequately capacitated to perform their duties efficiently. The department must ensure that license discs for kiosks are renewed on time and avoid non-deployment of kiosks due to invalid license discs. The department must ensure that patrollers' stipends are paid on time at a fixed date. Furthermore, the department must investigate the report related to non-consistency in the payment of stipend for patrollers deployed at Ivory Park, Tembisa North, and Vanderbilt Park Police Station. The department must institute an investigation on the allegation of fronting by the service provider, Double Consulting Pty Limited, which was awarded the contract to deliver the kiosk. The department, through its police monitoring tools, must address police negligence, particularly certifying documents without proper validation. The department must submit a progress report on all the above recommendations by 29 January 2021. In terms of acknowledgement, I want to acknowledge all members of the committee. Before the committee members, I'd like to acknowledge the MEC for Community Safety, Ma'am Faith Mazibuga, and her entire management team, the Gauteng Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Elias Mawela, and the senior management of SAPS for their cooperation during the consideration of this committee, of this focus intervention study. I also extend my deepest gratitude to the members of the committee, namely Honorable Vuyom Shakaza Manamela, Honorable Kanyile, Honorable Shackleton, Honorable Hoffman, and Honorable Khatebe for their due diligence in the assessment of the operation of the safety kiosk and mobile police stations in crime reduction. Furthermore, I'd like to thank all stakeholders who participated in the committee stakeholder engagement sessions and for their contribution in the completion of the study. I also thank the committee support staff from the senior up until the junior staff member. In terms of adoption, in accordance with Rule 117 in brackets 2 in bracket C, 3 read together with Rule 165 of the Standing Rules of GPL, the Community Safety Committee hereby tables its focus intervention study report on the assessment of the effectiveness of safety kiosk and mobile police stations in crime reduction, which emanated from the 2020-2021 budget report of the Department of Community Safety to the House for adoption, taking into consideration the proposed recommendations made in this report. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me get any seconder to the report.
Yes, seconder.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Thank you. And
yes.
thanks. And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The secretary, the next order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the assessment of the provision of adequate water and sanitation to schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me call upon the chairperson, Honorable Chilwani, to present the report.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, as the Chair of the Portfolio Committee on Education, hereby table the Portfolio Committee's report on the focused intervention study on an assessment of the provision of water and sanitation to schools in the Gauteng province, emanating from the budget vote of 2020-21 financial year. The Education Portfolio Committee identified an assessment of the provision of water and sanitation to schools in the Gauteng province as its focus intervention study. The purpose of the FIS was to examine the provision of adequate water and sanitation to schools in the Gauteng province, and further assess there exists a plan for the provision of sufficient and conducive facilities in all schools. The committee noted the research that confirms the importance of the provision of adequate and reliable water and sanitation and hygiene in schools. The World Health Organization's report says water, sanitation and hygiene standards for schools in low-cost settings points to several reasons why access to such services in schools is important. These include combating disease, preventing dropouts, safeguarding learners' ability to learn, and ensuring that learners of different genders and abilities are not discouraged from attending school. Diseases are easily transmitted at schools that lack adequate sanitation and hygiene. Schools are characteristically spaces with high levels of person-to-person contact. And where this is combined with poor sanitation and hygiene conditions, learners' susceptibility to health hazards increases. The findings noted the challenges of adequate provision of water and sanitation continue to plague our schools because of pressures being placed on already existing infrastructure. The overall concerns noted by the committee include lack of clean and drinkable water in a number of schools, lack of reliable water delivery in some schools, inadequate ablution facilities available for learners, especially in schools that experience overcrowding, heavy reliance on mobile ablution facilities in certain schools, lack of coordinated plan to reduce the reliance on use of mobile ablution facilities, loss of learning and teaching days due to the non-delivery of water to schools. The FIS and the departmental submission to the committee confirms the efforts made by the department to assist schools in providing an uninterrupted learning and teaching time. They further confirm the department is committed to the eradication of unsuitable and unhygienic ablution facilities. However, there is more that can be done, such as reducing the waiting time for major repairs of ablution facilities and investing resources to ensure that schools that require assistance to either have their water pumps and the related infrastructure are provided with the necessary support. This will ensure that the limited resources that are spent on either water delivery and mobile ablution facilities are directed to addressing the real concerns, which in the majority of schools visited related to aging water and ablution infrastructure, and generally require the replacement of water pipes. Can the areas that have not read be considered as read? The committee's concerns. The committee observed that a majority of schools that are on the outskirts of the province experience challenges with adequate water supply. The committee noted that there is a high number of schools which have had mobile toilets for a long time as a means to address the sanitation challenges. The committee is of the view that the high number of learners in majority of Gauteng schools places undue pressure on the ablution facilities in schools. The committee noted that some schools have managed to mitigate the challenge of poor water supply and inadequate sanitation through the partnerships and sponsorship with business and private sector in general. Proposed committee recommendation. The department should strive to ensure that there is an uninterrupted clean and drinkable water supply to schools, especially in the outskirts where the challenge is rife. A report should be provided by the 1st of February 2021. The department should develop a strategy to reduce over-reliance on mobile toilets. A report should be provided by the 1st of February. The department should set funds aside to address the concerns of growing learner numbers, which are having an impact on the use and life of ablution facilities in school. A report must be provided by the 1st of February. The department should invest in a partnership with municipalities, companies where some schools are experiencing water and sanitation concern, with a view to support such schools. A report should be provided by the 1st of February. In acknowledgement, the committee wishes to thank the MEC, Honorable Lusufi, and the senior official for the presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the committee on the details and information with regard to this focused intervention study on an assessment of provision of adequate water and sanitation in the Gauteng province. Furthermore, we would like to thank the following honorable members: Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mpisi, Honorable Ramulifo, Honorable Mkwebo, Honorable Dival, Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. And further thank the group coordinators, Ms. Mbalo and Ms. Nenweli, and the senior coordinator, Ms. Kaya, and all the support team that have been doing a sterling work during this FIS process. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 165 of the standing rules of the GPL, the Education Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the FIS report be adopted by the House, taking into account committee concerns and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me get the seconder to the report.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I rise to second the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me put your question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes, 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 yes.
Thank you. And those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it. The Secretary, can you read the next order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Education Portfolio Committee Focus Intervention Study Report on the assessment of support provided to public special schools in the Gauteng province. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, let me call upon the chairperson, Honorable Chilwani.
Again, thank you again, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. I, the chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Education, hereby table the committee's report on the FIS on an assessment of support provided to public special schools in the Gauteng province, emanating from the annual report of 2018-19 financial year. The Education Portfolio Committee identified an assessment of assessment of support provided to public special schools in the Gauteng province as its FIS topic. The purpose of the FIS was to assess the level of support provided to public special schools as classified by the Gauteng Department of Education. In 2014, the DBE published guidelines to ensure quality education and support in special schools and Special Schools Resources Center to support inclusive education, which provides guidelines on levels of norms and standards that these schools should attain and to assist special needs schools to meet these standards prior to and during operation. In 2016, the Department of Basic Education released a draft learning program and a minimum norms and standards for children with severe to profound intellectual disabilities. This draft learning program is in line with some of the key principles emanating from South Africa's international obligations towards persons with disabilities. It emphasizes the rights of children to be educated in an inclusive education system, close to their home with access to appropriate health service and assistive devices. The National Development Plan in Chapter 9 recognizes the need for inclusive education in order to ensure that all persons can participate effectively in society. In the context of the 2019-20 annual report, there is no readily available literature on how the department has supported public special schools in order to render quality education. Specific objectives are to assess the support provided to special schools in the province, to investigate challenges experienced by special schools with regard to the implementation of the program, provide recommendation in order to achieve intended outcomes. It is for this reason that the FIS on support to public special schools was undertaken. On the 20th of August 2020, the committee held a stakeholder engagement session with its primary stakeholders comprising of schools principals and organizations supporting people with disabilities within the sector, such as the Equal Education Law Center, SADA, University of Pretoria, Faith Christian School, Autism South Africa, AHLAD, SANCB, Curamus Special School, Isabellian Special School, Renotzwe Special School, Itirileng Special School, Thabo Vuyo Special School, Pumla Special School, and Dugatolo Special School. The above engagement discussed and received presentations on how best Portfolio Committee can strengthen its oversight mandate and mechanism to hold the Department of Education accountable in relation to public special schools in the province. The committee further noted concerns and challenges and recommendations brought forth by the stakeholders and embarked on a numerous unannounced visit for verification of information provided by the department. During its unannounced oversight visit, the committee noted with concern infrastructure challenges faced by public special schools, such as infrastructure that does not meet the requirements of a special school. The department is hereby urged to review its policies, strategies regarding the provision of infrastructure in special schools. The committee also noted with concern that some public ordinary schools were converted into special schools or LSN without proper migration process being carried out. The committee recommends that the department urgently assist such schools as they were built for only mainstreaming education and therefore do not serve the needs and requirements of special schools. The committee further recommends that the department work closely with its supporting sister departments, i.e. Social development, health, sports, infrastructure, etc., to ensure that quality education and other related basic services are provided to public special schools. The GDE to also assist other public special schools that the committee could not visit and that are not listed in the report. Can the areas that I will not read be considered as read? Moving to committee concerns. The committee observed that the department have not made plans to build new state-of-the-art special schools within the corridors of the province per region. The committee is also concerned about the infrastructure challenges at the following school: Ezibeleni Special School, Renotzwe Special School, Itirileng Special School. With respect to technical classes, the committee noted with concern that there are no proper skills centers at schools such as Kakulo Technical Special School, and schools use ordinary classes for handwork classes such as carpentry, welding, etc. The committee is concerned about the lack of conducive ablution facilities at Isabeleni Special School and Renotzwe Special School. The committee is concerned about the capacity of IDSOs and ISS units in district offices to support special schools The committee is concerned that while the department is converting public ordinary schools to serve as special schools, proper care is not provided in terms of capacity development of educators who previously worked and taught in the mainstream schools. The committee also observed that SGBs require training on inclusive education, financial management, and procurement. The committee also observed there are learners that are misplaced that should not have been placed in some schools because the GDE does not take the SBST inputs into consideration when placing the learners. The committee is concerned about the number of children that are still on the waiting list and that have not been placed in some date back to 5 years. The committee observed that there is no exit strategy and job placement for learners. For the learners, skills provided to learners are meant for income generating purposes. However, schools are not getting support in terms of job placement for these learners. The committee is concerned about the limited or unavailability of budget to address challenges of employing assistants at relevant special schools, such as Curemu Special School. The committee observed there is an awareness program run by the department for parents. Committee recommendation. The committee recommends that the department put plans in place to build the new state-of-the-art special schools within the corridors of the province per region. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February. The committee recommends that the department address infrastructure challenges in public ordinary special school. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. With respect to technical classes, the committee recommends that the department put plans in place to build proper skill center for carpentry, welding, etc. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The committee recommends that the department provide a progress report regarding the plans for provisions of proper and conducive ablution facilities as Isabellian Special School, Reynosa Special School. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The committee recommends that the department establish training and capacity building for IDSOs and district ISS units to best serve special schools. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The committee recommends that the department put mechanism in place to reskill educators who previously taught in or within mainstream schools and currently are serving special needs schools. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February. The committee recommends that the department establish training for SGBs on inclusive education, financial management, and procurement. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The committee recommends that the department put mechanism in place to address learners that are misplaced and allow inputs from the SBST. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The department to provide the committee with a progress report regarding the number of children that are still on the waiting list and that have not been placed as some backdate to 5 years. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The committee recommends that the department put in place on its special schools exit strategy, job placement for learners in special schools. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February. The committee recommends that the department work with affected schools such as Curemu Special Schools who are in need of class assistance to ensure that support is provided. A report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. The department to provide a report to the committee on its awareness campaign program about services offered by special needs schools to communities. A progress report should be submitted by the 1st of February 2021. In acknowledgement, the Portfolio Committee on Education wishes to thank the Honorable MEC Lusufi and his senior official for the presentation of the budget, substantial and sustained efforts they've made to inform the Portfolio Committee on the details and information with regard to its forecast intervention study on an assessment of support provided to public special schools in the Gauteng province. Further, the Chair would like to thank the following honorable members: Honorable Hassan, Honorable Makubela, Honorable Mbisi, Honorable Ramulifo, Honorable Mukwebo, Honorable Dival Alberts, Honorable Adams for their dedication and support during this process. Further, the committee would like to thank the group's coordinator Ms. Panzo Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. Sekina Nenweli, Senior Coordinator, Ms. Charlene Gaya, Committee Coordinator, Mr. Pielo Mashilwani, Administrator, Mr. Thabo Kekana, Committee Researcher, Mr. Joseph Makura, Hansard, Ms. Raksha Singh, Services Officer, Ms. Nevis Nklapo, Media Officer, Mr. Takalani Ndo, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Jackie Lutswalo, Public Participation Officer, Ms. Tulahanyo Kumalo, for the commitment they've shown during the FIS process. I'm calling them by name so that they know that we value their efforts to support the committee in accordance to Rule 117 to see read together with Rule 165 of the Standing Rules of the GPL. The Education Portfolio Committee Chairperson hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Education FIS report emanating from the 2018-19 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account committee consent and proposed recommendation made in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me check, let me get if there is anyone who seconded the report.
Member Adams, rise to second, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much. Let me put a question. All those in favor say yes.
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 And all those who are not in favor say no. The yes have it, and the report is adopted by the House. And this concludes the business of the day. And I must say thank you very much for your active participation throughout the sitting, your commitment to the cost, which is really recommendable. And the next sitting is tomorrow, on Friday, the 27th of November. We will be receiving the political report from the Premier. And on that note, this sitting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Adios, amigos.